Dear PUBG Mobile players, hello! There are many changes in store for you in PUBG Mobile 2.0. In this video, we will introduce the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you'll like them. After 2 years of testing and improvements, the official version of Livik is finally ready for launch. We've kept the fast-paced battles of the test version, and we've taken another look at Midstein, Blomster, the Logistics Center, Iceborg, and other areas, substantially improving their look and fully optimizing their layouts. We believe these changes will enrich your battle experience with even more strategic depth. In the official release version of Livik, you'll be able to find a new all-terrain UTV. It's a small 4-seater vehicle that excels in all terrains. No matter how complex the environment is, the UTV will be able to quickly traverse the area. At the same time, XT weapon upgrade packs will be available in supply shops that appear in fixed locations. These packs can be used to upgrade weapons to their XT version, which increases their performance and control. These upgrades will be immensely helpful in battle in the official version of Livik. The official version of Livik has new ways to acquire supplies. When starting a match, an advanced supply zone will spawn randomly on the map. These areas have more supplies and shop tokens than any other place on the map. Naturally, the advanced supply zone will also attract more enemies. If you're confident in your shooting skills, come to the zone and fight for supplies. In the official release version of Livik, we've added random crates, treasure maps, wild berries, soccer challenge, vehicle ramp challenges, zip lines, airdrop markers, and other fun gameplay and mechanics. We hope these new mechanics will give you extra rewards, allow you to have even more fast-paced and exciting battles, and provide you with diverse sources of enjoyment. What's more, Livik's iconic volcano is getting ready to erupt again after many years of dormancy. When the volcano erupts, remember to be careful and take evasive action. The new PUBG Mobile Evangelion-themed mode is coming soon. This mode features a special blue zone mechanic to make battles faster and more exciting. The 6th Angel has invaded Erangel. Witness the might of the Angel up close. Watch EVA Unit 01 battle the Angel and pick up supplies from the defensive fortress. This epic battle is about to take place right before your eyes. Experience this map in ranked mode now. In Erangel and Myanmar, both for ranked and unranked mode, we've added a new item called the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. When deployed, the Emergency Pickup generates a hot air balloon. The balloon rises into the air, signaling a rescue plane to come pick you up. When you tap the plane, it'll pick you up and carry you towards the center of the play zone. You can choose to jump out at any time, if you see a safe area that you prefer to land in. It's also worth noting that when you're in the blue zone, even if you're in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully about using the Emergency Pickup. In the new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've adjusted how the recall feature is displayed to make it easier to read. At the same time, we've added new quick chat messages and defeat markers to facilitate communication between teammates. When a defeated player is recalled, their view from the plane has been improved to make it easier to observe the battlefield. To enrich the gaming experience even more, we've added a haptic feedback system to the new version. When haptic feedback is enabled, you'll feel haptic feedback for various actions taken in the game. Real-time haptic feedback can be enabled for weapons, vehicles, character statuses, sound visualizations, and other triggers, giving you a more immersive experience of the game. Keep in mind that you can adjust the quality of the haptics in settings, and also adjust the strength of the haptics and customize them for different combat scenarios. With this much control, there's no need to worry about strong haptic feedback affecting your performance. In version 2.0, we've implemented a series of improvements to the control experience. The decline feature for follow requests now stays in effect for the whole match, and the collapse feature has been added to the item bar of the backpack. The buttons for graffiti and emotes have been merged in matches, and you can now bring even more emotes into a match. We've also adjusted the transparency of mark messages and the size of the throwable and consumable wheels. The display effects of the elimination messages and tips have also been made more obvious and clear. At the same time, in-match notices now appear when certain actions take place. We hope all of this helps your team perform even better in battle. As for in-match communication, enemies behind obstacles can now be marked with quick voice messages. The chat area has been enlarged, and new marked messages are displayed at the top to make it more convenient to communicate with teammates. In terms of weapon-related improvements, we've increased the hit damage ratio and range damage of the shotgun, slightly increased the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun, and improved the overall balance of weapons. Improvements have also been made to the smoke grenade effects, weapons animations against walls, the marking feature, and sprint controls to give you a smoother gaming experience. The new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers, and no changes have been made for Gold tier and above. At the same time, we've added themed core circle missions, commemorative titles, exclusive rewards that can be unlocked by collecting crates. We've also prepared many great new season rewards. Best wishes for ranking up and winning more rewards in the new season. And don't worry, we haven't forgotten about Cheer Park. In the new version, we've added a mini soccer field and a 4-seat wingman to Cheer Park. Invite your friends to experience it together. If you'd like to know more about PUBG Mobile, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Hope you all have a great time in the new version. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. PUBG Mobile 2.0 Classic Mode Improvements. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.0 is now available. In this video, we'll introduce some updates to Classic Mode. We hope you like them. Emergency Pickup. In both the ranked and unranked mode, Erangel and Myanmar apps, we've added a new mobility item, the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. Deploying the Emergency Pickup takes a little bit of time. Once deployed, a hot air balloon beacon will be launched into the air, as a beacon to guide the aircraft. Once the beacon is launched, you'll need to tap attach before the plane arrives in order to be lifted into the air. It can carry up to 4 players at a time, and you can choose to jump at any time in the air to reach the play zone. It's a new strategic mechanic that allows you to move around quickly with your teammates and also gather battlefield intel from high up in the sky. With the help of players' ingenuity, the emergency pickup can be used in actual combat to create more thrilling scenarios. It's also worth noting that as long as you're in the blue zone, even if you're up in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully before using the emergency pickup. Tier Adjustment. An all-new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, and Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers. There's no change for Gold tier and above. We wish all players the best. Recall Optimization. In this new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've made some adjustments to the recall mechanic. We've also added a quick chat message, I'll recall our teammates, and minimap death markers to facilitate communication between teammates. Recalled players will have a clearer view of the battleground from the plane. The thing you'll need to remember is, in the Erangel and Livig themed mode, as long as you have a recall remaining, you'll respawn automatically when you're defeated. Your teammates won't have to recall you from a recall tower. In the ranked version of the Livig map in Classic mode, the recall mechanic will be added as a limited time event feature. Haptic Feedback System. In order to enhance players' immersion in the game, we've added an interactive haptic feedback system to the new version. The various actions of in-game players will be reflected through vibration and haptics, further enhancing the game's immersive experience. When players interact with weapons and vehicles, interactive feedback will be transmitted to players in real time in the form of device vibrations, allowing players to experience differences in different interactive environments. When a player enters different states such as running, jumping, and being attacked, the device's vibration allows them to better feel the difference in their own state. Even when the minimap is marked with footsteps, vehicle sounds, and gunshots, the haptic feedback system will also react in real time. The haptic feedback system has 2 quality settings, high and low, and needs to be enabled in settings. At the same time, players can also set the vibration strength and customize the haptics under different combat scenarios. Do keep in mind that high quality requires a device with compatible hardware before it can be enabled. Firearm optimization. For firearms, we focused on adjusting the shotgun's attributes, increasing its hit damage ratio and ranged damage, and slightly increasing the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun. At the same time, S12K's capacity has been expanded to 10 rounds, and S1897's bolt action speed has also been improved. We hope that this series of adjustments will improve players' experience with shotguns. General improvements. We've also made tons of optimizations to improve players' general gameplay experience. Now, when players drag the sprint button, accuracy is further improved. The movement of players holding weapons close to walls has also become smoother and more natural. At the same time, in the new version, players will be able to mark shops, recall towers, and zip lines, improving communication and teamwork efficiency among teammates. From a visual perspective, we've also optimized and adjusted the smoke grenades effect. Well, that's it for improvements to the Classic mode in PUBG Mobile 2.0. We highly encourage you to play and see what it's like for yourself. If you want to know more about PUBG Mobile, please follow our official community. See you next time!
Flags by sound down, tackle with fight on our lawn. That's what we've been done. Waving flags by sound down, tackle with fight on our lawn. That's what we've been done. Yeni sezon yeni Camı takımı bu bark inancıdan. Benim yerim senin yanın ve bedolgurantayız olay tamam.
قلوبنا مفتوحة هربت خلعت كسرت في الابواب فريقي جاهز حاضر متمكن من كل شي عقبات رح كون الشخص الوحيد اللي باقي اقوى من هيك مقلع ملك وماشي متربع على عرشي ما انا هيك بي واجبتي صفقة تمت في علمي من تاني موسم يا عيني تحفيز وتطوير لاني زعيم عظيم من 4 سنين بلا وحدة لوحدة برسم بسمي للمهرج ودورنا ارض كامل التسحين
Satu persatu jatuh, collect another one. Kuasai lapangan, sing ada lawan. Jangan tes, coba les, guess. Langkah gue tembakan masuk, nadi gue SS. Gue bisa tahu musuh kena mental, main pada panik, nyali pada mental. Squad selalu siap, beda jam terbang, raja terakhir, makan ayam bang. Pada camping, modal scoping, banyak setting, lama looting, lupa healing, pakai karbin, gila ranking, gue last king. All I do is win, all I do is win. Bendera putih, lo yang kibarin, taking over the game. Squad lain gue ratain, biar history winning streak gue yang jelasin.
Wow, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol. Eu enfrentando a batalha sozinho. Wow, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol. Ao pôr do sol, sempre ligeiro, verdadeiro. Meu compadre, meu squad, espalhado pelo mundo inteiro. Nós sempre almeja o topo, se correr nós alveja. Não importa o quanto difícil seja, fazemos o dobro.
Se tiver na mira, se retira ou não mexe, pode ter que ir, se respira e não pira. Sabe, eu tenho dó de ti. Falta essência lutando pela sobrevivência. I answer your red shot. Inimigos diluindo, olha o tiro vindo, olha o tiro lindo. Sigo sempre evoluindo, existente mesmo sendo transparente, persistente, insistente. A dificuldade me fez resistente. Humildade e perseverança, lealdade te traz segurança sem maldade, senão você dança pras crianças obter esperança.
Me veja brilhar, me veja brilhar.
Facem-o cu win, știi că sunt bun la asta. Când vine cade pe mine, da, sunt pregătit. Fără ajutorul mamei știi că pot să o duc la cap. Emoțiile au dispărut, dar pericolul e prezent.
Ortalık karışabilir ve de buna karşılık verebilirim inan ki. Ne var ki sanki her taraf alevler içinde kalır. Hep adil bir savaş oynanır. Sonunda hak eden alır.
Hi everyone, welcome to PUBG Mobile's Step Forward launch.
Hello, I'm Ray. Welcome everyone.
A while ago, we launched the 4th anniversary themed game mode. Did everyone have fun? Thank you for your continued love and support. In this new year, we'll continue to challenge ourselves and step forward to provide you with more exciting and compelling content. Next, we'll reveal PUBG Mobile's plans for this year. Let's go!
Yeah!
Ray, where do you think this is?
This looks like Living, but something seems different.
Exactly, because it's the updated Livik map, which will be released in PUBG Mobile 2.0 in early May. Let me show you around. Hold tight. After nearly 22 months of testing, tweaking, and polishing, Livik is finally ready to be officially launched. So what are the differences between the official version and beta version, you may be asking? At PUBG Mobile's exclusive 2x2 sized map, Livik matches are short, fast-paced, and action-packed. The official version of Livik retains most of the elements from the beta version while updating several themed areas, adds a new all-terrain vehicle, and introduces new weapon acquisition methods and interactables. Allow me to walk you through the many features. New themed areas. In the official version, we've updated several themed areas for players to enjoy and explore. At the same time, the distinct architecture and layout of these areas will shape different battle tactics. Players must take advantage of the terrain and adopt different strategies and tactics to increase the chance of victory. Midstein. First of all, we overhauled Midstein. The mix of buildings interspersed with roads and alleyways create a complex urban environment. Here, suppressive fire at vantage points and close-range alleyways will be the focus. Blomster. Blomster has been updated on the map. Wide roads split the area into several sections. Finding the perfect vantage point will be the make or break factor for this area. The newly constructed soccer pitch in Blomster also gives residents a great place for leisurely activities. Spectacular soccer games are held here every day. Come and show off your skills. Logistics Center. The original lumber yard has been upgraded to the new Logistics Center. Spacious warehouses and container yards ensure the steady supply of goods into Livik. This spacious zone is densely packed with plenty of cover. Players that are able to move fast around tight corners will dominate this area. Iceborg. The new Iceborg rises from a snow-covered plain. A tall church stands solemnly amid loosely aligned buildings. I think this is the perfect place to play hide and seek. New vehicle. Are you geared up and ready to take on these new areas? Despite the small map size, there is still some distance between areas. Never fear, in the official map, we'll be introducing a new all-terrain UTV. Compared to the monster truck, the UTV is more compact, which allows it to not only traverse mountains and hills, but also zip through urban roads and alleyways. The versatility of this vehicle is immeasurable. What's more, it can carry up to 4 passengers. Be sure to explore Livik with your friends once it officially releases. New ways to acquire weapons. Besides new ways of getting around, we've also added new ways of obtaining weapons in the official version. The Livik exclusive XT firearms bring more diversity to players' playstyles. In the beta version, the XT firearms were obtained from crates and airdrops. These methods weren't guaranteed. In the official version, the XT firearms have been added to supply shops in Livik. Some firearms can be upgraded to their XT variant by purchasing the XT upgrade crate from the supply shop. New map features. Advanced Supply Zone. Some players may feel that even though XT firearms can now be purchased in shops, that there's still the pressure to obtain enough tokens. We've added a new way of quickly collecting resources in the new official version. Of course, there is a trade-off to getting high-level resources. Players will have to compete with others in advanced supply zones. After entering a map, an advanced supply zone will randomly appear near the flight path. These zones will be rich in supplies, allowing players to quickly prepare for the match ahead. These zones will attract other players, so skirmishes are unavoidable. If you are confident in your gunslinging skills, I urge you to take the risk. Besides the advanced supply zone, other features that cater to different player styles have been added to the official map. Treasure Hunt. Although players can prepare more quickly in the advanced supply zone, let's not forget that a plethora of crates are peppered throughout Livik. To help players locate these crates, we've added a treasure map to the official version. Players can use the map to mark crates on the minimap. Soccer Challenge. I'm sure you'll stop to admire the soccer pitch when passing through Blomster. Just like the hot springs which can recover energy, the soccer pitch isn't only for show. Players can participate in the scoring challenge and show off their skills. They might just win rewards in the process. High-flying vehicles. If playing soccer is a fun urban activity, then there should also be a fun rural activity. Besides the previously mentioned treasure hunt, we've also introduced vehicle ramps for all the thrill seekers out there. Hit a ramp at high speed to launch into places you can't normally reach on foot and acquire exclusive activity rewards. Zipline. What about high flying without a vehicle? Try out ziplines. Traverse the map quickly by using ziplines. Berry hunt. If you're tired of all the excitement, slow down and enjoy the surroundings. If you look carefully, you might find edible berries that can restore energy. That wraps up my introduction to the official Livik map. I'm sure that the new map will be full of surprises and add to your gaming experience. See you in May for PUBG Mobile 2.0. Look forward to the official version of Livik. How are you feeling, Ray? Step Forward is more than just an updated Livik map, as we're always pursuing the best gaming experience possible for all players. In Classic mode, we've also upgraded the overall experience from game mechanics, UI, basic controls, systems, and more. Let's take a look. New map mechanism, emergency pickup. In the upcoming version 2.0 release in May, we will add a new emergency pickup map mechanism to Erangel and Myanmar in both ranked and unranked mode. The emergency pickup is an item that helps players escape the blue zone and reach the play zone faster. When players are far enough away from the play zone, they can deploy the emergency pickup in an open area. The emergency pickup will generate a hot air balloon, which will inflate and summon a rescue plane to save the player. When the player taps the plane, it will carry the player to the middle of the play zone. In addition to being used to move to the play zone, the emergency pickup has many other strategic applications. However, even while they are in the air, players will continue to take damage from the blue zone. Royale Arena Assault Sandhawk. In version 1.9, we expanded the map section for Arena mode by adding classic Battle Royale maps to the arena, so that players can get used to the intense close-range firefights in the final play zone in Battle Royale modes. In version 2.0, an arena version of Sandhawk will be added. We'll be adding many arena areas in Sandhawk so that players can get ready for the final battle in different parts of Sandhawk. Other basic control improvements. In addition to adding new map mechanics, we've also made many control-related improvements. Haptic system. We'll launch a haptic feedback feature to give players real-time feedback for various actions, which will give players an even more immersive experience of the game. The haptic feedback will be used with weapons, vehicles, character statuses, sound visualization, and more. When players shoot, the device will trigger haptic feedback to reflect the recoil of the weapon. When players are driving a vehicle, its contact with the ground will be conveyed to players via haptics. When players run, jump, or get hit, haptics will clearly reflect the change in player status. The device will also vibrate when new footsteps, gunshot, or vehicle sound markers appear on the minimap. In addition to providing you more quality and fun content, we also hope to introduce you to a fair, safe, and inclusive gaming environment. Since the launch of
After years and years of waiting, we're finally in the South Asia or SEA Games, the 31st SEA Games with 9 countries participating this time. I'm Chubi, your commentator and your host today. Will be joining me here, Cloud, as always, amazing and charming.
Wow, you mean amazing and beautiful, Choo Choo. And welcome to the show, of course, for everyone as well who's currently watching this at home. And this is the first day of our grand finals. Yesterday, we saw the qualifiers. Unfortunately, Laos still had to bow out early from this event. But now we have the 16 best teams in the Southeast Asia region that will be playing for the podium spots.
And one more thing, this is brought to you by Tencent Games, Public Corporation, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios. And definitely, yes, we've been waiting for this class. And finally, esports, not just esports. We're talking about PUBG Mobile itself becoming one of the first official title in SEA Games. Imagine the Olympics later, you know, maybe that's gonna happen one day.
Well,
what Olympians you are? I'm a PUBG Mobile player, you know, that kind of feeling.
I know, right? Imagine this. So now it's SEA Games, and then, I don't know, Asian Games, Commonwealth, Olympics, or there will be something, right? Yeah, definitely. And PUBG Mobile wasn't in the last SEA Games. Esports as a title, it was, but not PUBG Mobile. So we are very happy to have PUBG Mobile as a category this time. And of course, it's not only the squad category. We had the individual category played earlier this week as well. And that was won by Vietnam. In second place, it was Indonesia. And third place, it was Thailand. But of course, when it comes to squad, it's going to be very different. But let's have a look at how our players are feeling today at the venue.
Oh, there's gonna be the home country team, which is gonna be the Vietnam, and it's actually we are in Vietnam for SEA Games 2021, the 31st SEA Games ever. And also looking at the scene, look at how the stage is so huge.
I know, right? Especially the airdrop in the middle. That's just amazing. A sight to hold. at first when we had this announcement, SEA Games having the stage and all that, I thought it would be like a simple stage. I didn't expect it to be like so decorated.
Simple.
And so yeah, there's so many, like lots of lights all around with the decorations and the runway. This stage is arguably one of the best setups that I've seen.
And so it feels like I want to go for a rave here, looking at the lights, definitely. But there's going to be from Brunei 2 teams. And also, just now, we're looking over Indonesia team. There's so many teams, familiar faces, but this time, they are fighting for their country, Cloud.
Yeah, it's very different than before. Some of them are mixed teams, just like Indonesia one. Mixed teams, a mixture of EVOS, Alter Ego, Gig Fam Indonesia, GDGIDS, and the coaches from Dewa United. So it's very, very diverse. Indonesia is the only country that sends very mixed team for both of their teams. Now, Malaysia also have a little bit of a mix, but not as diverse as them. So far, there's no debate about whether a mixed team or a full team is better. To me, it based on the results that we've seen in the qualifiers, it's kind of 50-50. And introducing Malaysia 1.
Yep, coming out from Taba and C as their main team, but the lineup definitely is already mixed up, like you mentioned, with Frankie, Magic, Flex, Rush, and Jumper. But we're looking over the teams. Now, we mentioned about the teams coming up from this team, from that team. Example, coming from Laos, it's going to be at Friends, Malaysia, this Taba and C. There's also second team of Malaysia as well. But it's all down, whatever team you came in from, it doesn't matter anymore because it's down to you fighting for your country banner. And it's going to be an honor for them, literally lifetime privilege for them to get themselves that name for their countries.
Yeah, and talking about name for the country, Myanmar 1, represented by a full squad, the entire squad of Margin Esports, basically. So we have One Sack, Sando, Romeo, Mernet, as well as Loki, who will be representing Myanmar 1. And yesterday, they played fairly well as well. Even in the squad, we did see Myanmar 1 having their highlight moments as well. So this is a team that is going to challenge other teams in the squad mode.
Yeah, now speaking of Laos, the only team that they only have since the see-ins out of the play-ins to qualify yesterday, they lost one of their teams. There's a remaining with one coming up from Mad Friends. We have Noir, Star-Lord, Backham, Honda, and Jesus as well. So they are really happy. They are friendly as their names are coming up from Mad Friends. Hopefully, they're not that friendly when it comes to the matches.
We've seen them in the CEC as hosted by yours truly, VNG, as well as Verissa previously. And Ed Friend has been one of those teams that definitely challenge other teams as well. So do look out for them. But look out for this team as well. This is a pro team here, represented by Keisha Esports. This Philippine Ones, of course, representing Philippine Ones will be Demigod, Monboy, H2R, Rankit, as well as Damaso. Now, yesterday's performance wasn't too hard, but nevertheless, the objective of coming to the grand finals, staying in the top 16, has been achieved, whatever it is. This is the time where we will expect to see the best out of Philippines 1 and also Philippines 2.
Yep, the Philippines, they are not new, but yet they are quite fresh when it comes to the team. But they definitely have learned themselves quite a number of plays. But when it comes to the ties, now these were the Titans, the fearsome, coming up from whole team of FaZe Clan, that is, we have Taurus, MR5, Bear, Straps, and also Ice. And this is one of the team that should be looked out for. We do know Ties has been one of the most competent, not just in C, but also when it comes to the world stage as well.
Oh, totally agree. I mean, Thailand, you can put anyone in there and they're scary just by themselves, right? You have Beer 11, Vintores, MR5, Shreps, Ice representing Thailand 1. And moving over to Vietnam 1, this is a team that is full of a championship winning. It is a championship winning team as well. This is basically the Xavier, represented by Rabis, Lamborghini, Frankie, Tiduk, as well as V Choi. V Choi was the champion in the solo category. Even in their own pro league as well, they were champions. So this is the home team that is the team to beat, basically.
Yep, they do have the home country advantage as well, since they're very comfortable. So many fans rooting over them. That definitely will boost up when it comes to morale. But back to us, Brunei. This is one of the country that I'm looking forward over. Coming up from Brunei one team, we have Baruan, Global, Fafu, Senko, and Colt. And we do know Brunei have so much potential, but we rarely get to see them that much.
I know, right? It's just because they don't have a pro league of their own, so we don't get to see much of a Brunei one. But that potential we have seen in even earlier this year, even in CEC as well. Even after that, there was another Southeast Asia level tournament. They performed very well. In fact, they were just below Indonesia and Thailand. They were number 3 in that tournament. So that's the team to definitely watch out for. And Cambodia, the sole representative of Cambodia, we have Stalker, Astro X, 01, DZOP as well as Jisoo. Of course, they are from the same team, APG Esports. They have experience playing in the Southeast Asia level of Pro League. So the best team to represent the Cambodia, no doubt, is this team.
Yeah, especially Stalker, he got so much. He's a veteran, but that's going to be Cambodia. One more coming up from the Indonesian team. We have Indonesia 2 coming from the line of Garuda. I'm loving the name. It's just so representing them. We do have Ryzen, the legendary Jaden, Vafel, Janfos, and also Luxy. We're not looking for another twin here, which is going to be Zuxi will be missed, but we won't miss him that much as Luxy face and his face is pretty much the same anyways.
I know, right? For all you know, Zaxi is the one sitting there. Nobody will notice the difference. I was like, oh, Zaxi, you tired? Okay, we just swap Zaxi in. It's the same guy. It doesn't matter. And we have Malaysia too. This is, this is technically Gig Fam plus Yuhai. And they're doing what do you call this? The snake wave?
Is it even a wave? I call it a snake shake, if you ask me honestly. And coming up from the Malaysians, they are definitely really pumped up right now, looking happy for now. But we do know they won't be as cheerful, as jolly as they are before when he's actually in the game. We're looking at UI, one of the golden boy, but now switching over to a Malaysia team. How can they work all well together? Jumping over to another team here, Cloud. We have Myanmar too.
Yes, we have Myanmar too, represented by the boys from MFG Esports. We have Finn, Ozone, King, Monkey, as well as Active, who will be representing Myanmar. So this will be the second Myanmar team. I like what he's wearing on his forehead. What was it again? Was it a teddy bear on his forehead or something?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's sort of a teddy bandana. Is that a thing now? But usually people wear that to bed. So I'm not sure if he wants to go for a sleep right now. But another Philippines team coming from Zap Battleground. We have Shazam. That's a different Shazam in PUBG Mobile, okay? But I do love Shazam in a different title. But this Shazam will promise us there will be a lot of plays with Opti, Newbie, Raimon, One, and also Range coming up. The Infinity Thailand. Sorry, that was Philippines, and now we're hopping to Thais, I guess.
Yeah, it was a Gotuni, Newsy, Near Stone, as well as Flukiv. This team, they broke the record yesterday. They had 21 eliminations in a single chicken dinner. They obviously, the Infinity, what else is there to talk about them, right? They just, they are the Infinity. But Philippines too, represented by Opti, Range, Raimon, Newbie, as well as Shazam. And this is the PUBG Mobile version of Shazam, as Chuchu mentioned, by Zap Esports.
Don't let me down. That's it. I hope so. But speaking of the Thai, you mentioned about Infinity breaking up another record and whatsoever. The Thais always breaks everything. They just don't know how to stop. And nothing can stop them. I'm looking forward for their performance when it comes to SEA Games, the 31st official title. When it comes to this, very, how do I say, I can't even word it out, the fact that this is a very big tournament. It's not like the official, we talked about PMP and whatsoever. This is another statue, another level that they have everything. They can even flex it out. If you're in college, they definitely will allow you to represent your country.
Yeah, definitely. There's no doubt about this. And I do agree with the size of this tournament. Like, if you talk about pro leagues, right? They happen every year, maybe twice a year even. But this is once every 2 years. And it is not guaranteed to have the same game in the next SEA Games. I mean, we don't know yet, right? But we can tell the difference from the SEA Games in Philippines and SEA Games in Vietnam now. There's a difference in game titles. So this is probably their only opportunity to get a medal at this level. But ladies and gentlemen, let's check out what's in store for us today.
And in this prestige tournament, definitely we're down to Thursday. Never mind. It's going to be Friday for our final stage. We're starting off since Monday and the 16th, which is going to be the solo or the individual stage. We do know Vietnam won the gold medal for that one. And our Malaysian fellow got themselves 6th place. But hey, speaking of the final stage, it's down to the team game here, Cloud.
Oh, yeah. 3 days of grueling matches. But what has not changed is the point system format. Of course, winner chicken dinner will receive 15 points. Second place will receive 12 points. Third place will receive 10 points. Fourth place 8 points. Fifth place 6 points. Sixth place 4 points. Seventh place 2 points. 8 to 12 1 point. 13 to 16 unfortunately will not receive anything. And as usual, one elimination equals to 1 point. Standard tournament format point system. Nothing has changed ever since the season 2 of the Pro League. So yep, I'm sure everyone's got used to this by now.
I mean, unless you're living in a cave like I do. But I do know the format as well, so there's no excuse, guys. But speaking of which, some teams or some players already warmed up when he talked about the individual stage before then. So hopefully that can sort of lead the rest of the team to know what to do based on that solo player. We mentioned about the Vietnam team and also the Malaysian team. So many players already played as a solo. But here's going to be the tournament format for the team. We have 2 for Vietnam, Vietnam 1 and Vietnam 2. Brunei, we have 1 and 2. Cambodian only have 1 team here, the solo representative for Cambodia. We have 2 coming up from Indonesian 1 and Indonesian 2, while for Malaysia we have 2 as well, Cloud.
Yes, followed by 2 from Myanmar, 1 from Laos, the sole representative at this moment because Laos 2 was eliminated yesterday, 2 from Philippines, as well as 2 from Thailand. Now, this is super interesting because we're looking at it from a country perspective, and there's a lot of variances. You don't see your usual teams. You see mixed teams as well. Occasionally, when the camera goes to the players, you will get to see the coaches there. I saw Sinu was there yesterday as well. Sinu, of course, in his club, he's representing EVOS Reborn, but he's coaching players from NFT Esports, from BTR, from Aura, as well as from Ion. It's just amazing to see this diversity.
What's more amazing, we do have our schedule for today, so you guys want to hang on and sit tight. Starting with couple of more minutes to go. We're starting with Wrangell, then jumping over to Miramar. Then in Wrangell, that's going to be a bit of a break, maybe in between. Then going to be Sandhawk, and we're back to Miramar. So another 3 maps will be played here today with Seoul, Sandhawk in between for the 4th match. We're not looking any Livix or Vicandis, but I'm looking for one day we have more variety when it comes to the maps, when it comes to any official matches. And also, Cloud, speaking of which, I was hoping, imagine if one country got themselves that first place, right, with a gold medal. And then PUBG Mobile just decide to, hey, we make a cosmetic out of it. Some outfit coming up from all the suit of the country. It was so cool.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you made a good point. You know what? If that actually happens, we need to patent our ideas, you know. You know, we always, when we do our shows, we always put our ideas out there. Hey, it would be cool if that happens. We couldn't do that. And I think, you know, we won't mind a little bit of PUBG Mobile, and just saying recognition.
Just UC, it's fine. Even it's just UC, but
or money.
We're just so demanding, but we're not done yet, since it's the SEA Games, the 31st SEA Games that we'll be waiting so far. There are more things to give it up for you guys watching at home, because definitely it's going to be the voice pack that you love so much about with the face of Ryzen and you Hive there. This is going to be exclusive rewards just during this prestige tournament.
Yeah, so you have the voice packs, you even have the border, and the SEA Games 31 border, of course, is super exclusive for the SEA Games only. So log into your game and complete a few missions, and naturally you will get those. So yep, go all the way. I mean, you know what? I hope that one day we'll get our own voice pack in the game. I'm just saying as well.
Keep on dreaming, sir. But we're not done yet. We're gonna go into our match one. Finally, it's official. And 30 more plus seconds to go. We're gonna look at who's gonna set the tone for the game. Who seems like having a very good momentum to get themselves that gold medal starting now.
Oof, I'm feeling the jiggles now. Can't wait. This is going to be a wrangle, the first of 15 matches that will be played, and we will determine at the end of Sunday who will get the podium spot, and most importantly, whose national anthem will be played at the arena. My goodness.
That's the best moment. That's the most touching moment. Usually when we watch back then, like in the Olympics, even in the SEA Games back when was the last SEA Games? I can't even remember. It's just so long. And also, the moment that you heard your own national anthem being singing over on that podium, it feels so proud. But let's not waste any more time into Erangel, and the flight path happened to be on the northern side as well.
Erangel, here we go. All right, so now that we have the player graphics on screen, I just want to share some team news as well. So for Malaysia too, for the entire day, QB will not be playing. He will be replaced by Sonics because QB is reported to be not well today. Hope for speedy recovery for QB. Hopefully he'll be able to make his grand finals debut tomorrow. But for today, Sonics will be standing in.
There's a lot of Terminators coming out from the side of any lineup we're looking over, especially teams from the countries that mixed up, including even Malaysia, even though they have one jumper. That one of the best IGL in Malaysia and one of the best Terminator. But so far, is there any sharing of compound for any teams? We are not sure until we actually see where they landed and finish off at the flight path and waiting for the first circle to pop.
Yeah, because it's the first game, right? Like anyone could do anything for the first game. So far, so good on the right side. Okay, circle. This circle, it's not fun. It could still go down military base, and if it does, Thailand 2 is the only team that has booked their spot in military base, and they will be almost unchallenged, at least for a start, if the circle goes down there. So I'm sure other teams will be like praying, like, oh, please not let it be a military base circle, because going up against Thailand 2 is always very scary.
We always know there's a bit of luck when it comes to PUBG Mobile, but definitely it's going to be one of the hardest circles to predict. As you mentioned, so Nuskar military base comprises quite a lot of it, and we do know if it actually is centralizing in the middle for the circle to shrink and constriction later on, it's going to be tough still because there's a bridge in between those two. And we do know, yes, from the last patch, the bridge platform has been added and been revised over, and it's going to be really hard to actually notice if there's somebody at the side platform. But the thing is, they have to decide now for the IGL. Do they go for the southern side or do they stay in the mainland?
Yeah, and that is like a roll of a dice, right? Like, do you want to stay up or do you want to go down? So it's going to be really, really tough. But I think for now, because it's the first circle, it's still like 50-50, we may see the team still like, okay, if you're near to the military base island, you would just stay there. If you're on the main peninsula, you would just stay on the main peninsula. I don't expect to see teams like overly commit to go down south as a start.
Are you sure about that? When you mentioned that sometimes the circle just get wonky. It happens to be on the southern side. But on the side of Philippines, number 2 team, we do have that trying to be as proactive as possible. And the Bruneians coming out from team 2, Brunei, they're taking over the Motown and just trying to camp their way here for a bit, making sure they got themselves, as usual, PUBG Mobile, you drop, you loot, you happen to camp for a bit, and then you go for survival. It's always the same routine, but the thing is, it's always the circle make it so hard for them.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, if the circle doesn't favor, it's always very, very tough to any team. But except for this team, I think this team is like, you can give them any form of challenge, they'll always be able to overcome it. Just looking at the name is reminds me of like a one-man army. Like you talk about Newsy, for example. He in the Southeast Asia level pro league, he was one of the top eliminators as well as the full MVP for the tournament. So as an individual, this guy is just super, super scary. Combined, of course, with some of the best from Thailand as well, with Flukev and Stone as well as Gotuni. They are the team to beat.
Might as well say the whole Thai team is quite scary. That's just...
Yeah.
I mean, like back then,
right?
when it comes to the birth of PUBG Mobile, when it comes to official tournaments, we had back then RQ Athena, but right now, it's swap with a powered up team. Literally way better than RRQ back then. It just never stops for the side of Thailand. I don't know how the players are just so full of potential come from that region and that country only. Maybe for us, Cloud, that we need to move there to make sure that we are one of the best players out there, so just in case.
Yeah. I think it's a Thailand buff thing, I think the moment you stay in Thailand, you immediately get like a plus 50 damage on your weapons or something like that. It's like this extra buff. But for Cambodia, every time this scene goes to Cambodia and there's Zero in there, you know what it reminds me? It reminds me of Sis Jenny's interview with Zero. The one that makes Zero roll eyes. Yeah.
The one that I make a meme out of it? Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Oh no. I'm sorry.
Now everyone's going to find that clip.
Yep, you guys can find it on my profile on my Instagram. Still there. I'm not gonna remove it anytime soon. But look at how serious the players are. Definitely very quiet. I feel like it's that quiet in the studio or in the live arena right now, as all the players are very focused on getting their loot up and where to go next. We mentioned about the circle has been really tough to make a call for each respective team IGL, but the thing is, do they make the right call? We haven't seen the circle pop for the second one just yet, but for Malaysian one team. Now, this coming up from Taba MC with additional to Jumper, and Jumper definitely one of the best IGL in Malaysia. I have to say, even in South Asia region, he's very acknowledged from the other teams as well. But the thing is, can he work well with this team right now?
Yeah, the chemistry would definitely be a question, right? So for Malaysia 1 as compared to Malaysia 2, not only in player diversity, they have player diversity, but in coaching diversity as well. Now Aduka is still the main coach, but Pasha is there as an analyst. So he came in during the qualifiers yesterday. We saw him on screen. He's currently there. So you can see that they have involvement with teams. Basically, Taba NC is the main one, and then Jumper is from Axis Red One, and then you have Pasha from Utilize for Rivals. So as compared to the both Malaysian teams, they're kind of stacked up as you can see. However, I do agree with you. The question is that can they gel in time for this? Because their training period between the Pro League ends and they finish up whatever holiday period during the Raya and whatever, it's only about 1 week.
They are the pros. Definitely they can adapt so well, because based on what I'm looking at right now, they are moving in sync and in unison as well. And it's not a question anymore, but I'm loving the fact that the coach is like one of the best known. I have to say, Pasha is one of the most expensive coach when it comes to building up the adaptability between the players and knowing the players' chemistry. He just knows how to build the bridge so well between the players. And he's a very strict but yet very empathic coach as well. So that's rare to find these days. And the fact that they having both coaches work alongside by side, it gives so much room for the players to brainstorm about how they want to work things around. But the one that we talked about previously was the Thais. Like, they are undefeatable. They are just really scary. This is one more team that all the C players or even the C region have to watch out for. Vietnam, either it's going to be from V Gaming or D Xavier's Team 1 or Team 2. They are really insane when it comes to firepower.
Oh yeah, I mean, Vietnam individually they already won this tournament, right? So that's one thing. In their own pro league as well, they were champions. I would say that in terms of merit, Vietnam they are as merit as Thailand if you want to talk about their achievements. But hey, check out the circle, Choo Choo. Looks like it's going to be 70% on the northern side.
The mainland it is, but we'll never know what the circle, if it can actually think, nobody can actually get into its head, because we have no clue if it's gonna shift over, hard shift to the southern side, but definitely a high chance it's gonna be on the mainland, on the main peninsula, and the Thais have to move. Same goes for the Cambodians going over on the right side of the bridge, but on the on the west side of the bridge, it's quite saturated for now. Even though we do have Myanmar team coming up very late, we heard gunfire has been shot, but who's down?
Ooh, okay. Now we are in PvP mode, PIP mode, and we'll get to see it soon. So it's going to be Brunei too. One of them is currently down, out slightly in the open, but I think they still can be picked up. But Myanmar is not going to make it easy for Brunei too.
Galaxy is down. Never mind. The smoke's going to be for himself only. But trying to build the bridge of snow. Seeker going to go in with also a hand grenade on standby. But can he save his mate? He doesn't have any much more gear to work on, except for all level 1's helmet and also the inventory bag and his vest. Now, that's not going to tank way too much, but the Myanmar is pushing in. They are forcing to challenge on Brunei's second team.
Yeah, they know that they have the advantage now. Now that Brunei will be playing without their IGL, their captain Galaxy. So they're forcing the fight against Brunei too, hoping to secure those elimination points. Nade after nade being tossed out into the house on the right side, but it does not connect. One side will be firing against this. Another team here, that's Malaysia 1 fighting against Myanmar 1.
Oh, Jumper taking it down on 1 second. Really 1 second too late. Here comes boy Romeo from Myanmar trying to take over Jumper. But Jumper, can he recuperate himself? He got so little window of time here. But Romeo just cancelled it out. Just going to go for the save maybe. But it's a bit too late. The rest of the Malaysian teams came in to conquer. Romeo got stuck with only 1 tree in between.
Oh yeah, they do have the high ground advantage. And now Romeo is forced to move because of the fire, because of the Molotov, and the nade from Jumper will finish off 1 sack and knock down Romeo. That will be a double nade there by Jumper.
Romeo must die today, sadly to say so, coming up from Myanmar, heavy casualty for them. But look at the rest of Malaysian 1 team giving off the pressure on the side of Myanmar. I'm not sure how they got segregated. For the rest of the roster coming up from Myanmar, the rest of them, the 2 players are not there to help them. But Jumper is so alert, he's looking over 360 to making sure there's nobody taking up the third party player. Newbie being spotted out. The Philippines will have to go out here, but he will deny the mobility as he will actually explode that vehicle.
Oh, Jumper, the Philippine Slayer, sometimes we call it, because in the individual category, 2 times Philippines were on 2nd place because Jumper got the chicken dinner. So he's definitely their kryptonite in some way. But now let's look at the circle. It will most likely go up to the main peninsula. And will it? Yes, it will go up to Pachinki, the high ground, and Vietnam is there.
And not just that, this is a very classic circle. We might end up in an open field of Cup. Whoever gets Pachinki Hills is going to be huge for them. What a vintage prime spot that is. Like you mentioned, Vietnam, both teams are going up, but the one coming down is going to be the Bruneians being cornered from Malaysian teams coming from the northern side, slowly closing in while fighting against the Philippines as well. Indonesia come up from the schools are joining in the party too.
Oh, just look at the number of teams on the southern side there, Choo. I think we're going to see a big warfare going to happen anytime soon. Now, Brunei 1 is on the outskirts of farm, shooting on the Philippine ones from afar. It's going to be Baruang, the captain, the IGL for Brunei 1. They need to decide where they're going to move, because in 5 more seconds, the zone will start to close in.
Up now, Frankie tried to tap it out, spotted out one of the Cambodians teams. And they're quite scattered for now. For the Vietnams, they're everywhere. They're making sure they can corner the Cambodian, making sure they have no room to exit out, and Zero trying to find a leeway, but it's just almost impossible. They got themselves the high spot in Pachinki for the Vietnam, and it seems like it's paying off quite a great deal. Philippines taking on against Indonesian when they were fighting against the Malaysian just now, but V Choi still have his eyes right on lock. The target coming up from communities now. Ramon going for the tap on Luxy, but the third help arrive. But I'm not sure how they're going to save him from this far.
It's probably going to be tough for him to be saved. Raimon wants to secure that elimination point, and they're going to let Luxy go. Unfortunately, Indonesia too will lose one member to Philippines too. So decent start here for Philippines too so far. Yesterday was not their day. Can you imagine, Chuchu? Yesterday, Philippines too did not get a single point for 2 rounds. They were number 17 for 3 rounds, but somehow they managed to escape the drop.
Oh, it's not enough just by escaping in the very last minute. Now, what the Philippines really need to do is just giving them the support in the comment section so it can boost a lot of morale for the players. But back to Myanmar, they are running with tails between their legs. They are trying to think about how to do and what to do next. For the Thais, we'll have to fight against them. They're taking up a challenge, and Stone is there, just waiting for the victim to
Oh, here we go.
A bit too reckless, but Flukev taking the advantage to work things around, but Newsy still never tried to pick him up. Their teammates are falling around them, but Flukev still trying to finish off the Myanmar players. But Stone taking on Monkey, but Myanmar retaliating at the same time.
Wow, Myanmar is not going to go out without a fight. And look at this. As much as we hype up Thailand too, the team that broke the record for 21 eliminations in a single chicken dinner yesterday, they're the first team to go out.
Who would have thought Myanmar have so much fire within them? I have to say that was such a nice team play come out from Myanmar too. But we're not done yet, as the circle hot shift towards the right side. It's right on top of Pachinki, and we do know who got himself that hills. Those hills really gonna be a graveyard for the teams that are actually coming in very late into the party.
Oh, absolutely agree. Just look at that. That hill is basically prime position. You can get information, you can shoot moving vehicles, you can overlook like Cambodia just right below them. That is, if the circle ends up there, that is basically a game-winning location.
It's not just that, it's so hard to reach for them as well. They're firing upon the enemies from the furthest range possible. Now the Vietnam 2 team Mott tried to take down the Brunei. He got one right badly on his knees. How can they approach for the rest of the teammates, as he's quite open for right bandly? Ferrari making sure he can just toss a couple of nades from Mott as well. There's no way to save right bandit. They have to sacrifice him no matter what.
Yeah, he was held ransom there by Vietnam too, and there's no way that he can be saved. But at least they're still in this with 2 team members left. They can still hold on for positioning points. But for other teams, looks like we see the elimination team moving somewhere else. And it's going to be Noah against Brunei 1 coming in from the other side. It's going to be Laos 1, but the third party from Indonesia on the hill.
Oh, here comes Noah. Honda just gonna start the car and just gonna go around, but he exposed himself a bit too much. Black Hill is there, trying to take down Indonesia, but 189 flags, but it's not enough. The shots coming up from Potato from afar. What an explosion! What was happening? What just happened?
What just happened? It was Lamborghini actually eliminated Laos. And that is it. Laos for this round, eliminated at 15th place. Vietnam just had to butt in.
Malaysia take it on Shazam. Myanmar taking himself 1 compound, but it's a very small one. The moment they walked out, it's going to be in an open field. It exposed himself to too many eyes, but they are at the rim of the circle. We have Indonesian team Force trying to force himself into the circle, find himself a way to go, but there's no way at all.
Oh, and guess what? It came from Ventores from Thailand 1, eliminated Indonesia 2. So that's another team eliminated. Teams are just dropping hard and fast right now as Malaysia 2 needs to find a way to stop Thailand 1 from being a nuisance at the high ground towards them.
Now transferring to the circle, we have Malaysian 2 teams. UI going in first and advance forward as the entry fragger. Try to scout out for any information as well. And maybe try to toss a couple of hand grenades. He heard movement just now against Taiwan teams, which are going to be side of ice, if I'm not mistaken, and Shrap's more than happy to give extra hand here to make sure they block the entry towards the Malaysians. While we have Myanmar on the other side, they are being forced to move forward, like it or not, as the circle shift right into the urban area, and the Vietnamese ringing inside of Pachinki right now.
Oh yeah, you had Vietnam 1 on the high grounds. Now they need to move down, but Vietnam 2, they are right smack in the middle of Pachinki. They have an advantage as this is somewhat of their home ground, but we do see that Thailand 1 is starting to move into Pachinki as well. Everyone's just grabbing their vehicles and making that quick rotation into the middle.
Now those coming in late, there's going to be a trouble for them. Vietnam team 1 is going to be a bit of a hustle to go in. We'll have Vietnam team 2, Porsche, trying to fight head on against the Thais here. It's going to be Taiwan team as well, as Vintori's on the lower ground, the rest of them on the second and third floor. Well, they're going with the gyroscope, but Porsche is still giving off the pressure while Indonesia start to coming in as well. All eyes on the Vietnam 1 team on the outskirts, but the one actually in the center. Vietnam 2, can they hold on the ground?
Oh yeah, they need to as well. Thailand as well, they need to hold on to this house. This is their only house of the day. Came in from Porsche. Where did it come from? But look at this, Choo-Choo. Vietnam 2 is starting to move in.
They're going to go for the rush. They're going to go for the rush, but it's not enough. The trenches can give them a really, really short time amount of just covers. But will it be enough as Ventura is still kneeling down in the trenches, giving away the position of the Vietnam 2 team. Ferrari is still there. But the information coming out from Ventura will be the death of also Ferrari. Has nowhere to go. While the rest of Indonesia start to close in, we're looking over Ferrari will not be saved by McLaren. We're actually giving so much smokes in the trench, but Ferrari will be left to death there, while Ventura's will be revived but with ice, trying to count the time they have while waiting for the rest of the team trying to get into the circle. We're looking at Mart trying to make sure they cannot leave the trench ever for the Thais.
Yeah, McLaren's going to be on the left while Mart is going to be on the right. They're going to make sure that Thailand's not going to get out of this. But now we move forward to Philippines 1. They need to find a way to get to the circle, but it's going to go up against Malaysia 1. This is basically the rivalry between Demigod as well as Jumper. Let's go!
Has been forever. Their nemesis have been faced, but Damaso knocked down first. Rankit tried to zigzag away, tried to find for Frankie, but I couldn't find one. There's one structure, but still, the blue is hurting and burning them. It's down to 1-to-1 magics. Rankit tried to find another way out. Momboy on the other end tried to jump down and just give enough time for the team to buy themselves to recuperate and just regen again. Your third is wise. Everybody's down. Malaysia 2 is now fighting against Cambodia. And only 2 of them left. Cambodians, how to get out from here as Malaysians are also being squeezed by the blue zone, for their health is no longer an option.
Snipes now super low, 10% health. Now he doesn't have a first aid. He needs to win this fight with only 10% health. But no, he cannot. Going up against 2 from Cambodia. Unfortunately, Malaysia 2 will be eliminated at 10th place. Now we're down to the top 9 teams, 22 players left.
9 more to go, with some teams only have a couple of members, even 1. For Vietnam 2, they have to survive for just the placement for now. Back towards the center of the circle. It's really right on top of Pachinki. And the teams actually the furthest away. It's going to be the Cambodians. And also come up from Malaysians as well. The last who's still fighting. But the one team that just tapped into the circle being obliterated just now. Vietnam 2. Which can have to be done for. While we have Myanmar still surviving in the center of the circle alongside with the Taiwan team.
Oh, Indonesia won as well. They are right smack in the middle of the circle, and now they have one of the highest elimination points at the same time. Zico will be gunned down by Ice, and Zico will be finished off And there you have it. Brunei 2, unfortunately, will be out at 8th place. But we are now down to the top 7 teams. Thailand 1, we have Beer Ryan playing by the edge of the circle, trying to keep Cambodia out with 0, the last man standing.
Not just that, this is crucial that the Thai is actually taking one of the most strongest compound in the center of the circle as well. Whoever's trying to squeeze in, it's going to be a really hard war challenge for them. And Magic make his way in. The rest of Malaysia, I don't know how they managed to squeeze in the last minute here. It's not even spotted out by the rest of the team that's surrounding so many of them. Very saturated for now in the center of the circle with remaining 18 players. But look at how Philippines and also Malaysian players are just tail to tail when it comes to chasing each other out.
I know, right? It's like the rivalry just magnetized them together. They're just right next to each other. But we have Loki at the small shack right in the middle. He's not going to move a muscle as he represents Myanmar 1, the last man standing. But Philippines, they're starting to move into Myanmar 2's compound.
And the Thais come out of first team of Thai still holding ground, waiting for the circle to shrink, but the Myanmar being cornered. Philippines ranking, and one boy definitely sees what they can actually see on top of their crosshair, because it's really clear line of sight what they can look over for, and that's going to be worth it for Indonesian. Alan taking on down one more. 9 elimination points by the side of Indonesian, but Malaysia start to move against Baby Loki as well from Myanmar, and that's going to be a whole team out.
Yeah, there's going to be another team out, while Indonesia, they seem to have the circle somewhat on the other side. They have representatives. They just need to move into the circle. 20 more seconds on the clock. Potato is finding the right angle to get information for his teams to move in. Now, playing inside Pachiki is always very, very tough because it's hard for you to get information. You don't have clear vision of where your enemies are at. Now, this is the decision that Philippines 1 will need to make. When are they supposed to move towards the side of Myanmar 2, or should they move to somewhere else?
A couple of blind shots. That's true. There's so many angles that actually can be picked or being actually hiding spot for some of these guys. But the rooftop is always one of the best options there. And Alan knows this plus so well. Come up from Indonesia, just pop a couple of smoke. He does have way too much utilities, and we saw him been tossing out so many things just now. Momboy's right on top of, below him. But Alan definitely being spotted out by the side of the Philippines. They're hopping like a ninja from rooftop to another rooftop. Now, there's no more buildings for you, Alan. You have to actually be on foot for the next few phases.
Yeah, I think he could be in the circle. Not too sure. It's really, really small, but he knows that 2 players from Philippines are behind. He just wants to keep them out, and so that they won't backstab, or if he can secure those elimination points, that would be a big, big bonus. But Potato is there to back him up as well. Potato is on the other side. Thailand will need to move into Indonesia 1. They seem to have this place strong as their stronghold with their 4-man squad.
Rat face hit the gunshots just right across him. Want to take the opportunity to be the third party. They are splitting into two formation from the nations. But Myanmar taken down by Malaysia, but not really. Myanmar still fighting against Malaysia. They might just gonna win this one because Myanmar really going out strong, all out. Gone blazing as Monkey tried to save his mate, but it's a bit too late. The blue gonna hurt them so much. Monkey saved the day as Malaysian plays themselves at 5th. That's going to be a Myanmar's game for sure. But Indonesians, they're not done. They want to take the time down.
Oh, both mixed teams from Indonesia as well as Thailand going up against each other as Red Face goes down. Potato now preparing the nail on the other side, but Kaito will be gunned down as well. Looks like Thailand, they have this turnaround now. Thailand has the advantage within the circle.
Still Alan being the most genius players out there, taking a rooftop, but I'm not sure how much longer he can actually stand, or being the ninja up there. Back to his Myanmar, he really have himself a corner. He doesn't have any way out at all. The moment he jumped himself into the window, he got himself a couple of smokes. That might work for a bit, but I'm not sure for how long. It's Taiwan to rush in. Indonesians, we do have Brad Phase actually falling out, but nobody's going to revive him just yet. Finn, try to find just an option where to go, where to exit, as the Thai start to take a sense of a circle. Myanmar being cornered in one single apartment here. There's really no way out except for the wall.
King! Ooh, King gets one while Philippines tries to cross the road. And now King is starting to move as well. They need to find a way into the circle. But Thailand, they have the high ground advantage with this compound. Vin Torres will be at the ground floor, trying to stop Myanmar from coming in. Myanmar will be eliminated. And somehow Philippines, somehow Philippines managed to climb up onto a second place.
It's going to be a rejoice for the side of Philippines. They might take this chicken in if they can outwit on the side of the Thais. Now, Ice, Torres, and also Bear trying to find just how to actually corner them. But at the same time, the Blues is not helping them as well. They can't actually get around the corner as the Blues is just going to stop them there. But the Nate just going to knock down on Torres for now. Just going to be the precise projectile coming out from 1 point now. He's going to toss another one. Ranked, try to keep an eye out, making sure he will actually fish them out from one boy. And Ranked going to shoot them down. What a nice angle. Perfect, Kobe.
Whoa. Oh, Laka Matatak, let's go! This could be Philippines' moment to secure that chicken dinner! To secure that elimination first. Monboy gets near. Ranked will be cut down. It's gonna be Monboy. Monboy, can he do it? And it's Philippines 2v3, and they managed to beat the odds against Thailand. Philippines is back in the house.
Lakat matata, they say, and that was a big finish as well for the DBS in the end. There was the best ending we've seen with 8 eliminations. Damage done almost 2,000. The Philippines is stomping, setting the tone for our 31st SEA Games. Very strong start.
Oh, this is insane. Yesterday they were struggling, but today the Philippines, they are showing it. They are showing it in game number 1. And I can see in the comment section, you guys out there who have been supporting Philippines from the start of this campaign, you guys are insane in the comment section. The fans of Philippines are going wild.
Oh man, that was a really good clutch. I have to say, it's a clutch. It was 3v2, Cloud, and they were being cornered. You don't have the advantage, and the ones that are actually having the most view, most room to actually go against is just the Thai teams. But the thing is, they were too hesitant, and the Philippines, they know what they're doing. They exactly know where the position of each player is coming from the Thais just now. They just don't hesitate. There's no doubt on them. I have to say, Monboy and Ranked, the moment Monboy just landed that hand grenade, it was the biggest moment. Equal up the fight into 2v2, but the DBS! What the heck was that? Straight in your face!
I know, right? It's like the grenade was the rice and the DBS is the topping of the rice. It's like it's a complete meal at the end of the day that gave them that lovely chicken dinner. It's the cherry on top. Yeah. My goodness, this is insane, Chuchu. I mean, if anyone were to predict based on what we've seen yesterday, nobody would say Philippines would get the first chicken dinner at least. They have beaten the odds today to get that first chicken dinner. This is crazy for Philippines.
They have been grinding, I have to say, so Cloud. The fact that they have been from the bottom, nobody actually look over them, and they prove themselves. They're worth to be watching for. They're under the spotlight when it comes to SEA Games, when it comes to their Pinoy pride all the way. This is where they perform best. They know what to do, and they're just so clear. We saw how they were only duo when it was the mid phase till the late, and they survived and they won.
Exactly. You made a good point. They came in from the northern side. They had to fight with Malaysia 1. It was the rivalry between Demigod as well as Jumper. They fought that, and they went on to Myanmar 1, and then they had to cross the road. We remember there was Indonesia 1, Alan on top of the house looking onto them. They somehow found a way to cross the road, and as a duo going up against 3 from Thailand. Are you kidding me? Nobody would have thought they would survive that.
I have to agree. I'm loving how witty Ellen was. I'm just gonna ninja all the way on top of a rooftop. Who cares? Nobody actually tried to just look up for a bit, and nobody else were actually on top of a rooftop except for Ellen. But the thing is, he was not right in the center of the circle, and we do have to say that it's kind of hard for him to climb down. The moment he hops down, he's gonna be in the middle of the war zone between the side of Philippines and also the Thais. But the thing is, I have to say, that was a real clutch. A big win, big fat win coming out from the Philippines. It just set the team so well. But here comes our MVP, Ratface. Even though he got knocked down nearby, but he still deals a heck of a lot of damage with 928 by himself.
You know what? I would still, the MVP in my heart is still the duo from Philippines. They beaten the odds like nobody's business. Racket Momboy, yeah, it's theirs. Yeah. That is my MVP in my heart. But 3 eliminations for Red Face, 928 damage, 126 longest eliminated distance, and a 2703 survival time. But you know what, Choo Choo? Despite them getting the chicken dinner, Thailand, they had a lot of elimination. I think it was 14 or 15, something like that. I think they would be able to match up or even more than them in terms of points.
True, same goes for Indonesian team, if I'm not mistaken. Last I saw them, they got themselves 9 eliminations. So I'm not sure when it comes to eliminations right now, even though they got chicken for the Philippines. But the Thai still want to get number 1 with Thai first team. 14 eliminations. And also look at the numbers of eliminations coming up from these guys. There's also from Indonesia, they got themselves a double digits as well. But the ones that are winning over the Indonesians is because of the positions. They got themselves second place for the Philippines. But the Thais, they don't care about positions. They want elimination points. And they're aiming for that as well.
Yeah, they're just here to run everyone down, and that is their objective. It's like, if we get chicken, if we get placement, that's a bonus. We just want every round to get 14, 15 eliminations, and we will just beat everyone's placement points through that. This has always been the Thai way of playing, right? They always tend to get a lot of elimination points, and that's why they're really, really scary. But other than that as well, we have Indonesia 1 with 18 points, and then followed by Myanmar, we have 14 points, and Malaysia 14 points as well. But what's going to be interesting also is to see our hit-to-hit in our first match today. We have to compare Momboy and the legendary Beer 11.
Hey, come on, you're gonna to have that portrait out, right? We saw him in the camp just now. He looks really good, but yeah, they're not gonna show him because I'm casting. But definitely Momboy. Look at this bad boy. We're looking over when it comes to elimination and damage output wise, it's almost the same, but when it comes to eliminations of the distance, it's definitely longest for the Bear side. Damage received, definitely Bear tanking a lot when it comes to maybe the tank of the blue and also the bullets coming out for the teams. But that was a heck of a last minute. I have to say Philippines really earned it, really deserved that chicken dinner. But the Thais, I think, are just really spicy for kills because, all that food that's spicy. Maybe that's the secret recipe for the Thai players. They really eat spicy food. So,
yeah, you would know. You have a stretch of Thai food near your place. But for Mom, the interesting story about Momboy is that he actually lost the jumper in the individual match that gave Jumper the winner of the chicken dinner, and now he's showing up here and he says, "Jumper, you know what? This is a squad, so we work better as a team." This is basically the message sent by Momboy.
We don't care about our solos. We do care about teamwork. But hey, maybe it's too early for us to say anything about that regarding their point system and everything. It's just the first match here, Cloud. We do have a stretch of 3 days. There's still more to go. But when it comes to damage output and eliminations, definitely will deserving here. It's going to be Indonesian first team with a lot of eliminations and the most damage output, but it's been stolen by the side of the Thais. That's how they work things out.
I know, right? They're like, okay, a lot of people do like the damage work, and then they just shoot from afar, and then they will just steal it away, and so on and so forth. The Thais definitely they know how to place, but unfortunately, we can't say the same for Thai 2. They were one of the first teams to be eliminated, surprisingly, considering that Thai 2 has most of the Infinity members. But let's check out the outstanding teams here. We have the Philippines, we have Thailand 1, we have Myanmar 2, as well as Indonesia 1. And what we see here consistently between these teams is that they always use their nades.
You mentioned about the Thais. Infinity was a Thai number 2 team, but don't forget it's Face Clan when it comes to Thai number 1 as well. It's not many difference between those two teams. But I'm loving the DBS last clutch moment coming up from the Philippines just now, which was moment where Ranked really caught that chicken in for their side. I'm loving how they're just playing mind games. You saw I toss out the nade just now and making sure just finish off straight head on with the DBS coming up from Ranked. Mumbai is the one fishing them out, but Indonesian teams just now, it was insane as well with the eliminations. And Myanmar, you have to remember, recall yourself how they fought and clutched themselves fighting against the Malaysian teams in the first few phases.
Yeah, they were super confident towards that end. They know that they get one nade, and then they were a bit slow because I think they needed to get information. But the moment they got the second nade, they just rushed in there and played the close quarters combat. Plus, they did have a DBS in hand as well. So the confidence level is definitely there. The communication is definitely there. I think as a team, they really trust each other to get the job done. But that is all for us for round number 1. Let's hear it from the players. Interview, back to you.
Winner Chicken Dinner trong game thi đấu đầu tiên mở màn cho ngày hôm nay. Hãy cùng phỏng vấn Monboy một chút nhé. Xin chào, đầu tiên thì xin được chúc mừng bạn đã có được một chiến thắng vô cùng xuất sắc. Monboy thân mến, bạn cảm thấy như thế nào sau khi mà đã giành được chiến thắng đầu tiên mở màn cho thể thức thi đấu đồng đội này?
Hi Monboy, congratulations on your victory. What is your feeling right now when you and your team get the first win of the finals?
So excited and happy, too much happy. But I don't know, this is my first time on stage and get chicken dinner.
Monboy nói là bạn rất là vui vẻ và cũng rất là hào hứng nữa, tại vì đây là lần đầu tiên mà bạn và team được thi đấu online trên một cái sân khấu lớn như thế này.
Map thi đấu vừa rồi là map thi đấu Erangel, một map thi đấu khá là cân bằng. Vậy thì bạn cảm thấy đối thủ nào là đối thủ đã làm khó bạn nhiều nhất trong việc giành lấy winner chicken dinner?
So the last match was Erangel, a very balanced map. Which team gave you the hardest time to encounter when you play on this map?
Only the Thailand 2 is one of the hardest for me. They are so strong in all of the Asia.
Monboy nói là bạn ấy nghĩ là Thái Lan 2 là cái đội mà đã cho bạn một cái trải nghiệm rất là khó khăn khi mà thi đấu vào ngày hôm nay. Tại vì bạn ấy nghĩ là Thái Lan 2 là cái đội tuyển mạnh nhất tại SEA Games 31 lần này.
Thảo Trang nghĩ là cả hai đội tuyển đều đang rất mạnh và đều là những đối thủ rất là đáng gờm đối với các bạn đấy. Một câu hỏi nữa dành cho Monboy đi. Thảo Trang biết là Monboy có thể nói tiếng Việt đúng không? Bạn có thể nói một vài câu tiếng Việt cùng với Thảo Trang được không?
So Monboy, our MC said that she knew that you can speak some Vietnamese. So do you have anything to say to her?
They are all rất xinh gái. Come on.
Cảm ơn Monboy rất nhiều, rất là dễ thương.
Thank you.
Các bạn thân mến, như vậy là chúng ta đã khép lại game thi đấu đầu tiên. Bây giờ mời mọi người nghỉ giải lao trong ít phút, đừng rời khỏi livestream nhé. Chúng mình sẽ quay trở lại ngay thôi.
So Monboy, our MC said that.
In PUBG Mobile, in order to take on the various battleground environments, it's crucial to have a vehicle capable of traversing any terrain. In the official version of Livik, we've added the brand new utility task vehicle, UTV. So, how does this vehicle perform in the game? Today, let's compare the UTV with Livik's other commonly used all-terrain vehicles, the buggy and monster truck. We're sure to help you decide which vehicle to use. Let's see the overall performance of these vehicles. The buggy is quite small and compact, which gives it exceptional handling. During intense chases, its agility provides a firm sense of security. The monster truck has a tall chassis with massive tires, enabling it to traverse rugged terrain with ease. The UTV has overall great performance and is very practical. Its spacious interior makes it convenient for large teams, whether it be paved roads or the wilderness. The UTV can smoothly carry your team to any desired destination. The all-new UTV has a fairly compact frame, plenty of passenger space, and excels in all terrain. Whether it's rugged mountainous terrain or narrow streets, or in the middle of an intense firefight, it's a reliable means of transportation. It might just be your ticket to the final circle. Dear PUBG Mobile players, hello! There are many changes in store for you in PUBG Mobile 2.0. In this video, we will introduce the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you'll like them. After 2 years of testing and improvements, the official version of Livik is finally ready for launch. We've kept the fast-paced battles of the test version, and we've taken another look at Midstein, Blomster, the Logistics Center, Iceborg, and other areas, substantially improving their look and fully optimizing their layouts. We believe these changes will enrich your battle experience with even more strategic depth. In the official release version of Livik, you'll be able to find a new all-terrain UTV. It's a small 4-seater vehicle that excels in all terrains. No matter how complex the environment is, the UTV will be able to quickly traverse the area. At the same time, XT weapon upgrade packs will be available in supply shops that appear in fixed locations. These packs can be used to upgrade weapons to their XT version, which increases their performance and control. These upgrades will be immensely helpful in battle in the official version of Livik. The official version of Livik has new ways to acquire supplies. When starting a match, an advanced supply zone will spawn randomly on the map. These areas have more supplies and shop tokens than any other place on the map. Naturally, the advanced supply zone will also attract more enemies. If you're confident in your shooting skills, come to the zone and fight for supplies. In the official release version of Livic, we've added random crates, treasure maps, wild berries, soccer challenge, vehicle ramp challenges, zip lines, airdrop markers, and other fun gameplay and mechanics. We hope these new mechanics will give you extra rewards, allow you to have even more fast-paced and exciting battles, and provide you with diverse sources of enjoyment. What's more, Livic's iconic volcano is getting ready to erupt again after many years of dormancy. When the volcano erupts, remember to be careful and take evasive action. The new PUBG Mobile Evangelion-themed mode is coming soon. This mode features a special blue zone mechanic to make battles faster and more exciting. The 6th Angel has invaded Erangel. Witness the might of the Angel up close, watch EVA Unit 01 battle the Angel, and pick up supplies from the defensive fortress. This epic battle is about to take place right before your eyes. Experience this map in ranked mode now. In Erangel and Myanmar, both for ranked and unranked mode, we've added a new item called the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. When deployed, the Emergency Pickup generates a hot air balloon. The balloon rises into the air, signaling a rescue plane to come pick you up. When you tap the plane, it'll pick you up and carry you towards the center of the play zone. You can choose to jump out at any time, if you see a safe area that you prefer to land in. It's also worth noting that when you're in the blue zone, even if you're in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully about using the Emergency Pickup. In the new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've adjusted how the recall feature is displayed to make it easier to read. At the same time, we've added new quick chat messages and defeat markers to facilitate communication between teammates. When a defeated player is recalled, their view from the plane has been improved to make it easier to observe the battlefield. To enrich the gaming experience even more, we've added a haptic feedback system to the new version. When haptic feedback is enabled, you'll feel haptic feedback for various actions taken in the game. Real-time haptic feedback can be enabled for weapons, vehicles, character statuses, sound visualizations, and other triggers, giving you a more immersive experience of the game. Keep in mind that you can adjust the quality of the haptics in settings, and also adjust the strength of the haptics and customize them for different combat scenarios. With this much control, there's no need to worry about strong haptic feedback affecting your performance. In version 2.0, we've implemented a series of improvements to the control experience. The decline feature for follow requests now stays in effect for the whole match, and the collapse feature has been added to the item bar of the backpack. The buttons for graffiti and emotes have been merged in matches, and you can now bring even more emotes into a match. We've also adjusted the transparency of mark messages and the size of the throwable and consumable wheels. The display effects of the elimination messages and tips have also been made more obvious and clear. At the same time, in-match notices now appear when certain actions take place. We hope all of this helps your team perform even better in battle. As for in-match communication, enemies behind obstacles can now be marked with quick voice messages. The chat area has been enlarged, and new marked messages are displayed at the top to make it more convenient to communicate with teammates. In terms of weapon-related improvements, we've increased the hit damage ratio and range damage of the shotgun, slightly increased the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun, and improved the overall balance of weapons. Improvements have also been made to the smoke grenade effects, weapons animations against walls, the marking feature, and sprint controls to give you a smoother gaming experience. The new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers, and no changes have been made for Gold tier and above. At the same time, we've added themed core circle missions, commemorative titles, exclusive rewards that can be unlocked by collecting crates. We've also prepared many great new season rewards. Best wishes for ranking up and winning more rewards in the new season. And don't worry, we haven't forgotten about Cheer Park. In the new version, we've added a mini soccer field and a 4-seat wingman to Cheer Park. Invite your friends to experience it together. If you'd like to know more about PUBG Mobile, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Hope you all have a great time in the new version. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. PUBG Mobile 2.0 Classic Mode Improvements. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.0 is now available. In this video, we'll introduce some updates to Classic Mode. We hope you like them. Emergency Pickup. In both the ranked and unranked mode, Erangel and Myanmar apps, we've added a new mobility item, the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. Deploying the Emergency Pickup takes a little bit of time. Once deployed, a hot air balloon beacon will be launched into the air, as a beacon to guide the aircraft. Once the beacon is launched, you'll need to tap attach before the plane arrives in order to be lifted into the air. It can carry up to 4 players at a time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 31st Southeast Asian Games that's currently being held in Vietnam. And this is the PUBG Mobile for the squad category. Together with myself, Sir Cloud, as well as Choo Choo, we'll be jumping to game number 2 really soon. I guess Choo Choo needs to turn on the voice. And
there you go. Hello.
There you go.
Hello. I'm back. Finally, my voice is here. Just to recap you guys what really happened in the first match just now. Filipinas team got themselves first chicken dinner. And also our idol was actually being interviewed. But this is going to be Live It all day for you. Let's live it, guys.
Let's Live It, because there is a new and updated version of Live It in-game. He has moved away from the beta version, especially the Midstein has some cosmetic changes to it and maybe some tactical changes depending on how you want to play it as well. So do check out Live It in-game as the new version. But let's head over to Vietnam and let's see how our boys feeling there.
They're looking a bit stressful now. Definitely, they did not expect that much of a retaliation coming up from all the team, but the Thai seems really, really chilled out there.
Yeah, they're doing that. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
I saw
was
that.
Like...
It was like, okay, I thought we stopped at there, but okay. Yeah. I mean,
he did not expect
you.
that. Why are you guys doing that? It's like my dad, like a lot of girls want me now. My market is down the drain. But here comes Laos, the sole team representative for Laos. Seems like they are having a bit of a discussion for our Cambodians as well. They're a little bit laid back. We do see Stalker seems a bit tense there, but the rest of the team are more than ready to give it another go when it comes to the second match later.
Yep. Earlier on, they did fairly well. In fact, I think there was like number 5 or number 6, which was kind of okay as a placement. But then again, Choo, it is a marathon. They're going to play 5 games every day for the next 3 games, so it's 14 more games to go. You can get chicken dinner in game 1, but you still need to be consistent throughout the entire match. And I expect that we will be able to see a tough fight until the final game, considering that what they will be aiming for is the top 3 to go off the podium spots.
That's kind of true, and it's the most difficult thing to do. And do you know, usually when it comes to consistency, we do know that Thais, even though they don't have themselves a chicken dinner just yet, we do have only 1 match going on just now. Still have like 14 more to go, just to say. But the thing is, it's all down consistency, like you mentioned, Cloud. Even though they didn't get themselves a chicken dinner, it's all right, because we do know terminations or kills will actually push themselves up in the rankings, and as long as they got themselves in the top 5, they're gonna be all right.
Yeah, if you can be in the top 5, then having a chicken dinner will not be a problem by then. You would very likely to be the podium spot, but can you? This will be the question. Game number 1, no, everyone ruled out Philippines because how they perform in the qualifiers. They got the chicken dinner. Everyone's talking about Thailand too because they broke the record of the most eliminations in a single round with 21. But they were out like what, number 2, the second. They at second last place. So it really is like anyone's game if you look at all these possibilities.
You can say the play-ins or actually the qualifiers sort of the warm-up games for them, so it's not really something that we are, are hoping it will be happening again, sort of that performance when it comes to the qualifiers, but maybe more than that, since this is the official one. This is where they got themselves the titles, the gold medals is actually at stake as well. For you guys watching at home, more for you too, I saw the chat just now, but we cannot wait as we drop into our match 2 into the very dry place of Miramar.
Yeah, I can tell. Sam Clasher, Cyril J, they're loving Choo, and of course you should, just saying. But here we go. So the flight path will begin from the side of Ruins down to Impala. Yesterday's flight path, it's either on the right side of the map or on the lower end of the map, but this time we're going to have a fairly cut across map. So that's going to be quite balanced for them. But that also means that the drop spot may change because of this. We already see Malaysia one changing the drop spot from Velademar to Ruins to suit the flight path.
Yep, new circle being popped out, but this is a very balanced flight path. Everybody can drop wherever they want. It's reachable, except for those that actually drop over Valdemar. It's going to be a very long hike for them if they want to reach there. Plus, if the circle ended up in the center, just like how we saw in the Wrangle, Pachinki. We haven't seen a lot of Pachinki circle ended up there, by the way, Sir Cloud. And we might see unusual circle again, but will it be Los Leones, the biggest town, the biggest village when it comes to this map?
Wow, if it's Los Leones, look at which team has the advantage again. Vietnam. And Vietnam we saw earlier on, it was in Pachinki. It's also the home ground of Vietnam as well, so Vietnam won. So this is insane, right? It's like the circle at least favors, at least for now. I mean, later on it could shift to anywhere else, but at least a good start of a circle for Vietnam. Now, looking around other teams as well, it's quite packed around the area of San Martin and Hacienda. We see Cambodia as well as Indonesia there as well. We have Brunei too, and Philippines on the northern side. So there are a lot of teams on the northern side. The big migration, as Choo Choo likes to call it, might happen from the same direction. That would mean that we can expect that people or these athletes may be gunned down as they make their way into the circle.
Now, I have to say, the Great Migration, as we so-called, usually we called it, usually happens in the fourth phase. But in this case, based on how the players drop themselves, the teams drop themselves the northern side, nobody actually taking on the south side of the map at all. We might looking over a lot of clashes when it comes to the second phase or second circle here, based on how the players just took themselves the spot they want in the first place. So it's not really a good news for most of the teams, as it's overly saturated on the upper side of a map. So they need to figure out, do they really want to take up the challenge quite early? Because if only they rotate, it's okay to rotate outside of a circle for quite a bit, because we do know sometimes the yo-yo strategy, we call it, in and out of the circle, just to be strategic and to be, to able to survive longer, is not really a bad option as well, especially in this kind of a big map.
Yeah, you point out something very interesting, which is the yo-yo strategy. You go into the circle first, and then you, on purpose, you go out again, and then you come back into the circle. We've seen that before, being done by I don't remember which team by now. It was a couple of seasons ago, but that strategy worked at that time. So don't be surprised if we see some of these teams actually applying that. And I think that if that were to be done, it might be done by one of the Indonesian teams. I felt that strategically or rotation-wise, checkpoint-wise, I think that they have one of the best ways of rotating.
Yep, and just now we have a bit of a glimpse when it comes to our Philippines team. Filipinas coming up with the first chicken dinner match, round one just now. And we saw actually Momboy, our Lordi. Do you know what Lordi means?
What does it mean?
My Philippines friend told me if you spell idol, or idol they called it, it becomes Lodi. So it actually means idol as well in their terms. Oh. I mean, it's not really official. It's not really official Philippine, like the Filipino language, but it's actually sort of, the urban sort of slang to say the idol thing. So you can say Lordi if you want.
Oh, okay. So it's like this ghetto thing, right? Like I can imagine like Cyril J saying that, oh, Choo Choo is my Lordi, like that. Yeah, that's how it works, right?
Oh, wow.
That's
a bit too heavy for me for that title, but it's okay. Saying is, you are my Lordy, Sir Cloud. Fafu coming up from Brunei, team number 1, where they are right now trying to work things quite faster than last time. We saw Bruneians in the last match. They don't really have a lot of gears or arsenals to work with that much. We saw them starting out with a level 1 of everything. Their gears are not well equipped enough, nor their utilities, which they have a bit of a tough lot to find any to work things out. Hopefully it's going to be a different outcome this time, because I'm looking forward for Bruneians really to march out there to get their full potential out, because we saw them at their best, Cloud, and waiting for more.
Yeah, definitely. Both Bruneian teams, they have this underdog-ish feeling because they don't have a pro league. We have yet to see them in the Southeast Asia level as well because they didn't get that opportunity yet. But this SEA Games is their opportunity to also show that they are one of the contenders and why they should be given that opportunity in the entire PUBG Mobile world as well. So maybe they can be Lordies at the end of the day to their, whoever's watching them.
Oh, stop giving the compliments. Look, the Cambodians is not happy. We're actually giving too much credit to the Bruneians as the Cambodian stalker, making sure he can take them down. But the Brunei is definitely too much at stake. It's not just about the country and the medal. It's about them proving they deserve to be under the spotlight more. While they got themselves a really tricky compound to work with, they need to hike up because it's all about the compound. It's all about the terrain. When we talk about Myanmar, whoever get the highest vintage point, they get the prize spot. They got themselves the best possibility to get a chicken. If it's not even chicken, they get a huge volume number of elimination as well.
Exactly, agree with that. If you get the high ground, you'll be able to get information on other teams. You can shoot from afar, and in Miramar especially, you can take down vehicles, and if you can do that, that's 1 or 2 points in the bag. So you will always want to try and get those prime positions, especially those high grounds. But if one team thinks that way, a lot of other teams will think the same as well. So if you want to all go for that one spot, it's going to be tough. So some teams will just need to let go and just be content with maybe like a compound or wherever that they prefer.
Now, speaking of weapon, right, we did actually witness back then a micro Uzi being sniped away from afar. I remember that, right? And also, I'm waiting if a DBS able to do so as well. If it actually been able to be done, it's really broken, by the way. Hopefully, nothing sort of gonna happen. But that we do know the fact that M416 is always gonna be the favorite for the players, no matter what map that is. It's always the first options for them, since the recoil is one of the easiest to control with, and the damage output is enough, more than enough to take down a whole team entirely. But this is a bit daring coming out from the side of Zero, Cambodian's team, trying to fish out or trying to put a trap in Brunei's, who's not actually taking up the bait yet.
Yeah, Zero got to be careful. If he gets caught out, if he gets shot down, it's going to be hard for his teammates to come and pick him up. Besides that as well, I don't know why they are putting a lot of emphasis onto this house by Brunei too, because I don't feel that this is a prime position. Like, even if they force this fight, they may or may not win this. I don't know if it's worth it to really, give too much attention to only one area that's not going to be prime.
I feel like they're actually being forced to stay in, as they were actually trying to look things up in this compound, and they heard their movement coming out from the Cambodia's team. We heard just now Stalker was driving around the corner with a UAZ or a minivan. I'll try to recall it. But the moment they heard the wheels coming out in the open area, they forced themselves to hide in here for a bit, which kind of caught themselves in a trap if they don't actually move out. And the moment they want to move out, they have to hike a huge mountain behind them. And that's going to be exposing themselves way too much with no covers on. And they definitely need to think about, do they have enough smokes in case they need to exit out emergency in the back end? Because it just won't work like this for the side of Brunei's second team.
Yeah, it might just be an emergency soon because the circle moved away from them. So they need to consider how they're going to move. Now that Cambodia has them surrounded, even Cambodia, they're on the outside of the circle. Yes, they have a slight advantage because the circle is right behind them. They can basically gatekeep Brunei too. But is it going to be really worth it? Because Cambodia also will face a late rotation into the circle. They might be gatekept by then. So I worry that at this stage of the game, considering that we're still 64 players in it, it's going to be a deficit for both teams.
It's come true. A bit too overcommitted for the side of Cambodians, but from Laos, Honda, tap and run. And he got himself straight into the compound. Like, I'm going to tap you. It's so naughty coming up from Honda. It's just, I'm going to poke you and I'm gonna hide. You're gonna try to find me. We hide and seek now. That's so cute.
Yeah, you know, it reminds me of what? It reminds me of like when you're a kid, you just throw a small stone and then you hide, and it's like, who did it? Not me, him.
That's so cute. It's adorable. But at the same time, you saw how he was panicking for a bit. Like, oh, shoot, I accidentally tapped one time. I need to hide myself ASAP. But we're not done yet. For Indonesian team, they're spreading out quite thin here, but not too far in case they need to help each other out. This is going to be the second team of the Indonesia coming up from Garuda. Well, Jan Force definitely, well, taking his own sweet time, but we are sharing. The teams are sharing compound with the Thais here, which we do know the Thais, the moment they have movement, they will actually try to move forward and try to take up a challenge.
Okay, this is very interesting. If they're going to take up the challenge with Thailand too, but Thailand too, it's not making themselves that visible. Now, La Bendita, Thailand too has been here for a while, it seems, and that means that they would have secured their position. Okay, so now we have visual on the Thailand too. So actually, it's quite far away from Indonesia. So I think that it's not going to be much of a issue for them, but it's going to be a bigger issue for Thailand too in case they lose any fights. Because as you remember, in round number 1, Thailand 2, they were eliminated at number 15. No points for them at all. So this is a round that they cannot afford to lose.
Oh, that tracking! That swing coming up from zero, that was insane. DZ coming out with the first blood for the side of Cambodia. It was worth it for them to commit this one. Bruneians were forced to exit out the but in the meantime, Cambodians, they really put everything at stake here, choking out in the blue, and they're quite far from it. And the circle shift over on the northern side of Minas Generalis, also on top of Bendita. We've seen this side of circle before, Cloud. It has been so many times.
Oh yeah, we've seen this plenty. And also we're going to see plenty of fights. Expect that to happen as Brunei, some of them managed to escape, at least 2 of them managed to escape. Unfortunately for the other 2, they will be taken out on the outside of the zone. And Cambodia, finally they move after collecting 2 points in the bag.
Now we're not done yet, even though they got themselves 2 points, but it is still a long way to get in there. Well, they have to actually jumping over to Minas, cutting across Minas Generalis against so many teams, overly saturated on top of La Bendita, just too much. Whoever stands in the center, good luck defending that compound.
Yeah, I know, right? And so far from what we've seen yesterday in the qualifiers, a lot of teams like to play in the middle of the circle. So whoever who is currently in it needs to be ready to fight left, right, and center. But talking about fighting, it could happen between Thailand as well as Malaysia. They're just next to each other, as Malaysia too, playing with their substitute Sonics, going up against Thailand too, who almost got a chicken dinner in round 1.
Oh, this is too greedy. Tony, take a second. Bear is down. He's gone. Just like that, but giving away his position for tie number 2 team Tony. Now he wants whatever in front and whatever on the left and right side. Newsy making sure he got his guard up against some Malaysian teams who are gunning over his teammate. But Newsy definitely saw one running over, trying to shoot it down, but it didn't connect. And Newsy will try to take a different angle to approach to the Malaysian team who's tapping in the direction of the Thai second team here.
I know, right? It just so happened that Thailand 2 took out Thailand 1, and yeah, I mean, that just happened. You wouldn't know because they're wearing the same suits, they don't have car skins, and obviously if you're playing, you wouldn't be able to see who did you shoot down. Like, maybe you can guess, but it's hard. But anyway, in the battlefield, everyone's equal, whether you're representing 2 of the same nation, everyone's equal, going for that podium spot, and that just had to happen. But what else is happening currently is Indonesia as well as Malaysia just right next to each other. We can see that Alan is trying to get away from Malaysia 1, as Malaysia 1 is doing the ultimate climb. But no, Alan wants to hold on to that top spot.
Alan, the best hiker, getting himself at the apex of the mountain first. He's the first and almost always the fastest climber there is. For the side of Malaysian team, it's going to be tough. They're a bit too late when it comes to hiking that mountain, but Cambodians, they're not done yet. We saw them taking down on Brunei just now, get themselves two eliminations in the back, but 0-1 for more. Myanmar, they took down on the Indonesian team previously in the last few seconds, but the Cambodians really thirsty for blood there. They're going straight head on. They don't care. They just want more.
Right? I know, right? It's crazy from the Cambodians. They're just going at everyone. And now they're picking a fight with Myanmar. And they are on the outside of the circle. Now they need to finish this fight fast because in 15 more seconds, the circle will start to close in. Cambodia, they want all the eliminations. They don't care if you have a compound. We will take away your compound if we have to.
But they have to be extra careful. We have one more team approaching from behind here. They're definitely not alone for the side of Cambodia. They don't want to overcommit it, just like how they did with the Brunei just now. They're wasting so much time instead of going for the lead of utilities. But Brunei is now taking the Vietnam from the back. Fafu taking down on one of the Viets. And now Myanmar have to face another team. Vietnamese team, number 1, stuck in the middle while they're trying to hover around the right side of Minas General. Rim of a circle. Look at how many teams they are. I think around 4 or 5 teams there.
I know, right? That's like 4 at least. At least what we can see on screen. Off screen, I think there will be more. But now, the circle is starting to close. All these teams will be pressured, including Malaysia one as well. They need to find a way into the circle. And yes, we have a visual right now. The northern side is pretty clear. Brunei too is at the northern side together with one of the Myanmar teams as well on the northern side. But for the rest of them, somehow from the south, it's so jam-packed.
And not just that, it's going to be the Philippines, the same team again, getting the center of the circle. If they're witty enough, they can play things around. They might got themselves back-to-back chicken dinner. We're not done yet. On the left side or the western side of the circle, we do have Indonesian second team and the Thai first team coming in with the side of the Malaysian teams as well, if I'm not mistaken. Or is it Myanmar team? I think it was Myanmar team. Oh no, Malaysian teams there for a second team of both countries' ties. Just gonna leave you high to bleed out, where the rest of the team is too far stretched out. They are being part ways from the rest of the roads there. While News are giving off a bit of a pressure on the side of Laos. Now this is gonna be a bit tough for News. He's on the lower ground. There's gonna be Lord Starlord going in for the eliminations, definitely.
Oh, and Flukev wants to try to get a revenge for his teammate, but Starlord knows that he's at a disadvantage considering that he's quite far from his teammates, so he'll back up a bit. But at the same time, looks like Thailand, they need to reconsider their options because now the circle is starting to close in. Noah from afar tries to gun down Malaysia as Fafu gets onto Frankie. Noah still has sights onto Malaysia, but Noah is going to build this because he's still on the outside of the circle.
Oh, playing right towards the side of Laos. Malaysian rush in without, I think it's a bit reckless, but the blue is actually burning them out. Starlord is still not happy. He's just going to go for the eliminations here, just keeping the pressure on. But in the meantime, he needs to get himself out of there. He doesn't have enough time. Over peaking with AKM definitely cost him quite a lot as Noah slowly tried to heal himself with 8 more band-aids. No first aids. That's going to be tough for the side of Laos.
Oh, it's definitely tough considering that the circle has moved as well. But let's move back down to Beckham. He has Starlord together with him. He needs to pick it up quickly. 20 more seconds on the clock. Starlord will be pressured together with Beckham. At the same time, Malaysia too will be eliminated. Thailand too, they 1 point in the back to make up for what happened in round number 1. And they're starting to move in. Stone has a high ground advantage. Stone goes in. And Stone onto Beckham. Can Stone finish up the job? And yes, he will.
What a nice swing coming up from Stone. Definitely knows exactly how to abuse that terrain. Get it for 1 more! Oh, Stone! Oh! What a clutch from Stone! Knows every nook and cranny. He worked himself out of there. And that was well-deserving. 6 points in the bag, but it's not done and dusted. Laos might be eliminated, but Indonesians and Thai have to have it a go. This is the Battle Royale, and whoever wins this have to actually triumph here.
Oh, wow, Stone, the one-man army. And now Thailand won. They're being gunned down. They're being shot at by Indonesia for the other side. But it's going to be another team. I believe it was Myanmar. They were the ones to stop them at their tracks. But Ice is starting to move it. Ice is very open. But Ice still gets one. Ice needs to finish up the job. Secure the elimination point before he recovers himself. And the circle starts to move in.
His eyes just dropping in hard, even though he doesn't got himself enough utility to heal himself for now. But the smoke will dissipate any second. In the meantime, Indonesia kind of stuck in the hut, and the shack won't last longer. Ventura's move forward first, as Ice is still quite low when it comes to his HP. But Swaps were actually being finished off from behind. It's a bit too early for him to actually move forward. But Ventura still can't spot the Indonesian team. They tried to jump out. Ryzen, take him around the corner. He's around the Rosie, didn't work, but the ties. Ice really gonna try him for now, but need to make a move.
Wow, the way he just pushed in. No feeling. He's like ice cold as he pushed in and secured the elimination point. But now we're also seeing that Indonesia too have been eliminated at 8th place. Myanmar from afar. They're still playing by the ring of the circle, but the next circle will show itself very, very soon. Ice will be gunned down somehow and will be finished off by Opti from Philippines too.
It just happens to be the 5th phase. We're down to only 16, 70 players left. Maybe Loki just gonna prep up that grenade. Never mind. Swap over to Scar L. He hit Stalker just right in front of him, but he hasn't got a clue where his exact position. The Myanmar first team got themselves the center of the circle. Same goes for Stalker coming up from the side of Cambodia. But the thing is, the Philippines, they got themselves lost chicken and they want for more. 2 Philippine teams taking over 50% of the circle by now.
Oh, here we have it. Stalker, he has a high ground, he has the circle. His teammate doesn't have the circle though. He needs to buy time for his teammates to come in as they are facing up against Philippines once again. But Philippines 1, this time, they don't have the circle. 5 more seconds on the clock before the zone starts to close in. Philippines 1 need to make a move as well, but there's a lot of open space. It's not going to be easy for them. It's not easy for Stalker as well, as he doesn't have a vehicle. But the good news is that he has the circle.
He got the vehicle, but it's on fire. No, it's not going to move anytime. He can only use it as a barricade, but Astro being shot down. 1 second, really not waiting even 1 millisecond here. Ranked giving away his position, but giving a lot of pressure. Now they're going to move forward with the side of Damaso. Ranked, Damaso going in as a duo, trying to charge into where Stock that. He's really going to rush it in, wrap it up, take up the challenge, but 1 second opportunity. Finish up. Stalker is down! It's gonna be Myanmar taking the points into his bag.
Oh, we have Myanmar 1 now. They are playing by the rim of the circle and they still maintain their full squad. But the muscle gets 1. That's gonna be a nade coming in from Philippines 1. Philippines 1 gets 2. They will get more as the muscle gets down another from Myanmar. And now Philippines looks like they are in the circle. Philippines 1, they are doing it again.
Oh, both Philippines teams are actually trying for now. They will take themselves another back-to-back chicken dinner. But it's going to be the civil war between them. The Philippines are fighting against them. Myanmar still have Sando on the ground. Still throwing it out. Well, we're down to 11 players. It's really, really close. It's spotted out for the side of Myanmar. Damos burning himself down with a Molotov. It's going to be on the other side. The second team of Philippines taking a go against Philippine first team. Shazam trying to find the 2 members of the side of Philippine first team. Damigo and Momboy will be his net target.
There is still a possibility that this could be a all-Philippine finish, but they need to deal with Myanmar as well as Thailand. But Philippines 1 and 2, they're looking at each other. This is not the ideal situation as a nation, but then again, let's look at the circle as well. And the nade from Newbie taking out Momboy. The circle has shifted and it seems to favor Philippines 1.
Damn it, God, it's just 1 HP, 1 sliver HP from being knocked down. Lucky enough, he's actually nearby, can revive Momboy with the help of smoke. For now, we still have the ties with 1 remaining member. Same goes for Myanmar with 2 players on that side. And there's going to be 2 Philippines team. If they bonk this, if they botch this, it's going to be huge for the side of Philippines. They're going to be really upset. right now. But Shazam Newbie, Raymond, and also Opti trying to spread out. They spotted out Venturas, but the thing is, they have another team, Myanmar, right across, and Venturas taking down Raymond first.
Oh, they dealt with Venturas. Anyway, Venturas was all alone. A 4th place finish, not too bad as a solo player. But now the Philippines, they need to deal with Myanmar if they want to make this an all-Philippine ending. It is still possible. An all-Philippine ending. This is going to be crazy from the Philippines. But now the nade coming from Myanmar onto Radkit. Radkit needs to move the second nade onto Radkit. The Molotov will miss. Radkit will recover himself. His teammates buying him time. And Radkit is back up, but not for long. As Radkit finally will be naded up and more than.
It was a perfect Kobe. Now there's going to be a lot of burning coming from the South Philippines team. Oh, overpicking Monet. That's a bit too much for him to overpick like that. Sando really don't have enough time to pick Monet up if they were to go to rush. And Shazam is having that idea in his mind. But the rest of the team kind of being separated. They want to focus on the Philippine first team right across them. But the Smokes actually exploited their position. Right now, they don't dare to cross the road yet.
Yeah, everyone's just waiting for the right moment, right? But, Sendo goes down, and it's going to be Newbie and Choo Choo. It's going to be an all-Philippine finale. This is crazy.
Oh, it's going to be again the Philippines. You're loving this. It's going to be Newbie going and Racket being caught. Racket retaliate. Nobody got helping him. But damn it, God. Nobody's stopping. Racket still survived. Here we are, ring around the rosy we go. Raymond, it's shot machine. Racket, damn it, God. He's being savaged. Raymond, how does this turn out like this way? It's 2v2, 1v1. Philippines second team. Damn it, God. Damn it, God. And it's going to be Raymond. There's nowhere to go.
Oh, Demigod, can he finish out the job? Yes, 50% health left. He goes swing around the Rosie. 1v1. He's going to go up against 10% health. Now he has a pad. He pulls out the M4. He needs to reload his M4. Yes, the reload will kick in. And Demigod will do the business. Double chicken dinner. This is crazy. Panalo kahapunan for Philippines.
It's Filipinas, y'all. We're talking about the Philippines. Really conquering the first day of our SEA Games here. Back to back. Same team, same players. Damaso, Davika, Rankin, Mombo, and H2R. Again, with another chicken dinner. Similar amounts of eliminations. 9 eliminations at that in the back. Consistency? Who cares? They got 2 chickens back to back.
This is insane. No one did a 2 chicken dinner back to back, whether it's in the individual or whether it's yesterday's qualifier. And Philippines, they were nowhere in yesterday's qualifier. They were at rock bottom yesterday. They almost felt elimination. And can you believe it? Coming into the finals, the first 2 games, they went to Philippines 1 and it became an all-Filipino finale in round 2. My goodness, Choo Choo, I am going bonkers just looking at all these facts, just looking at what Philippines is doing. This is insane.
Philippine number 1 stood out right now. I have to say, Omsim definitely is. They are taking themselves the first place. Omsim means indeed, by the way. And they are reigning. It's just insane. 2 different maps back to back at that same team. What is this consistency? We're talking about them. Talking impossible. They're proving us. Even though they're having a rough start in the first back then and back into the history, but they're really going all out strong. It's the Philippines, the Filipinas, yara, our Lodi today.
Man, okay, it's still very early to call it, but I'm just saying.
For now.
For now it's very early to call it, but I'm just saying that this morning or this noon, Philippines just won another gold medal in another esports event. Yeah,
I'm not
the 5v5. Yeah, one. So they got a gold medal earlier today. If today they can finish up number 1, it's crazy for Philippines. It's, oh my goodness. What did they have in Vietnam? I want to know what they had for breakfast.
I have to say personally, when it comes to esports, the Philippines really going strong. I'm talking about back then, they used to be really strong. Until now, they used to be strong in mobile games. But these days, FPS game, PUBG Mobile, they want to make their name carve in just the rest of the other regions there is in South Asia. Definitely have it going. They will move forward for more. I'm not surprised if actually one day the top team is coming up. We're just gonna quote what Damigod said. He mentioned that maybe one day the top players for C region will be taken by the Philippines, the Pinoys. I'm not surprised if that's happening, because this is where they start and they're just gonna keep on going.
Wow, I don't know, man, Choo Choo. I'm going bonkers just looking at this. Right, I can see the chat as well. The Filipino fans are going insane right now. It's crazy at this moment. I mean, for all of us as well, we are just watching this and we're like, whoa, what just happened here? If they can get a triple chicken dinner, okay, if they can. I don't know, man. I don't know. No one has any. Okay, I don't know. I don't know, but if they can get a triple chicken dinner, well, at this level of a tournament, you're going up against like Thailand, you're going up against Indonesia, you're going up against all these major nations that has a lot of foothold in the PUBG Mobile world, and they are just proving everybody wrong.
This is the thing about, what at stake for these guys. The Philippines, we know they actually have been in the PUBG Mobile history for a long time, but they never had themselves that spotlight, and they know they have to earn it, and that's what drives them so much to get themselves that spotlight for today, and not just that, it might be in the future as well. So nobody actually paying enough attention to them. They were nobody. Right now they're showing us they are somebody, and this is not something to be taken lightly for the side of Thailand, Malaysia, and also when it comes to Vietnam. These teams are well known. Even the Indonesians are so well known when it comes to PUBG Mobile. But right now, is it really okay for them to actually saying that they are one of the best? Because we have one more challenger coming into the arena. That's going to be the Philippines, showing that what they have, what they can offer, and what else then they can actually show us in the future.
Talking about showing, man, I gotta catch my breath, but here we have it, the MVP. So it's going to be given to Raimon from Philippines 2, 4 eliminations, 584 damage, 219 longest elimination distance. They got a second place finish. Philippines 1 got the first place finish, but they have a similarity between these two teams, is that they call themselves Team Cebu. That will be the team name basically for the Philippines campaign for the SEA Games. So Raimon, man, I mean, it's an all Filipino finish. You can't say no to this guy being the MVP as well.
We saw how he tried to clutch it out for the side of Raimon, the Philippines second team. They were kind of stuck in the shack just now, if I'm not mistaken. The only reason was it? Well, the only reason they kind of survived that long is because there's a street in between them that separates from the Philippine first team. It caused them actually managed to buy so much time. But here comes for the match standing just now for a second match. Again, Philippine number 1 really stating out a huge statement here. First and second place for them. Will they take away this gold medal? Is it too early for us to say so? So we have 2 more remaining days. But looking at the state, I'm loving the fact Myanmar is showing up so much potential there as well when it comes to the 3rd place.
Okay, we're not going to jinx it for now. We're not going to jinx it. I know that's... yeah, we don't want to fall into the caster's curse, right? When we keep talking about a certain team and then, something bad happens. So we're just going to keep it like, okay, yep, so far so good for the Philippines. You can't take this away from them. Very good, but there's still 13 games more to go. So we're gonna hold our horses on that.
But if you actually look at the overall rankings there, what actually really, I think, not really surprising, what I'm expecting it to happen anyway, for the sort of ties, they don't really care for their positions there. Look at their eliminations. Usually it's going to be 7 or 4, 7 or 10. They try to maintain consistency at top 5, and I'm not surprised in the last few days they're just going to boost up again. That's what's scary about them. But when it comes to head-to-head, there's nobody else to compare with set between the Philippines player. It's going to be Damigod versus Raimon last last minute as well. But look at the numbers.
Man, look at the numbers. Very similar. 4 eliminations each between Demigod as well as Raimon. Damage a little bit more for the side of Raimon, 584 as compared to 461. Longest elimination distance. Demigod likes to play it close. Raimon likes to play it a little bit far. 219 for Raimon. Damage received. Raimon tanked out a little bit more as compared to Demigod, 250 as compared to 187. And of course, the survival time as mentioned. But here we have a comparison of also Demigod having experience playing in the Pro League himself, and and comparing with Raimon, who may be playing in the future, we do not know yet, right? But it just shows that Raimon, despite him have yet to play in the Pro League yet, he can stand up to someone who has a Pro League experience. Yes, they have the same eliminations, but Raimon did a little bit more work with that elimination distance together with the damage damage output as well, and even the damage received. So it just shows that they are as competitive as a pro team in the Philippines scene.
I have to say, they are already pros in my eyes right now. As look at the damage output for both Philippines teams. Even though, yeah, Philippine first team did actually have more exposure when it comes to the Pro League. But if you compare with Philippines second team, they don't have any feeling of, you know, fear or nervousness or hesitance when it comes to whatever they can do. They just lay it on the table. And look at the damage output. Actually, more than Philippine first team. Seeing this for Myanmar, 1,000 over. But the thing is, they always got stolen for the eliminations, as the other teams have been crossfires between the compounds, caused them only got themselves 4 eliminations. If you compare with the Thais now, they're playing smart. Look at Thai second team here. Their damage up are not even reaching 1,000, but their eliminations is way high up there. They just know how to utilize wisely when it comes to resources.
Yeah, they're trying to make up for whatever happened in round number 1 because they got nothing there. Decent amount of eliminations for Thai 2. Thai 1, on the other hand, 4 eliminations, but of course they had the round 1 to kind of like complement whatever happened in round 2, which is still kind of okay for Thai 2 for eliminations. But let's look at the outstanding teams. No surprises. It's the Philippine dominance here. Nobody gets more than 10 eliminations, but Philippines 1 and 2, a combination of 17 elimination points, 9 for Philippines 1, 8 for Philippines 2. They'll be very close to each other in terms of points picked up in this round, followed by Myanmar 1 with 4 eliminations, as well as Thailand 1 with 4 eliminations as well. But Philippines 2, they work so hard. They work hard. Look at this. Damage output is more. Nades use is more. So we can see that they are chasing in terms of level of competitiveness even as compared to their compatriot.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're the only second team actually in this lineup as well. All the rest of the countries are actually having their first lineup. And the only team making it themselves in the top 4 teams, yeah, it's going to be Philippines again on second team. But the nades being used actually really kind of translate how come their damage is more than the rest of the team. That's because they have been using the utilities so wisely. And just now, if it's not because of their healing utilities kind of ran out, I think they might have survived. But well, that's happened and nothing can be changed, for history has been made. But double chicken dinner so far, taken up by the Philippine first team. This is going to be the overall standings based on the 2 matches we witnessed just now.
Yeah, so it's going to be 47 total points so far for Philippines 1, followed by Thailand 1, 38 points. Philippines 2, not too far away. In fact, at this moment, both of them are in the podium spot, 21 points. Cambodia, the sole team from Cambodia, 20 points. Indonesia 1, Myanmar 1, 19 points each. Malaysia 1, 18 points. Myanmar 2, 70 points, Thailand 2, 11 points, and so on and so forth, as we can see here. Indonesia 2, on the other hand, a team that I think a lot of viewers out there would have a lot of hope for them. It's surprising to see them at the last spot at this moment.
The thing about the Indonesian teams, sometimes when it comes to the first day, they are late bloomers, I call it. They just trying to revise all the teams' drop spot and how they rotate and how the strategy being laid out by the other teams. And when it comes to second day, they might experimenting on certain stuff. But when it comes to the third day, that day is actually the day that we kind of fear most for the teams that in the middle bracket usually, where things might just turning over, but the teams that are actually down there, they need to work things out right now. I mean, like in the first day, we do know there's only like 13 games left. It seems like a lot, but the thing is, you have to divide as well. That's not going to be the same map, especially if that map is the one that they used to be playing, or the most that actually have advantage and confidence in, and they don't have that much anymore. So they need to be very strategic about what kind of map they want to get their scores up.
But then again, let's hear it from Philippines one again. Let's go, host.
Thảo Trang muốn hỏi là trong vòng bo cuối cùng, một vòng bo rất là căng thẳng, các bạn đã phải trực tiếp đối đầu với cả Myanmar. Vậy thì bạn đánh giá sao về những pha xử lý cuối cùng của đối thủ này?
Hi Demigod, congratulations on your victory. So in the last red zone, you guys encountered Myanmar. What do you think about their performance?
The Myanmar team has a clever job on taking advantage on that higher grounds, and they maximized their utility. So we really had a hard time in killing them. So it's like a problem to us. But thankfully they died at that.
Demigod nói là trong trận đấu vừa rồi thì Myanmar họ đã tối ưu hóa được những cái lợi thế của họ, ví dụ như là họ đứng ở một cái vị trí rất là cao và những cái bom khói và nét mà họ sử dụng thì có độ hiệu quả rất là lớn. Việc đấy thì đã tạo ra một cái khó khăn cho Philippines để mà loại bỏ Myanmar. Ơn trời là đằng nào Myanmar cũng đã nằm xuống rồi và Philippines đã có được chiến thắng.
Các bạn đã có được một trận đấu vô cùng xuất sắc. Câu hỏi thứ hai mà Thảo Trang muốn dành tặng các bạn đó chính là ngày hôm nay các bạn đã có được một phong độ thi đấu rất là ấn tượng. Hai winner chicken dinner mở màn. Vậy thì các bạn tự tin bao nhiêu % có thể giành được huy chương vàng?
So today you guys had 2 wins straight. It's a very impressive performance. So how many % do you think that Philippines can get a gold medal in this tournament?
There's a lot of games left, so we're not still comfortable with our performance today. There's like 13 more games to go, so I think this is just a momentum to us. So yeah, I think we should make a moral. We will build up our morale to this. Okay.
Demigod nói là hôm nay thì chỉ mới 2 game thôi. Họ còn rất là nhiều game đấu phía trước nữa, cho nên là họ sẽ không chủ quan chỉ vì 2 chiến thắng này, mà họ sẽ tiếp tục rất là tập trung thi đấu một cách rất là thông minh để tiếp tục có những cái kết quả tốt hơn ở những ngày tới.
Ngay lúc này thì ở tại quê nhà Philippines của bạn, Thảo Trang biết là có gia đình này, bạn bè cũng như là người hâm mộ ủng hộ cho bạn trên cái chặng đường này. Vậy thì bạn có muốn gửi lời gì tới họ không?
So Demigod, what do you want to say to your fans in your country and your families?
Salamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa Pilipinas, sa tatay ko, sa daddy ko, sa sister ko, sa buong family ko. Hello guys, thank you for supporting us, and to all Filipinos out there, thank you for not losing hope despite of yung performance namin last kahapon hindi maganda, kaya sana suportahan niyo pa rin kami hanggang sa huli. Thank you.
Cảm ơn Demigod đã tham gia phần phỏng vấn này và chúc cho bạn cùng với team của mình sẽ thi đấu thật tốt trong những game thi đấu tiếp theo. Thank you and good luck. Các bạn thân mến, như vậy là chúng ta đã khép lại game thi đấu thứ 2 của ngày hôm nay. Ngay bây giờ chúng ta sẽ cùng nghỉ giải lao trong ít phút trước khi bước vào những diễn biến căng thẳng của game thi đấu thứ 3. Đừng rời khỏi livestream nhé, chúng mình sẽ quay trở lại ngay thôi.
PUBG Mobile 2.0 Classic Mode improvements. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.0 is now available. In this video, we'll introduce some updates to Classic Mode. We hope you like them. Emergency Pickup. In both the ranked and unranked mode, Erangel and Miramar apps, we've added a new mobility item, the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. Deploying the Emergency Pickup takes a little bit of time. Once deployed, a hot air balloon beacon will be launched into the air, as a beacon to guide the aircraft. Once the beacon is launched, you'll need to tap attach before the plane arrives in order to be lifted into the air. It can carry up to 4 players at a time, and you can choose to jump at any time in the air to reach the play zone. It's a new strategic mechanic that allows you to move around quickly with your teammates and also gather battlefield intel from high up in the sky. With the help of players' ingenuity, the emergency pickup can be used in actual combat to create more thrilling scenarios. It's also worth noting that as long as you're in the blue zone, even if you're up in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully before using the emergency pickup. Tier Adjustment. An all-new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, and Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers. There's no change for Gold tier and above. We wish all players the best. Recall Optimization. In this new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've made some adjustments to the recall mechanic. We've also added a quick chat message, I'll recall our teammates, and mini-map death markers to facilitate communication between teammates. Recalled players will have a clearer view of the battleground from the plane. The thing you'll need to remember is, in the Erangel and Livik themed mode, as long as you have a recall remaining, you'll respawn automatically when you're defeated. Your teammates won't have to recall you from a recall tower. In the ranked version of the Livik map in Classic Mode, the recall mechanic will be added as a limited-time event feature. Haptic Feedback System. In order to enhance players' immersion in the game, we've added an interactive haptic feedback system to the new version. The various actions of in-game players will be reflected through vibration and haptics, further enhancing the game's immersive experience. When players interact with weapons and vehicles, interactive feedback will be transmitted to players in real time in the form of device vibrations, allowing players to experience differences in different interactive environments. When a player enters different states such as running, jumping, and being attacked, the device's vibration allows them to better feel the difference in their own state. Even when the mini-map is marked with footsteps, vehicle sounds, and gunshots, the haptic feedback system will also react in real time. The haptic feedback system has 2 quality settings, high and low, and needs to be enabled in settings. At the same time, players can also set the vibration strength and customize the haptics under different combat scenarios. Do keep in mind that high quality requires a device with compatible hardware before it can be enabled. Firearm Optimization. For firearms, we focused on adjusting the shotgun's attributes, increasing its hit damage ratio and range to damage, and slightly increasing the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun. At the same time, S12K's capacity has been expanded to 10 rounds, and S1897's bolt action speed has also been improved. We hope that this series of adjustments will improve players' experience with shotguns. General Improvements. We've also made tons of optimizations to improve players' general gameplay experience. Now, when players drag the sprint button, accuracy is further improved. The movement of players holding weapons close to walls has also become smoother and more natural. At the same time, in the new version, players will be able to mark shops, recall towers, and zip lines, improving communication and teamwork efficiency among teammates. From a visual perspective, we've also optimized and adjusted the smoke grenades effect. Well, that's it for improvements to the Classic Mode in PUBG Mobile 2.0. We highly encourage you to play and see what it's like for yourself. If you want to know more about PUBG Mobile, please follow our official community. See you next time!
flags by sundown. Tiger with fight on alone. That's what we've been done. Waving flags by sundown. Tiger with fight on alone. That's what we've been done.
Yeni sezon yeni heyecan bu takımı bu bak inancıda. Benim yerim senin yanın ve Battleground'dayız olay tamam.
قلوبنا مفتوحة هربت خلعت كسرت في الابواب فريقي جاهز حاضر متمكن من كل شي عقبات رح كون الشخص الوحيد اللي باقي اقوى من هيك مقلع ملك وماشي متربع على عرشي ما انا هيك PUBG واجبتي صفقة تمت في علمي من تاني موسم يا عيني تحفيز وتطوير لاني زعيم عظيم من 4 سنين بلا وحدة لوحدة برسم بسمي للمهردج ودورنا ارضك كامل التسحين
Satu persatu jatuh, collect another one. Kuasai lapangan, sing ada lawan. Jangan tes, coba les, guess. Langkah gue tembakan masuk, nadi gue SS. Gue bisa tahu musuh kena mental, main pada panik, nyali pada mental. Squad selalu siap, beda jam terbang, raja terakhir, makan ayam bang. Pada camping, modal scoping, banyak setting, lama looting, lupa healing, pakai karbin, gila ranking, gue last king. All I do is win, all I do is win. Bendera putih, lo yang kibarin, taking over the game. Squad lain gue ratain, biar history winning streak gue yang jelasin.
Uau, uau, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol. Eu enfrentando a batalha sozinho. Uau, uau, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol. Ao pôr do sol, sempre ligeiro, verdadeiro. Meu compadre, meu squad, espalhado pelo mundo inteiro. Nós sempre almeja o topo, se correr nós alveja. Não importa o quanto difícil seja, fazemos o dobro.
Se tiver na mira, se retira ou não mexe, pode ter que ir, se respira e não pira. Sabe, eu tenho dó de ti. Falta essência lutando pela sobrevivência. I answer red shot. Inimigos diluindo, olha o tiro vindo, olha o tiro lindo. Sigo sempre evoluindo, existente mesmo sendo transparente, persistente, insistente. A dificuldade me fez resistente.
Humildade e perseverança, lealdade te traz segurança sem maldade, senão você dança pras crianças obter esperança. Me veja brilhar, me veja brilhar.
Face-mă cu win, știi că sunt bun la asta. Când vine cade pe mine, da, sunt pregătit. Fără ajutorul mamei știi că pot să o duc la cap. Emoțiile au dispărut, dar pericolul e prezent.
Ortalık karışabilir ve de buna karşılık verebilirim inan ki. Ne vakit sanki. Her taraf alevler içinde kalır. Hep adil bir savaş oynanır. Sonunda hak eden alır.
Hi everyone, welcome to PUBG Mobile's Step Forward launch.
Hello, I'm Ray. Welcome everyone.
A while ago, we launched the 4th anniversary themed game mode. Did everyone have fun? Thank you for your continued love and support. In this new year, we'll continue to challenge ourselves and step forward to provide you with more exciting and compelling content. Next, we'll reveal PUBG Mobile's plans for this year. Let's go!
Yeah!
Ray, where do you think this is?
This looks like Living, but something seems different.
Exactly, because it's the updated Livik map, which will be released in PUBG Mobile 2.0 in early May. Let me show you around. Hold tight.
Whoa!
which are going to be Choo Choo, and also the always handsome, charming, witted Sir Cloud. How are you doing, Sir Cloud?
I am doing as gorgeous as you are, Choo Choo. Just
Wow.
saying.
We're just
Yeah,
going to
wow.
compliment each other now, huh?
Yeah, we are, and you mentioned it right as well that we have multiple roles to play. We're the host, we're the analyst, we're also the caster, we're the storyteller. We are also everything else underneath the sun. But for our players, they only have one job.
Why is it underneath the sun?
Well, I'm just trying to picture myself, in Hanoi by the beaches, but it doesn't.
We are in Hanoi.
We are. Oh yeah, the beach is just outside of my studio.
But also, don't forget, there's so many exclusive rewards just during this very prestigious event for you guys during the 31st SEA Games. We have none other than Evangelion collaboration with PUBG Mobile. This is like the legendary anime, by the way. If you guys haven't watched it, you guys have to watch it now. But look at that collaboration. That's insane.
I know, right? So this is the current event inside PUBG Mobile that you can play, and when you enter this event, there will be this. I don't know what you call it. I'm not a really big anime fan. Maybe Choo Choo, you can tell me more about it. That robot-like thing that comes down, and then they will do something inside the game, and you can play it with it. But maybe Choo Choo can tell me more about Evangelion. What's it about?
It's about pretty much what you just mentioned, by the way. But we're gonna hover around to our Vietnam players. They're having a bit of a tough time here today, but definitely they have more in their pockets to show us. They haven't shown us all their strategies just yet. We're gonna walk into our third match back to Erangel for today. Just to recap a bit, the first Erangel and the second match, which was the first Miramar, taken by the Philippines. The Pinoys are happy and rejoiced right now. I have to say, Balak Bagan for their day today. It has been a lot of Philippines we've seen back to back. No other countries have been showing their team's banner or flags other than just the Pinoys.
Yeah, and the fun fact is that for the 2 rounds that they got the chicken dinner for Philippines one, they didn't get more than 10 elimination points. So they got 8 in the first game and 9 in the first game, but because they're so consistent as well, that's why they are on top. And their gap with Thailand one is 9 points gap we're talking about here. It's still not significant, but if they can pull off another big one in this round, it's possible that they may open up a 1 game gap with Thailand one.
Well, you mentioned about the eliminations 8 and then go 9, and maybe next one a double digit, who knows, but we might
10?
jinx it. It goes up the ladder, definitely 8, 9, and 10. But like we mentioned, Philippines taking on 2 matches back to back. You guys watching on the chat, don't forget to shout Balak Bagan for the Philippine supporters out there. But when it comes to the fight, poof, what is this? It's just straight line from up shooting range down to Sonoska military base, but a bit to it on the left side or the west side of the map here.
Yeah, I can already see the supporters, Skyler Blake saying Balak Bagan, let's go for the Philippines. Now, for this kind of flight path, it's slightly challenging for Philippines one because they normally like to drop in Milta power. They need to settle with somewhere in between, get a vehicle, and move to that side. So hopefully they'll be able to get to their drop spots safely at least. Now, for the rest of the teams, let's see. Indonesia, 2 drops into Yasnaya Strait. Brunei, 1 drops into Kameshki/Sauber. Should be okay for them. For most of these teams, I think it's going to be okay. But then again, now we'll see if Philippines 1 can at least get to their drop spot safely.
The thing is, you saying it's okay sounds will not be okay for the reason being of the flight path. Now, some teams, if they want to reach over to even Lipovka, Milta Power, even Kamishki at this point, even Nuvo, some of them might cancel it in the last minute because the circle pops on the left
again?
as well. This is the same exact circle we had in our first match earlier today.
Okay, so it's going to be the same result. Philippines 1 going to get the chicken dinner again.
It's a different flight path. It's a different flight path. So we never know.
Okay, we'll hold our horses on that. But then again, it happened to be the same circle. You're right. Thailand too. Interestingly, Thailand too, who normally drops in military base, choose to drop in Primos instead.
Oh, sometimes some people have to do what they have to do, and this is one of the main reasons, because of a flight path and plus the circle pops before they want to drop wherever they fancy. So this might be them sharing the same compound against a Malaysian team, but we did mention about Rankit, Momboy, Damigod, and also Damaso. They got themselves double chicken, but 4-man cram in a can of tuna of the Dacia in this vehicle. It's not really a good move, but luckily enough they got themselves a motorcycle to work into 2-tier formation, and they swiftly just find themselves a couple of compounds to loot over. And we saw like the momentum is building up for the side of the Philippines, and we saw the interview just now. They're not really happy yet, so they're not at their best performance based on their perspective.
Well, I truly believe their potential as well, because we've seen that in the Philippine qualifier for the Pro League. This team, I remember that time, they were the team with the most elimination points. They had MVPs all around. They basically wrecked everyone in the qualifier stage for the Philippines. So for them to be representing the Philippines at this time, I would say they are by merit the best team. So and they're showing it again. So I think that Filipino fans can be very happy with their selection process, that this is their best representative for the country.
I don't think it's just going to be this time. It will be many, many times in the future as well, Slay Club, because you saw how much exponentially they have been improving. I'm talking about last time we saw them, they are not this aggressive, but with a short amount of time, they adapt themselves towards how the other teams are playing. They're taking on the Titans even. The Thais are bowing down for now. I have to say, they have improving really insane progress. But for the side of Vietnam and also the Thais, we do know as well, when it comes to the first day, they play a quite low profile strategy. I have to say, we might, looking over to second and third day, we want to see their best here for both these countries.
Yeah, we want to see the best for all of the countries, but some other teams that we have yet to see the best are Indonesia too. They're currently at the bottom with only 1 point after 2 games. Brunei too as well, number 15 with 2 points. Even Malaysia too, number 14 with 3 points. And these 3 teams currently at the bottom 3, they did very well yesterday. So it's like a shift of power all of a sudden, that the Filipino teams are on top and the teams that were expected to do well, they're on the bottom. So like what you said, right? Sometimes it's all about getting used to the environment, getting used to what other teams are doing, and once they find their right footing, we may see them shoot up again and make their comeback.
Yeah, and also you mentioned regarding this going to be a marathon for them. Do they have enough stamina? Even though the Philippines got themselves quite a, I have to say, entrance when it comes to the first match, on the first day itself in the grand finals, when it comes to CE Games, our 31st CE Games of PUBG Mobile. Can they actually have that kind of momentum, just track it over to the second or third day? Because we do know this is a very long match. It's very tiring, exhausting. When it comes to the players that's veterans enough, we mentioned about teams Indonesia, Malaysia, and also the side of Thailand and also Vietnam. They're used to this kind of marathon, and they're always taking their own sweet time to adjust and also just, improvise along the fly. But their teams, even like Laos, they're having a tough time to make a debut here, to make a comeback. Same goes for Brunei. But can they actually surprise us with something refreshing that we haven't seen before? Or maybe they actually have been preparing, but we have no clue about it.
And I mean, that is a possibility as well. Like we see in the individuals. I'll take the individuals as an example, right? So Alan representing Indonesia, he was nowhere in day one. Yeah, you love Alan, right? I do too. In fact, I love him since that day number 2 in the individuals, because he was nowhere in day 1. And day 2, suddenly he got like 2 chicken dinners in a day, and he shot up to a second place spot with the final chicken dinner in the individual category. So he definitely deserves a lot of love from Indonesian fans. And it just shows again that, you know, some of these players, some of these teams, they require some time to warm up. And the fact that now we have a 3-day marathon, there's still some room to play with for maybe the first day.
I'm loving Alan. Is really witty, if you ask me. He's really naughty, but at the same time, it's so genius. It's just he's thinking outside of the box, where nobody else is actually doing what he's doing. He's going to do it anyway because he just don't have a care in the world. And as long as it actually contributes to as a team, it's just all good. But back to the side of Brunei's second team, yeah, we do know we've seen their best, but it's just they are being suffocated by the team that outplayed them so far. They feels like they're not prepared this much of an ambush. It's always during their rotation or during their looting phase they're being ambushed a lot for the sort of both Brunei team.
I was about to add on that Alan not only thought outside the box, he thought outside of the house. Yeah. But
maybe outside of the world as well.
Outside the world, yeah. Maybe next, give him a few more games and he'll be out of this world. Who knows? But talking about Brunei too, yeah, I think they were a little bit of unlucky, I would say, because like what we saw in the previous round, like Cambodia had them surrounded, and Cambodia locked them out, like totally locked them out, not allowing them to play at all. Even if they're on the outside of the circle, it's like Cambodia had something with Brunei. I don't know, maybe they went to the same cafeteria in their hotel, and then they're like, oh, that's the last piece of chicken. No, it's my last piece of chicken. And then they fought over that, and that's why Cambodia, you know, just pick a fight with Brunei too. I don't know.
I personally feel like Bruneians really have to, you know, revise back about the drop spot and what kind of compound they want to look with, and not fall themselves into the trap, the position where they're being trapped themselves. They chose the trap just in the previous game. So they might want to choose over the compounds that are actually quite open, so they have a lot of exit out instead of taking a compound. It's not really worth it, even though they have a lot of loot in there, definitely. But is it really worth it when you're being surrounded that far? And there's no way they can get out based on the circle as well. I have to say, a bit of a luck, but more to it, the decision making at that state. Back to it, the circle. Is it going to be Pachinki again? Because we have very, very saturated pool when it comes to Pachinki area. Seems like all the players have a sense that you might be repeating the first match like today, but there are chances the circle might just hard shift over towards a Gatka field.
Yeah, if it goes Pachinki again, basically it's going to be the third Pachinki since yesterday. Yesterday, during the qualifiers, there was one Pachinki finale as well. And again, Pachinki, it is a Vietnam hometown. Vietnam one, they love to drop there. They know the place like the back of their hand. Slightly advantage if you have knowledge about Pachinki and the surroundings as well. So it might give them a little bit of a buff. But like what you mentioned as well, there's a possibility that it might go to Gatka, and we might be seeing for the first time in the SEA Games a Gatka circle. Gatka circles, we know, is very open, a lot of flat land, only depending on the tall grasses of Gatka. And teams, to overcome that, they need to be prepared with the vehicles, and may need to be creative with how they barricade themselves inside of Gatka.
Yep, I'm surprised some teams are actually leaving out some farmlands compounds around Gatka region. Maybe they have a feeling it might be a bit suffocating if this happens to be there at the center of the circle. You know, when it comes to this kind of open area, it's best to actually stay out of the center of the circle instead of staying inside in the center of it, since there's nothing else to cover you in case you're being ambushed all right, left and center. But we have Vietnam team visiting over to Sonics on Malaysian second team here, and just easily park and letting himself go. Sonics, he's just giving away way too much here. Here comes Weston.
Oh, hello! Oh, Sonics! Oh no! But luckily his teammate Damroot was around, and he managed to save Sonics from being eliminated. But now Vietnam 2, they're starting to move in as Porsche is in the same compound. And look at this, Malaysia 2 going up against Vietnam 2. The name will be tossed onto the other side. Yuhai will be representing Malaysia 2 in this fight. But the rest of his teammates on their way as Porsche down to 50% of health.
This is just too welcoming. Malaysia just easily letting in for Vietnam team arrive and want to take over. Mod here needs to climb, but that's going to be Whoa! What a nice toss for the side of Vietnam second team. But Snipes here, last remaining member standing. He can't help Sonic's Yuhai is down in the grave. Damrit being revived is still there. But Sonic's bleeding out. Damrit trying to make a call. Trying to open up the space for the rest of the team. And Larry still standing. We have Laos from the back end. Will they take opportunity while Vietnam still want to get this compound badly? Larry gonna heal himself up while Mott is bleeding out as well. Sonix as well. As we're talking about Snipes not giving any space of them to peek at all.
Okay, he needs to pick up his teammate quickly as Damroot needs to buy time. But Midlander is starting to move forward. Midlander will gun down Snipes. And it's now down to Damroot, the captain, the starman, the FMVP for the Pro League in MYSGPH. And now it's going to be Damroot. He needs to build this. He needs to play for placement points, but he needs to be careful at the same time as Vietnam tries to shoot him down. And unfortunately, Damroot will not be able to get away as Malaysia too will fall to number 16.
That's very questionable coming out from Malaysia team who got themselves. I mean, like, this is Vietnam. We do know when it comes to CQC, they are just angry and scary. But they're just giving away way too much. For Sonix, he got that double window of opportunity that he whiffed it for the second one. The first one, he just let it pass by. But the circle just have to be really tough. Comprises of 30% of water ratio. The rest of the team inside the Godcard field have to make a move. Big finish off by Radis, who's just gonna finish them off, but never mind, make it a big U-turn and just go into the circle because that's where the main fight will be at.
And Vietnam 1, they are known to be ruthless. They are starting to move in. Vietnam 1 preparing to get into the circle. They're not in it yet, but they're not too far away at the same time. They need to deal with Myanmar, who's right in front of them. At the same time, we can see that Red Kid from Philippines 1 will be gunned down by Midlaren, but still not out yet. There's still an opportunity for him to be picked up. Laos, on the other hand, they will be playing a gatekeeping role.
At the same time, I do know that therapy will be very saturated as well because there's most of the structures are there on the side of farmlands. We do have a couple of structures, but the rest of it is going to be in an open field for everybody to be exposing themselves. Romeo just playing with the doors, try to bait them out, but you know what? It's going to be a back in the head. 2 we go. He almost basically being straight into a box, but lucky enough, hopefully he got himself a couple of friends or teammates to just revive him back up to his feet.
Ooh, there you go. Unfortunately for Romeo, as they call it, Romeo must die. But now we move over to Philippines too. The team that got second place finish earlier on, going up against Indonesia. They're still playing on the outside of the circle, though, that the zone is starting to close in. Alan, together with Potato, they seem to want to take this fight as Potato gets one nade on the Opti. And now Opti, good thing he has Newbie to come pick him up. But Raimon, on the left side, will be taking off angle as Alan goes in, but he will not connect.
Alan is trying to make another go! He rammed into it! Alan with a DP28! Obliterate! And he almost got himself down on his knees as well while the Blues are kicking in. Now they realize we are staying this way too long. But Raymond a red face! It's gonna be really a red face winning this one while jumping over. It's gonna be Katu. Katu being finished off quite far. Where the shots came out from is from downtown all the way. The Vietnam team really can see through everything. They're on the verge of making something great for the side of Indonesia, but being stopped entirely by the side of Vietnam.
Yeah, it is super tough because Circle is very far and they're currently fighting in the blue. That's not the situation that you want to be in. 40 more seconds until the next zone starts to close. Marnet now trying to keep Brunei 1 out. But look at this Circle, Juju. This Circle just on top of the left bridge and still comprises of about 40% of water. That means they have about 60% of land area to play with. This is starting to be super, super hard.
If the Circle hot shift down south! Oh, taking on Brunei head on. That's gonna be really, really hurt. But outside of Brunei, they can actually revive whoever actually on the ground. But the problem is, Farfo is not really healthy himself. He's quite ill with that kind of HP. We do have Honda on the high grounds. They got themselves at the rim of a circle. They will gatekeep whoever pass by.
Ooh, but look at this. Beckham trying to bend it against Myanmar. As Myanmar making that rotation, they know that they're out of time. The long range coming in, but at the same time, Indonesia, what happened? Eliminated the second team to be out, and Laos spots out Myanmar. Spray coming in from Starlord, but it will not connect. The good news is that they are playing within the circle and they have the high ground advantage, while Brunei too currently at the lower ground, but Thailand too. They know that someone's there, but they cannot find a good angle against Rai.
It is a very steep cliff, by the way, but the moment Bruneians just pop themselves up there, they'll be shot down straight away. Headshot. You can hear that ding sound the moment that helmet being shredded there. But the Thais are really not happy. They are not satisfied. They want to find the Bruneians really straight head on, but just couldn't land the angle like you mentioned before. But we do have Myanmar on the other side, so the Thais really have to be extra careful because they might overexpose themselves just trying to commit to fight against the Bruneians.
Yeah, it's not going to be worth it just for the attempt to get that 1 or 2 points if they risk themselves getting eliminated. And plus now the circle is very small, a lot of teams are very close to each other. And now we move over to Malaysia 1, still maintain full score by the edge of the circle, trying to stop Vietnam 1 from coming in. Vietnam 1, they are playing the gatekeeping role as well as they try to stop Laos. So this will be a three-way warfare, or maybe even more, as there's another team behind them.
Yep. Well, we're looking over Frankie. He's really dying to get that one shot and head down. He saw it. He's gonna tap it. Rabi's knocked down. He got himself bunkers to work with. He won't be shot through, but he tried to explode their vehicle, making sure Rabi's being finished off and secure that one elimination point, while the rest of his teammates start to move forward, slowly trying to encroach towards his side, but it's just way too much. Look at how many bullets shooting across him. The Thais are eyeing over them as well. They're kind of stuck in between, so they have to pick the fight which way to go because they're being surrounded, cornered, and they need to figure out strategically how to get out from here.
Yeah, they need to be prepared for the next circle, definitely. Frankie trying to put pressure onto Laos at the same time, but Laos, good news is that they're currently in the circle, but may not be anymore as a circle. Likely to shift down south. All these teams will need to move, and yes, it's down south. Look at this. This circle is a beach circle. The beach circle is very open. That's why nobody is in the middle.
I think we jinxed it just now. I was flustered. I mentioned I will be very, very sad and upsetting if the circle actually sat down south. They actually did. It still comprises still a couple of ratio of water there. But look at Noah tapping out. I have to say Vietnam, even though for Vietnam team number 1, they got themselves quite a number of eliminations. One of the highest by far, 5 eliminations. Yet they cannot get themselves inside of a circle. That's going to be a tough one if they are being eliminated, obliterated entirely, and have to bow down at 13. But look at these swimming ducks inside of this pool.
Oh my goodness, it's going to be Cambodia. Most of them are currently in the water at this moment, while Philippines won. The team that has the double chicken dinner, now they're going to go fishing. They're going to enjoy this moment, netting those elimination points. But speaking about eliminations, Vietnam 1 has been eliminated, but we move on to Myanmar versus Thailand.
I have to say, Myanmar really good when it comes to CQC. Can they clutch it another go against the Thais there? Fluke and also, I think, down! And that's going to be really, really crucial for them to get inside now. They have one man knocked down. And the rest of Myanmar's second team, they're taking too much time here. They got the leeway. They're down to 2 more men on the side of the Thai. It's down to 2 men. Where are the rest of them? They're taking their own sweet time to climb up. While the rest of the team have their eyes onto them. The moment Myanmar taking up, got Tani the last moment. The last man remaining for Thai second team. Fluke really low on health. Still survived. Brunei's taking the third party going in as well.
Yeah, Brunei, this is their opening now. Earlier on, they were locked down by Thailand, but now they have an opening thanks to Myanmar. They start to move into the compound, but because Brunei, they're not playing as a duo, they might want to avoid this fight. But looks like Rebel is starting to move in as well. He just wants to play within the circle. At the same time, Philippines still have been eliminated at 11th place. Jumper seems to be eliminated as well. At the same time, Myanmar together with Thailand. It's not done yet for the both of them. The other Thailand team is on top, just looking over them. Malaysia won 10th place for them in this round.
The Thais are both being ambushed by so many teams at the same time, but different places. Now, Myanmar, they should have had this sealed, but they're taking too long just to secure that, hoping for another one!
Oh!
Nice angle from Finn, taking on God Tani, almost the second or third time here, but never mind, they're still not rushing in, they're just gonna toss over whatever resources they have. They just want to secure this and run, because they don't want to stay this way too long. But the problem is, they cannot secure the deal until they go on top of the second story.
And to add to the bad news is that the Circle actually shifts away from all these teams. They need to finish this fight fast. They need to finish this fight quick. Together with Brunei, how are they going to get away from this? A lot of open space between them and the Circle as well. Got Tuni, SS Flukev, they're on the top floor. Zico sees him clearly. Zico going to take the shot. Yes, the DBS in hand, but that range, the DBS will not be as effective. Rivalry has a DBS as well. Monkey will be gunned out. Flukev is actually on the top floor, but one more second and the zone will start to close in. Thailand 2 need to move.
No more time to linger, but the moment they got back, that revenge coming out from the side of Thai and Vietnam taking on Myanmar, the moment they stepped themselves inside of a circle, they've been decimated, left with one man for Myanmar team, but not done the Thais. What is happening? Flukev still managed to get away from whatever ordeal they've been facing and still breathing, but still not inside of a circle.
Oh yes, he needs to find a way in. That was the best that Brunei can do. They didn't have a vehicle, they don't have the circle. The best they could do. Whoa, wait, what? Porsche, what just happened? What did you do? You nailed yourself. What?
Well, some things aren't avoided at all. At this stage, it's going to be self-made, where things happen even in the pro scene. We do know that, but never mind. It's just SEA Games, right? Oh no, it's not the time where Porsche don't have anybody to help him. It's too far. They're being segregated into two different compounds there. And the moment his teammate want to help him up, it's going to be exposing Mark towards the side of Myanmar, and also Philippines. Damigod is still there. We have another Myanmar on the other side here. Two Myanmar teams still in the fray. Indonesian quite separated, thinly separated, but in a 2-1 formation, they gained so much information.
Chuchu, you are right to point that out. Demigod is still in this, and now Philippines won. They are in the top 5. Consistency is key to Philippines at this moment. It's insane. But then again, Indonesia too, they need to find a way to come back. They're currently at 16th place. They're looking to get more points in the bag as King goes down to Mart from Vietnam too. Now all of them are in the circle. Everyone's anticipating for the next circle. Where will it go? Finn is currently in the middle together with Mart as well as Porsche. They'll likely stay at the circle, and yes, they will. And guess what, Chuchu? Demigod is playing by the rim of the circle as well.
Oh, but for how much longer? These teams are really bloodthirsty. The most elimination points come out from Vietnam's second team here with 9 points, and Myanmar first team 12 points. Double of that. They might secure themselves this chicken dinner if they got all of these teams out. But we do have Indonesians still breathing out there. They're segregated, they're separated to gain more field of play, to gain more compound, to gain more space for themselves. And they got some extra airdrop as well. That's going to be a big bonus and upgrade of loot if they want to. With smokes being puffed out, can Force just reach it on time. We do have Myanmar first team start to ramp into Myanmar second team here. It's going to be a civil war, but two countries in the same building.
Oh yeah, it probably will be 3 actually. 3 countries. Okay, 2 countries, but 3 different teams. But now they're starting to go on in and in. 1 sec, only 10% of health left. 1 sec, and but he goes up and sees his compatriot Finn in the same room. Finn moves in, and 1 sec will be gunned down by Finn. Finn will secure that elimination point, and Vietnam 2 still maintain both of their team members.
But Finn caught himself in a trap right now. It's kind of hard for him to actually go out. He's on the second floor with Porsche on Vietnam, second team here. They're taking the first floor of the watchtower. While the rest of the teams outside, we still have 5 teams here, by the way, with 8 players alive. Whoever goes down first is going to be a really heartbreaking moment for them. But Indonesia, look at how smart they are. They're being slowly cornering around, trying to gain as much information to relay back to the rooster who to shoot first. Demigod on the other hand, playing this really smart, trying to stay as low as possible. His Mini 14 doesn't have any magazines left, but his KL still able to do so. Finn 1v2 against the Vietnamese downstairs while Demigod across him. Why and how can he actually close this off? Indonesians on the other hand, nobody actually spot him out just yet.
Yeah, Marnet is also playing this as quiet as Demigod. Demigod is on the other side, so he's definitely not going to move a muscle. Okay, he still has a building. Not too sure if he has a circle though. If he does, this can be his fortress towards the final 9th circle. And when it comes to the 9th circle, it will close. It will close entirely. So he just needs to hold on until that moment, and maybe he can pick off a elimination, even depending on how things go on the other side.
But Indonesian teams really have to move right now. Ryzen, Luxia, and also Force really have to move. They have 10 more seconds. We do know Proning will not be as quick as you are standing, and the moment they stand, they will be exposing themselves to Demigod and also Finn on top of this watchtower. He can see through everything for Finn right now. But Indonesia is still taking their sweet time. The circle will actually constrict them to death if they don't try to move. Now, Ryzen will force himself to slowly move forward. While Force, he prepared himself a grenade. But can he take it down? Luxy take it on. Demigod, the Philippines finish off their second streak back-to-back chicken dinner and place themselves at 5th. Down to 4 here.
Anyway, it's a top 5 finish, so they're still fairly consistent. They will definitely still be on top at the end of this round. But now let's get focused onto our last 4 teams. 7 more players left. And now Vietnam, are they forced to move down? Not yet. Gen 4 tossing out those Molotovs, but Gen 4's will be gonna be Mornet, who was very, very quiet. Now he's making all those noises. Indonesia too. Maybe get now Porsche tries to get one for himself, but Porsche needs to retreat and reset.
Oh, it's not much time. The smoke will dissipate. We're looking at Ryzen managed to heal himself up. And Vietnam, I'm not sure if they want to go to the second story, but Circle is not theirs. It's Indonesians. They might just take away this chicken in a fin. He needs to buy more time, but Luxy, he tried to swing it. He's trying to wing it. But Luxy couldn't play it with the walls. It's too much for him. It's all left, right inside of a Ryzen is there. Taking it down, but no! The blue is not on that side. It down to Finn. He didn't try to move. Oh, he's climbed down. This is the moment. Myanmar, they want their chicken dinner so bad. Winner, chicken dinner for Finn. And then Myanmar secured one for themselves.
Wow, look at the relief there. Myanmar showing it off that they are also in this tournament. 6 elimination points for them. They managed to heal 430 and 962 damage done by Myanmar 2 is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. And Vietnam, they wish they would have gotten it, but then again, they were pressured by Indonesia. Indonesia kind of helped Myanmar to get this chicken dinner.
I have to say that perseverance coming up from Finn, well worth it. They got themselves 6 eliminations, not just they got themselves another chicken dinner, and that's gonna be what, 18 points. No, never mind, 18 points secured for now. But the thing is, you mentioned about Demigod is in the top 5, so definitely the Philippines will still be consistent. But just to jump back, another Myanmar team, which is going to be Margin Esports, the first Myanmar team, they got themselves a double digit as well. And the Indonesian teams, this definitely will actually push themselves up in the overall standings later.
Yeah, no doubt. Indonesia too, they were at number 16. They will definitely not be in there after this kind of performance. It was the third place finish for them with a decent amount of eliminations as well. So definitely they'll be somewhere in the middle. Not too sure exactly where yet. We'll need to wait for the official results. But for Myanmar too, they were last seen in the middle at number 8 with 17 points. So expect them to be maybe at the top 5 once the official results are out.
At least in the top 8, we definitely know that. But the thing is,
For
just
sure.
now, Clark, I mentioned Indonesian, they were a bit too late. They know the fact they can't stand. It's quite an open area. If they want to prune, they have to prune when the circle have 30 more seconds before it shrinks, and they didn't move until the last minute, and that caused the entire team to be found out, and they forced themselves to stand, and that's kind of exposed themselves. But they did actually put down Demigod to rest that time. But I have to say, Finn, he just stay up there and not even trying to pick out. That was a wise decision.
I know, right? At the end of the day, he finished with a winner chicken dinner for his team. So definitely Myanmar will be very, very happy with that, whatever it is. Yeah. But for the Philippines, like what you said, Demigod and number 5 finish. 3 games of super consistency.
I have to agree. Even though it's not all out balak-bagan for them, which you guys want to know what balak-bagan means, it's like dirty fight coming out from their boxer, the famous boxer Manny, if I'm not mistaken. But the thing is, I have to say, I'm loving the fact Myanmar is rising up to the occasions. We're talking about SEA Games. This is where, everything, their pride, their dignity, their flag of their own country is at stake. So it's more pressure, no pressure for them, but definitely a lot of pressure on them. It kind of pushed them towards another level that's been unlocked that we haven't seen before, especially coming up from a Myanmar team.
Myanmar team, we haven't talked about them that much, frankly speaking. The last we saw them, like I said, was in the middle of the charts. But with this, I think they will be given a little bit more attention coming into the following rounds. Now, for Myanmar as well, even when it came to the individual and even when it came to the qualifiers, they didn't have like this spotlight around them. Like they didn't do all those flashy moves, or they didn't have like big flashy results. But they could be those teams that you don't talk about them that much, but maybe approaching day 3, we may see them like, all of a sudden they could be one of those teams that are challenging for the podium spot.
And even though I did mention Allies as Ninja, they're like another team of Ninja that out of nowhere, suddenly they are there. These are the Myanmar teams. It's like hidden secret tactics. You can call it whatever you want to call it, but they're always there, popping their heads out of nowhere when it comes to the last few phases. And nobody actually expected them to actually ambush in the last minute. And we have no clue where they were at in the first few phases of a circle as well.
Yeah, we hardly saw them. We saw Philippines, they were at the lighthouse. We saw even Thailand as well. They were on the left. And then we even saw Vietnam making a lot of rotations and fighting a lot from Pachinki, I believe. But it was it's interesting that somehow they managed to slip their way into this kind of circle. And you can't think about it, right, you? This is the tough circle, and because there's like 60% of water, 40% water at some point, that means that teams are very packed with each other, and they can still find their way in somehow.
Plus, the circle, we thought it's going to be ended up in Pachinki like our first match of the day, but definitely was a totally different one. When they hard shift all the way down south. And that's where everybody scratches their head. Now, where would we go? There's only one direction. There's not like in the sense of like Pachinki, there's so many buildings in Pachinki, there's so many corners to pick around, and there's so many angles you can play and hide as well. But it's very different when it comes to around the outskirts of Ferry Pier, because it's an open field. There's nothing else for you to hide, unless if you got inside that compounded watchtower in the last few circles. And the center of it is just the last circle as well. Whoever's not inside of it have to face their death door, like it or not, because there's no way for them to actually, even Indonesian team, they got the numbers, but they didn't get the compound.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they didn't, right? Despite them having the numbers, they fought really well towards the end. But then again, you are going up against some of the best teams in Southeast Asia as well. The Vietnamese team that they fought is Xavier, basically. And Xavier, we know that they have a track record when it comes to even the C stage as well. So they're not faced by all of this. But looking at the MVP, this is the most eliminations that we had in the grand finals for a MVP. It's going to be Marnet from Myanmar, 908 damage, 187 longest elimination distance, representing Margin Esports and also Myanmar 1.
6 eliminations. That's 6 we should emphasize more, because out of 12, he got himself solo-handedly finish off 6 players in that match just now. Marnet, we saw how he angled his projectile coming out, and that grenade is just always so on point. That was well-deserving MVP. I just don't know how he calculated so well when it comes tossing out. And it's going to be Myanmar's first team. No, they didn't get themselves chicken, but we got ourselves. Last time it was Philippines first and second. This time Myanmar had it going as well.
Wow, I see aluminium here. 2-4 damage, and you have 2-4 total points. And you have 14, so you have a lot of 4 and 2s all around. But speaking about 4 and 2s, or 2s especially, right? Myanmar, the other team actually got a second place finish in terms of overall points collected. So 21 points for Myanmar 2 as well, followed by Vietnam with a total of 21 points, actually same. And then we have Indonesia 2, with 12 points, followed by the Philippines. The Philippines 1, Demigod, played the ninja role towards the end with 8 points. Thailand 2 with 8 points, and we have Thailand 1 with 7 points. At least both Thailand teams now, they're starting to rise up together. Laos 1, 6 points. Vietnam 1, 5 points. Indonesia 1, 3 points. 2 points for Malaysia 1, Philippines 2, as well as Brunei 2. 1 point for Cambodia 1, Malaysia 2. And for this round, Brunei 1 failed to collect any points.
Oh, I have to say, I hate to say it, they need to start collecting points, because we have 2 more remaining matches and we're done. But for the have this time, it's going to be Marnet. I'm loving this. Mort versus Marnet, The names plays a big role in this. If you have similar names, if you're really pro, the other person with your similar names will be very professional and very good players. Well, 6 to 5 eliminations. Damage output-wise, just 200-ish difference, not even 200. Elimination-wise, when it comes to the distance, it's more to his Marnet. We do know how he just really so well when it comes to counting angles.
You know what? I think our production is having a lot of fun. Yesterday we had Frankie from Malaysia, and then you have Frankie from Vietnam being compared with the head-to-head, and we go like, what? Okay, now we have Marnet and you have Mart. Our production having a good time.
Marnet went to the mart and buy some magnet. There you go. Wow. Maybe we have magnet in the future. But for elimination and damage output, this is where and what I want to really see. Because Myanmar first team, the only team with the tallest tower, aside from Vietnam second team, who got themselves one of the highest eliminations as well. The others just looks really small when it comes comparing to his Myanmar first team and Vietnam second team.
Yeah, so we can see this time a couple of zeros as well. Cambodia, unfortunately, one of them. Brunei 1 as well, one of them. And we do see a couple of ones. Both Malaysian teams getting only 1 elimination point. Philippines 2, 1 elimination point as well. So we have a few bottoms there. Brunei 2 as well, with 1 elimination point. And this will be the overall eliminations and damage. However, after this, it will be a little bit of a longer break as we head into game number 4. This will be our usual schedule, ladies and gentlemen, day by day as well. So if you want to go for your own personal breaks and you're worried about missing on the action, just wait until after game number 3 and that will happen. But let's check out the outstanding teams. Both Myanmar teams made it onto the board.
I'm glad that's more than 2 flags because we do have Indonesian team squeezed into the last minute. I'm surprised. I mean, like, imagine there's only 2 countries coming up for the top 4 of outstanding teams. But Myanmar, last match we got Philippines only for 2 teams up here. This time Myanmar have a bit of a show. You guys know what? We got it flexing as well as Myanmar, both team first and second got themselves the top 4. Vietnam on the then they start to warm up here. This has to be worrying for some of the team. Well, Indonesia's second team is actually performed way better than the first one. And this is a team with Luxie and Ryzen, Jen Force, Buffel, and also Jaden. So this is a combination of a mixture of all star players coming from Indonesia as well. So they're still working out when it comes to their chemistry. But when it comes to the Nate's use, both, or not both, all 4 teams are pretty much almost equal.
Well, no surprises here. We expected this to still be as it is. Philippines one definitely still on top right now with 55 total points, followed by Thailand 45 points. Both Myanmar teams eyeing that third this out for now at least. 43 points for Myanmar 1 and Myanmar 2 with that chicken dinner brings them up to number 4 with 38 points. And now Vietnam 2 with number 5, 27 points. Number 6 goes to Philippines, 23 points. Not too far though. We still have a lot of games to go, by the way. Indonesia 1, number 7 with 22 points. Cambodia, number 8, 21 points. Malaysia 1, 20 points, and so on and so forth. As we can see here at the other end, Malaysia 2 now drops onto the number 16 spot. And I don't know. Are they missing QB considering that he is stepping away today because of health-related matters?
Hopefully he recovers because it seems like the Malaysian team is really screaming for help as they are not having what they expected for themselves to perform. But on the side of Myanmar and also for the Philippines, they're having a really good day, starting off with a good tone, coming up to the first day of the SEA Games. When it comes to the 3-day stretch though, it's going to be depending on their stamina, but definitely when it comes to the first and second placement, there's 10 points stretch in between, so it's getting bigger. But let's get into our winners interview, what they have to say for the Myanmar.
Xin chào Phin, chúc mừng bạn đã có được một chiến thắng vô cùng xuất sắc. Trong vòng bao cuối cùng cái thi đấu vừa rồi thì bạn phải đối đầu trực tiếp với một đối thủ đại diện rất là mạnh tới từ đội tuyển Việt Nam, đó chính là Việt Nam 2. Vậy thì bạn đánh giá sao, cảm thấy sao về đối thủ này của mình?
So hello Finn, congratulations on your victory. So our questions is at the end of the match, you faced with Vietnam team, which is Vietnam 2, which is a very strong competitors in SEA Games 31st. So how's your thought about this?
내စိတ်လှုပ်ရှားနေဘောနော်သူတို့လည်းဖြစ်ကြတာပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်ဆင်းပြပြီးတော့နိုင်သွားတော့လေကျွန်တော် chicken ရသွားဝန်တာပါတယ်ပေါ့
Yeah, he's really exciting and happy to face this kind of thing.
Câu trả lời của Finn ở trong cái câu hỏi đầu tiên này đó chính là Finn rất là tự tin và sẵn sàng để mà đối mặt với lại team Việt Nam, cũng như là bạn rất là vui vì cái kết quả ở cái trận này.
Ngay lúc này thì cháu Trang biết là ở quê nhà Myanmar của bạn thì có gia đình này, bạn bè cũng như là người hâm mộ đang sát cánh và theo dõi cũng như là cổ vũ cho các bạn tại SEA Games 31. Bạn có muốn nói lời gì với họ không?
So do you have any words to say to your fans, your family, your supporter at Myanmar?
ကျွန်တော်တို့တင်လို့အားပေးနေတဲ့မြန်မာပြည်ပြည်သက်တွေကိုကျေးဇူးအများကြီးတင်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့လည်းဆက်လက်ဆောင်ကြည့်ပေးဖို့မြေသားရက်ခံပါတယ်
He said like thank you for the supporting and please watch to the end.
Những cái lời nói mà Finn muốn gửi tới quê nhà đó chính là cảm ơn cái sự support cũng như những sự hỗ trợ của các bạn fans và cũng như là gia đình ở Myanmar.
Cảm ơn Finn đã tham gia phần phỏng vấn này và chúc bạn may mắn trong những game đấu tiếp theo. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Các bạn khán giả thân mến, như vậy là chúng ta đã trải qua 3 game đấu mở màn cho thế thức đồng đội rồi. Bây giờ mời mọi người nghỉ giải lao trong ít phút, chúng mình sẽ quay trở lại ngay thôi.
PUBG Mobile, in order to take on the various battleground environments, it's crucial to have a vehicle capable of traversing any terrain. In the official version of Livic, we've added the brand new utility task vehicle, UTV. So, how does this vehicle perform in the game? Today, let's compare the UTV with Livic's other commonly used all-terrain vehicles, the buggy and monster truck. We're sure to help you decide which vehicle to use. Let's see the overall performance of these vehicles. The buggy is quite small and compact, which gives it exceptional handling. During intense chases, its agility provides a firm sense of security. The monster truck has a tall chassis with massive tires, enabling it to traverse rugged terrain with ease. The UTV has overall great performance and is very practical. Its spacious interior makes it convenient for large teams, whether it be paved roads or the wilderness. The UTV can smoothly carry your team to any desired destination. The all-new UTV has a fairly compact frame, plenty of passenger space, and excels in all terrain. Whether it's rugged mountainous terrain or narrow streets, or in the middle of an intense firefight, it's a reliable means of transportation. It might just be your ticket to the final circle. Dear PUBG Mobile players, hello! There are many changes in store for you in PUBG Mobile 2.0. In this video, we will introduce the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you'll like them. After 2 years of testing and improvements, the official version of Livic is finally ready for launch. We've kept the fast-paced battles of the test version, and we've taken another look at Midstein, Blomster, the Logistics Center, Iceborg, and other areas, substantially improving their look and fully optimizing their layouts. We believe these changes will enrich your battle experience with even more strategic depth. In the official release version of Livic, you'll be able to find a new all-terrain UTV. It's a small 4-seater vehicle that excels in all terrains. No matter how complex the environment is, the UTV will be able to quickly traverse the area. At the same time, XT weapon upgrade packs will be available in supply shops that appear in fixed locations. These packs can be used to upgrade weapons to their XT version, which increases their performance and control. These upgrades will be immensely helpful in battle in the official version of Livic. The official version of Livic has new ways to acquire supplies. When starting a match, an advanced supply zone will spawn randomly on the map. These areas have more supplies and shop tokens than any other place on the map. Naturally, the advanced supply zone will also attract more enemies. If you're confident in your shooting skills, come to the zone and fight for supplies. In the official release version of Livic, we've added random crates, treasure maps, wild berries, soccer challenge, vehicle ramp challenges, zip lines, airdrop markers, and other fun gameplay and mechanics. We hope these new mechanics will give you extra rewards, allow you to have even more fast-paced and exciting battles, and provide you with diverse sources of enjoyment. What's more, Livic's iconic volcano is getting ready to erupt again after many years of dormancy. When the volcano erupts, remember to be careful and take evasive action. The new PUBG Mobile Evangelion-themed mode is coming soon. This mode features a special blue zone mechanic to make battles faster and more exciting. The 6th Angel has invaded Erangel. Witness the might of the Angel up close. Watch EVA Unit 01 battle the Angel and pick up supplies from the defensive fortress. This epic battle is about to take place right before your eyes. Experience this map in ranked mode now. In Erangel and Myanmar, both for ranked and unranked mode, we've added a new item called the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. When deployed, the Emergency Pickup generates a hot air balloon. The balloon rises into the air, signaling a rescue plane to come pick you up. When you tap the plane, it'll pick you up and carry you towards the center of the play zone. You can choose to jump out at any time, if you see a safe area that you prefer to land in. It's also worth noting that when you're in the blue zone, even if you're in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully about using the Emergency Pickup. In the new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've adjusted how the recall feature is displayed to make it easier to read. At the same time, we've added new quick chat messages and defeat markers to facilitate communication between teammates. When a defeated player is recalled, their view from the plane has been improved to make it easier to observe the battlefield. To enrich the gaming experience even more, we've added a haptic feedback system to the new version. When haptic feedback is enabled, you'll feel haptic feedback for various actions taken in the game. Real-time haptic feedback can be enabled for weapons, vehicles, character statuses, sound visualizations, and other triggers, giving you a more immersive experience of the game. Keep in mind that you can adjust the quality of the haptics in settings, and also adjust the strength of the haptics and customize them for different combat scenarios. With this much control, there's no need to worry about strong haptic feedback affecting your performance. In version 2.0, we've implemented a series of improvements to the control experience. The decline feature for follow requests now stays in effect for the whole match, and the collapse feature has been added to the item bar of the backpack. The buttons for graffiti and emotes have been merged in matches, and you can now bring even more emotes into a match. We've also adjusted the transparency of mark messages and the size of the throwable and consumable wheels. The display effects of the elimination messages and tips have also been made more obvious and clear. At the same time, in-match notices now appear when certain actions take place. We hope all of this helps your team perform even better in battle. As for in-match communication, enemies behind obstacles can now be marked with quick voice messages. The chat area has been enlarged, and new marked messages are displayed at the top to make it more convenient to communicate with teammates. In terms of weapon-related improvements, we've increased the hit damage ratio and range damage of the shotgun, slightly increased the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun, and improved the overall balance of weapons. Improvements have also been made to the smoke grenade effects, weapons animations against walls, the marking feature, and sprint controls to give you a smoother gaming experience. The new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers, and no changes have been made for Gold tier and above. At the same time, we've added themed core circle missions, commemorative titles, exclusive rewards that can be unlocked by collecting crates. We've also prepared many great new season rewards. Best wishes for ranking up and winning more rewards in the new season. And don't worry, we haven't forgotten about Cheer Park. In the new version, we've added a mini soccer field and a 4-seat wingman to Cheer Park. Invite your friends to experience it together. If you'd like to know more about PUBG Mobile, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Hope you all have a great time in the new version. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. PUBG Mobile 2.0 Classic Mode Improvements. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.0 is now available. In this video, we'll introduce some updates to Classic Mode. We hope you like them. Emergency Pickup. In both the ranked and unranked mode, Erangel and Myanmar apps, we've added a new mobility item, the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. Deploying the Emergency Pickup takes a little bit of time. Once deployed, a hot air balloon beacon will be launched into the air, as a beacon to guide the aircraft. Once the beacon is launched, you'll need to tap attach before the plane arrives in order to be lifted into the air. It can carry up to 4 players at a time, and you can choose to jump at any time in the air to reach the play zone. It's a new strategic mechanic that allows you to move around quickly with your teammates and also gather battlefield intel from high up in the sky. With the help of players' ingenuity, the emergency pickup can be used in actual combat to create more thrilling scenarios. It's also worth noting that as long as you're in the blue zone, even if you're up in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully before using the emergency pickup. Tier adjustment. An all-new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, and Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers. There's no change for Gold tier and above. We wish all players the best. Recall optimization. In this new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've made some adjustments to the recall mechanic. We've also added a quick chat message, "I'll recall our teammates," and mini-map death markers to facilitate communication between teammates. Recalled players will have a clearer view of the battleground from the plane. The thing you'll need to remember is, in the Iranian and Livik-themed mode, as long as you have a recall remaining, you'll respawn automatically when you're defeated. Your teammates won't have to recall you from a recall tower. In the ranked version of the Livik map in Classic mode, the recall mechanic will be added as a limited-time event feature. Haptic feedback system. In order to enhance players' immersion in the game, we've added an interactive haptic feedback system to the new version. The various actions of in-game players will be reflected through vibration and haptics, further enhancing the game's immersive experience. When players interact with weapons and vehicles, interactive feedback will be transmitted to players in real time in the form of device vibrations, allowing players to experience differences in different interactive environments. When a player enters different states such as running, jumping, and being attacked, the device's vibration allows them to better feel the difference in their own state. Even when the minimap is marked with footsteps, vehicle sounds, and gunshots, the haptic feedback system will also react in real time. The haptic feedback system has 2 quality settings, high and low, and needs to be enabled in settings. At the same time, players can also set the vibration strength and customize the haptics under different combat scenarios. Do keep in mind that high quality requires a device with compatible hardware before it can be enabled. Firearm optimization. For firearms, we focused on adjusting the shotgun's attributes, increasing its hit damage ratio and ranged damage, and slightly increasing the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun. At the same time, S12K's capacity has been expanded to 10 rounds, and S1897's bolt action speed has also been improved. We hope that this series of adjustments will improve players' experience with shotguns. General improvements. We've also made tons of optimizations to improve players' general gameplay experience. Now, when players drag the sprint button, accuracy is further improved. The movement of players holding weapons close to walls has also become smoother and more natural. At the same time, in the new version, players will be able to mark shops, recall towers, and zip lines, improving communication and teamwork efficiency among teammates. From a visual perspective, we've also optimized and adjusted the smoke grenades effect. Well, that's it for improvements to the Classic mode in PUBG Mobile 2.0. We highly encourage you to play and see what it's like for yourself. If you want to know more about PUBG Mobile, please follow our official community. See you next time!
Flags by sound down, tiger with fight on alone. That's what we've been waving flags by sundown.
senin yanında dolduruntayız olay tamam.
قلوبنا مفضوحة هربت خلعت كسرت في الابواب فريقي جاهز حاضر متمكن من كل شي عقبات رح كون الشخص الوحيد اللي باقي اقوى من هيك مقلع ملك وماشي متربع على عرشي ما انا هيك PUBG واجبتي صفقة تمت في علمي من تاني موسم يا عيني تحفيز وتطوير لاني زعيم عظيم من 4 سنين بلا وحدة لوحدة برسم باسمي للمهردج ودورنا ارض كامل التسحين
Satu persatu jatuh, collect another one. Kuasai lapangan, saya nggak ada lawan. Jangan tes, coba les, guess. Langkah gue tembakan masuk, nadi gue SS. Gue bisa tahu musuh kena mental, main pada panik, nyali pada mental. Squad selalu siap, beda jam terbang, raja terakhir, makan ayam bang. Pada camping, modal scoping, bener setting, lama looting, lupa healing, pakai karbin, gila ranking, gue last king. All I do is win, all I do is win. Bendera putih, lo yang kibarin, taking over the game, squad lain gue ratain, biar history winning streak, gue yang jelasin.
Wow, wow, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol, eu enfrentando a batalha sozinho. Wow, wow, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol, sempre ligeiro, verdadeiro, meu compadre, meu squad, espalhado pelo mundo inteiro. Nós sempre almeja o topo, se correr nós alveja. Não importa o quanto difícil seja, fazemos o dobro. Se tiver na mira, se retira, quando mexe pode ter crise, respira e não pira. Sabe, eu tenho dó de ti. Consciência lutando pela sobrevivência, I answer red shot. Inimigos diluindo, olha o tiro vindo, olha o tiro lindo. Sigo sempre evoluindo, existente mesmo sendo transparente, persistente, insistente. A dificuldade me fez resistente. Humildade e perseverança, lealdade te traz segurança sem maldade, senão você dança pras crianças obter esperança. Me veja brilhar, me veja brilhar.
Face mâini cu win, știi că sunt bun la asta. Când vine cade pe mine, da, sunt pregătit. Fără ajutorul mamei știi că pot să o duc la cap. Emoțiile au dispărut, dar pericolul e prezent.
Ortalık karışabilir ve de buna karşılık verebilirim inan ki. Ne var ki sanki her taraf alevler içinde kalır. Hep adil bir savaş oynanır. Sonunda hak eden alır.
Hi everyone, welcome to PUBG Mobile's Step Forward launch.
Hello, I'm Ray. Welcome everyone.
A while ago, we launched the 4th anniversary themed game mode. Did everyone have fun? Thank you for your continued love and support. In this new year, we'll continue to challenge ourselves and step forward to provide you with more exciting and compelling content. Next, we'll reveal PUBG Mobile's plans for this year. Let's go!
Yeah!
Ray, where do you think this is?
This looks like Living, but something seems different.
Exactly, because it's the updated Livik map which will be released in PUBG Mobile 2.0 in early May. Let me show you around. Hold tight. After nearly 22 months of testing, tweaking, and polishing, Livik is finally ready to be officially launched. So what are the differences between the official version and beta version, you may be asking? At PUBG Mobile's exclusive 2x2 sized map, Livik matches are short, fast-paced, and action-packed. The official version of Livik retains most of the elements from the beta version while updating several themed areas, adds a new all-terrain vehicle, and introduces new weapon acquisition methods and interactables. Allow me to walk you through the many features. New themed areas. In the official version, we've updated several themed areas for players to enjoy and explore. At the same time, the distinct architecture and layout of these areas will shape different battle tactics. Players must take advantage of the terrain and adopt different strategies and tactics to increase the chance of victory. Midstein. First of all, we overhauled Midstein. The mix of buildings interspersed with roads and alleyways create a complex urban environment. Here, suppressive fire at vantage points and close-range alleyways will be the focus. Blomster. Blomster has been updated on the map. Wide roads split the area into several sections. Finding the perfect vantage point will be the make or break factor for this area. The newly constructed soccer pitch in Blomster also gives residents a great place for leisurely activities. Spectacular soccer games are held here every day. Come and show off your skills. Logistics Center. The original lumber yard has been upgraded to the new logistics center. Spacious warehouses and container yards ensure the steady supply of goods into Livik. This spacious zone is densely packed with plenty of cover. Players that are able to move fast around tight corners will dominate this area. Iceborg. The new Iceborg rises from a snow-covered plain. A tall church stands solemnly amid loosely aligned buildings. I think this is the perfect place to play hide and seek. New vehicle. Are you geared up and ready to take on these new areas? Despite the small map size, there is still some distance between areas. Never fear, in the official map, we'll be introducing a new all-terrain UTV. Compared to the monster truck, the UTV is more compact, which allows it to not only traverse mountains and hills, but also zip through urban roads and alleyways. The versatility of this vehicle is immeasurable. What's more, it can carry up to 4 passengers. Be sure to explore Livik with your friends once it officially releases. New ways to acquire weapons. Besides new ways of getting around, we've also added new ways of obtaining weapons in the official version. The Livik exclusive XT firearms bring more diversity to players' playstyles. In the beta version, the XT firearms were obtained from crates and airdrops. These methods weren't guaranteed. In the official version, the XT firearms have been added to supply shops in Livik. Some firearms can be upgraded to their XT variant by purchasing the XT upgrade crate from the supply shop. New map features. Advanced Supply Zone. Some players may feel that even though XT firearms can now be purchased in shops, that there's still the pressure to obtain enough tokens. We've added a new way of quickly collecting resources in the new official version. Of course, there is a trade-off to getting high-level resources. Players will have to compete with others in advanced supply zones. After entering a map, an advanced supply zone will randomly appear near the flight path. These zones will be rich in supplies, allowing players to quickly prepare for the match ahead. These zones will attract other players, so skirmishes are unavoidable. If you are confident in your gunslinging skills, I urge you to take the risk. Besides the advanced supply zone, other features that cater to different player styles have been added to the official map. Treasure Hunt. Although players can prepare more quickly in the advanced supply zone, let's not forget that a plethora of crates are peppered throughout Livik. To help players locate these crates, we've added a treasure map to the official version. Players can use the map to mark crates on the minimap. Soccer Challenge. I'm sure you'll stop to admire the soccer pitch when passing through Blomster. Just like the hot springs which can recover energy, the soccer pitch isn't only for show. Players can participate in the scoring challenge and show off their skills. They might just win rewards in the process. High-flying vehicles. If playing soccer is a fun urban activity, then there should also be a fun rural activity. Besides the previously mentioned treasure hunt, we've also introduced vehicle ramps for all the thrill seekers out there. Hit a ramp at high speed to launch into places you can't normally reach on foot and acquire exclusive activity rewards. Zipline. What about high flying without a vehicle? Try out ziplines. Traverse the map quickly by using ziplines. Berry hunt. If you're tired of all the excitement, slow down and enjoy the surroundings. If you look carefully, you might find edible berries that can restore energy. That wraps up my introduction to the official Livik map. I'm sure that the new map will be full of surprises and add to your gaming experience. See you in May for PUBG Mobile 2.0. Look forward to the official version of Livik. How are you feeling, Ray? Step Forward is more than just an updated Livik map, as we're always pursuing the best gaming experience possible for all players. In Classic mode, we've also upgraded the overall experience from game mechanics, UI, basic controls, systems, and more. Let's take a look. New map mechanism, emergency pickup. In the upcoming version 2.0 release in May, we will add a new emergency pickup map mechanism to Erangel and Myanmar in both ranked and unranked mode. The emergency pickup is an item that helps players escape the blue zone and reach the play zone faster. When players are far enough away from the play zone, they can deploy the emergency pickup in an open area. The emergency pickup will generate a hot air balloon, which will inflate and summon a rescue plane to save the player. When the player taps the plane, it will carry the player to the middle of the play zone. In addition to being used to move to the play zone, the emergency pickup has many other strategic applications. However, even while they are in the air, players will continue to take damage from the blue zone. Royale Arena Assault Sandhawk. In version 1.9, we expanded the map section for Arena mode by adding classic Battle Royale maps to the arena so that players can get used to the intense close-range firefights in the final play zone in Battle Royale modes. In version 2.0, an arena version of Sandhawk will be added. We'll be adding many arena areas in Sandhawk so that players can get ready for the final battle in different parts of Sandhawk. Other basic control improvements. In addition to adding new map mechanics, we've also made many control-related improvements. Haptic system. We'll launch a haptic feedback feature to give players real-time feedback for various actions, which will give players an even more immersive experience of the game. The haptic feedback will be used with weapons, vehicles, character statuses, sound visualization, and more. When players shoot, the device will trigger haptic feedback to reflect the recoil of the weapon. When players are driving a vehicle, its contact with the ground will be conveyed to players via haptics. When players run, jump, or get hit, haptics will clearly reflect the change in player status. The device will also vibrate when new footsteps, gunshot, or vehicle sound markers appear on the minimap. In addition to providing you more quality and fun content, we also hope to introduce you to a fair, safe, and inclusive gaming environment. Since the launch of the game, we've been committed to combating cheaters. Ensuring that our players get to enjoy the fairest PUBG Mobile gaming experience has always been a goal of ours. In 2021, we revolutionized many ban security system features to crack down on cheating in many ways. Now, in 2022, the ban security system will receive another major upgrade, and ban security system 2.0 will be launching soon. Yes, you heard that right. In the upcoming PUBG Mobile version 2.0 to be released in May, ban 2.0 will also be made officially available to all players. ban 2.0 has many new and cutting-edge security features that will ensure a fair playing field for each match. Today, we'll uncover the mystery surrounding ban security system 2.0, so let's see what new updates there are. In ban 2.0, we provide better, smarter, and faster anti-cheating measures to all PUBG Mobile players on 3 major fronts: new anti-cheat features, match reviews, and player reporting. First up are the new anti-cheating features. ban security system 2.0 is equipped with the latest cutting-edge anti-cheat technology, the Fog of War anti-cheat system. The Fog of War anti-cheat system is able to thoroughly combat X-ray vision and other methods of cheating by cutting them off from the source. Are you curious as to why the Fog of War anti-cheat system is so effective? That's because of the unique way that this system operates. In a normal match, players' positions, movements, battle data, and other game behavior are all sent to the server. The server will then process all the player interactions and send the synced data back to their devices. It's through this method that players are able to have multiplayer interactions and battle one another. However, this method also presented a problem. Since all information is sent back to player devices, by hacking local clients, some cheating software was able to retrieve the match information of all players, and by using this data, produce the X-ray vision cheat. But now with the Fog of War anti-cheat system, players' in-game view can be intelligently identified. By taking into account the map's buildings and terrain, the server will only send data of each player's visible range back to their local device, while info outside the player's in-game visual range will not be synced locally. Since players will not receive out-of-range information,
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 31st SEA Games happening in Vietnam at this moment. This is, of course, the PUBG Mobile squad category. And you are currently watching this with us. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the beautiful, gorgeous Choo Choo.
I'm not going to compliment you after that, but yeah, thank you. Well, it's brought to you by none other than PUBG Corporation, LIVESTREAM Content Studios, and Tencent Games. Also, thank you, VNG Games, as well, as we're walking to our 4th match. By the way, Sir Cloud, to recap, you guys that missed quite a number of actions today. We're starting off with 2 Philippines chicken back-to-back by Team First, first team of Philippines, and then the rise of Myanmar taking away the 3rd chicken. But the thing is, these are the flags that usually in the Pro League haven't seen quite a lot, but when it comes to SEA Games, he's just really a monster.
Yeah, want to know how monstrous they are? Let's check out how they're doing at the arena at this moment. So Philippines won, they are still on top. Now, this is of course the home team. This is Vietnam won. Tough for them. They are currently at number 13 with 11 points. But then again, of course, we have 12 more games to go. There's still plenty of games to be played. So anything can happen in the overall charts. But we cannot deny still that Philippines won super consistent. 2 chicken dinners back-to-back, as what Choo Choo mentioned. And they finished up number 5 in the previous round. So still a top 5 finish at least ever since the start of the Grand Finals.
That's true. For Vietnam, I have to say, really tough for them. But, well, this is still a first day, Cloud. There's so many days to go. But even though there's so many days still, they need to set a tone for the team. I'm loving that teddy bear headband or whatsoever. It looks really cute for the Myanmar player.
I know, right? Everyone's just showing off their personalities, and this is something that we miss, especially when it comes to online, offline tournaments. Like if it's online, you don't really get to see all this, but offline, this is when you get to see the attitude of these players. Just look at Momboy; he's been so energetic, especially when he got the 2 chicken dinners. He's like flexing all over, and now even before starting the game, because he's really loud. I wish we could see them all in person right now, but it's nice to see this sort of views that we missed since the pandemic.
Yep, this is the first offline tournament for PUBG Mobile, by the way. If you guys haven't noticed, the first after the pandemic, the first after the lockdowns for so many years. And we're looking over Vietnam team behind there. This is going to be the Myanmar team from the front, if I'm not mistaken, based on the jersey. If I got that wrong, I'm really sorry. Yep, that's kind of true. But back to it, the map. We're going to walk over to match 4. It's going to be the only Sanhok for today.
Yeah, the one and only Sanhok. Just like any other official PUBG Mobile match as well, there will normally only be one Sanhok being played. So it's going to be a test for these players. Right? If they want to adapt, they have very little room to adapt in Sanhok. It's only that one game. So we can expect to see some of the teams would like to play the healing game. Notably, Thailand likes to play the healing game. Indonesia likes to play the healing game as well. Malaysia likes to play the healing game. But the thing is, in Sanhok, keep your eyes on Malaysia and Vietnam in Sahmi, because ever since scrims, they have been contesting Sahmi. Even yesterday during the qualifiers as well, they were contesting for Sahmi. So I don't know if any one of them would shift. So far, the team with the upper hand in Sahmi is Vietnam.
But speaking of the teams, right, we do have... Now, I want to go back, just a sidetrack for a bit. I do know Philippines, their cheering is going to be Balakbagan. And then Indonesia will Indonesia Gaspul. Malaysia will be Malaysia Boleh. But I want to know for Vietnam, Brunei, Myanmar, Laos and Cambodia as well. Do talk to us in the chat, because we want to know as we walk into our 4th match of Sanhok. Second loss for day number 1 when it comes to the first SEA Games in Vietnam.
Here we go, Sanhok, the first Sanhok and the only Sanhok for today. Well, I can answer for Brunei though. Brunei is Brunei Yakin, or if you were to translate that, it's Brunei Confident. Yeah, that will be the slogan as we head into this next match. So looks like Malaysia is going to let go of Sahmi to Vietnam too.
Well, sometimes you have to give away if you want to get, or if you want to gain something as well. But for the other countries, do tell us about Thailand, Myanmar. I do want to know Vietnam, except for Xin Chao, which is hello. That's the only thing I know from Vietnam. But I do want to know your cheers. Do tell us, Cambodia and Laos as well. But speaking of the drop, it seems like not many teams are sharing, except I'm looking over Myanmar's second team, Ozone, happens to be nearby Microwave. Both of them seems to be like the scouts of the team. But Lamborghini versus Sando. Myanmar, when it comes to 1v1, it seems like maybe he can win, but it happens to be V Choi is there as well. That's definitely in the back. Lamborghini will be actually revived by his teammate. But I have to say that Myanmar, when it comes to CQC, they're really incredible. Same goes for our non-footballer, which is going to be PUBG player Beckham.
Yeah, donning the number 7 or 23, depending on which era you follow him. Beckham, definitely one of those names that we always remember for some reason. But a very interesting start, I would say. I kind of expected though, since somehow it is a very small map. So the moment you drop, clashes tend to happen. And yeah, I mean, that just happened. But I want to know where Malaysia went to if they left Sahami. Looking over the map, do you see Malaysia 1? Where are they? Where are they? Malaysia. Okay, they are just beside Langkawi.
Yeah, there you
just
go.
beside Langkawi. There you go.
One is going to be on top of ruins. They're kind of segregated, spreading out, making sure that they got a lot of information for the rest of the team. For the side of Langkawi, they're kind of spread out vertically as well. So they both Malaysian teams are playing it very, very wide. Same goes for the other teams because, like you mentioned, this is the smallest map, 4x4, if I'm not mistaken, when it comes to the measurement of the map itself. But the thing is, it's one of the map that has so many compounds as well. We do know it comprises of 3 islands, but definitely it's going to be on the main peninsula. Those coming out from Kamalfa and those coming out from Sami will have to scratch their heads. But sometimes the circle just shift. Even though Painan is at the edge of it, it's not surprising we ended up in Painan anyways.
Yeah, it could happen. So let's see. The circle can be wonky, as you like to call it. But earlier you asked about the chance for the countries, right? So looking over the chat, so Penghuni Goa says Indonesia Jaya. So I think that
I
would
thought
be
Gaspol. Come on, you
okay.
PUBG Mobile people, right?
No,
PUBG
no.
Mobile people say Gaspol. Come on, guys.
Well, we have another one, Cambodia by Lei Chele. I don't know if I butchered this, so forgive me if I butchered it. But he says Cambodia Susu. So maybe it's that thing. I don't know. Someone please confirm this.
Susu?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. It's still a different meaning in our language, but it's fine. As long it's the right term for them. But I think we might mention it wrong, Cloud. Just saying.
Yeah, so I'm ready to be butchered. After butchering that. I'm prepared for the firing squad.
Yeah, you're gonna be the 1v4, the one person, not V4, V maybe 63. There you go.
Yeah, we don't want to be there.
Well, back to us, Bruneians. Bruneians yakin or not right now because they are at the bottom at 14 and 15 placement. They need to ramp up their points. And this is their opportunity because we do know Sunhawk is a world card as Noah being shot down by the whole squad of Thai. A first Thai team who got themselves already on second place, 46 points. And definitely that's going to add more when it comes to the overall rankings.
Oh yeah, so about the Cambodia Susu, so it's true, we got a few confirmations. Like KD, thank you so much. It means trying hard. Means Cambodia try hard. Okay, that's nice.
Do you want to translate it into our language? But I think better not.
Yeah, let's keep it as that. I like the current term in Cambodia.
What does it mean again? What does it mean again?
Try hard.
Try hard. I
Yeah.
love it. I love it. It's like you
Yeah.
just go for it sort of vibe. But right now, what I don't know is about Laos chant because they really need one right now as they lost one man, Noir, one of their usually star player we saw always gone blazing around. But I have to say all members coming from Laos are actually star player, but they have to fight against Thai teams. Their ice approaching, but Honda is playing as quiet as he can.
Now, Honda, he did really well in the individual category. He was one of the top performers for Laos. We didn't get to see him as much yesterday in the qualifiers because he got eliminated fairly early on. But with that sort of record in the individual category going up against Ice, I think Honda do stand a good chance. But Ice, he has backup from his teammates from the hilltop, so they can come in onto Honda really quickly. But Honda need to play this smartly, in other words.
Honda owners out there, you must be very proud because he can outperform maybe Ferrari and Lamborghini as well. I'm sorry, that's a very dry joke, but I just have to point it out loud.
Yeah, I know. They all love their vehicles. They all love to drive cars. Yeah.
Not all of
Yeah,
them, since we do have Ice, who love, very cold weather, which we don't have the map Vikendi these days. Hopefully he can survive. But back to Zatai, he's actually sharing the compound, sharing just next neighbor building. But he hasn't got a clue yet. Definitely he made too many sounds. I do know the other person really want to shoot him down so bad, but taking it very slowly. So many teams will play this quite calm, as we saw a couple of skirmishes early on, and that's just it. Well, we'll have to wait for the fourth circle. Then we're gonna count the first 8. Right or not, Sir Cloud?
Oh yeah, I know. This is the map where you can expect that the final fight will be anticlimactic. You will see someone at the side with a 20 first aid still healing, something like that. So yeah, we can expect that to happen. So far from what I've observed in like scrims and even yesterday's matches, Thailand might do that, Indonesia might do that, Malaysia might do that. So keep your eyes on these 3 teams who might be playing the healing game.
You mentioned more than half of the participating countries and teams actually doing this, so might as well saying all, because there's high chances for that anyway. Except for Laos and Cambodia, we do know they loved gun blazing around, saying goes for Myanmar. So I'm looking for Myanmar's performance when it comes to Sonic. It is a World Cup map anyway. We play it once only per day, and they only have 3 Sunhawk matches. This is where all the teams that want themselves to get up there, this is the moment they've been waiting for, because when it comes to Erangel and Miramar, it's pretty difficult to do that.
Yeah, it is, right? And you can see that even their playstyle right now, like as compared to previous rounds, this playstyle is like as passive as possible. Yes, we got a few casualties at the start, but everyone's like, okay, nope, I'm not going to move. Everyone just knows like how big this tournament is and what's at stake at this moment. So you can see how safe everyone is playing. Even like Marnet, he doesn't have any first aids, but he's not over committing to try and get those first aids, despite him in being on the side of the map that may require him to go onto the main peninsula, but he's just taking his time.
Myanmar playing it very, very quiet as well. I was hoping for them to actually go more aggressive, but apparently they really did their studies so well. They did their homework, knowing that so many teams will be playing this, so they might just as well go along with it. But I'm still waiting for the chant coming out from Myanmar. For the chat, do tell us. I do want to know so bad, so I can link up of other languages and flexing. Yeah, I know more than a couple of languages here. But so far, we haven't seen so much. Ozone really scoping it in, zooming out. It's really careful enough here. Even though they might be sharing for the next couple of seconds. We do know when it comes to the second phase, I do want to see if a circle shrinks where it's forcing everybody to move forward, especially if we ended up on the bottom or the southern side part of Paradise Resort. Yes, there's still a lot of compound, but there's quite limited number of it that all the players and teams will be forced to move unless they want to get themselves in an open field.
Yeah, I just think that everyone's just waiting for that circle to before they decide whether they want to go into the open fields or not. Plus, for the players, they obviously can see that there's still 61 players still in the game. That means all 16 teams are still intact. If you move towards the middle, great. You may have the opportunity to get the circle. But if you move straight onto the middle, you have to be prepared to be shot down from all different directions. Not only when you're already in the middle, but as you move there, you will need to be aware of your flanks as well. But now we will move on to the second circle. I wonder where it is, and it will still be on the main peninsula.
Yep. And still more towards the northern side of the third circle. Definitely, I have a feeling it might be just on the southern side of Paradise Resort, or even between that. Usually, it's going to be around. If I'm not mistaken, it's going to be around just on top of Bun, or maybe on the northern side of Quarry, if that's correct. So that's quite saturated for now. But you have to remember, Cloud, even though they got himself in the center of the circle, it's still okay. With it! Oh, Honda! That's gonna be really devastating, as my manager also drives Honda. Now everybody who drives Honda have to just say that it's not working out for them.
Yeah. Honda
That was a
stand out in the
DBS.
individual performance. Yeah, a DBS, because he was proning. So if you damage the leg, it will be lesser damage. So Shrap's kind of got away with that DBS. Honda a standout in the individual performance, but as a team, he has yet to show the best of himself. So I don't know. Maybe he just needs to drive a different car.
A swimming mod. I never see a mod in the middle of a sea, but now you see one. And also mention about Shrap's being shot with a DBS between, his legs. I'm surprised still can run, logically speaking. I mean, sorry for the dry puns. Ozone has been scoping in and scoping out for quite some time. Yeah, definitely shooting across towards the Myanmar second team. But the Thais making sure they cannot breach over their compound. They got a street in between them. And an open field, if Myanmar try to rush in, definitely a risk. Too much at jeopardy. And Ozone still gonna gun blaze. The Aventurists have no clue where the shot came out. That's a nice tracking coming out from Myanmar's second team.
Yeah, considering he shot through the tree, that was crazy. Game sense coming in from Myanmar. But now we move over to Myanmar 2, going up against Philippines 1, the team that's currently hot at the charts, number 1 at this moment. Philippines 1, they do have the high ground advantage, but they need to be careful of the monkey in the jungle.
Not just that, the Philippines have to bow out and disengage for now, because they might caught in the sandwich situation, not being careful right on top of Ban Thais. The first team is actually start to make a move against another team. They got themselves a knockdown, but I'm not sure if they sealed the deal just yet, because this might be a distance between them, causing them to hesitant to move forward. That's going to be a long distance shot coming out from Thai first team. Bear taking on Myanmar second team. A vehicle being shot down and burned out as well. Now they can take that as a barrier, but they definitely need something to keep moving forward.
Yeah, that's a very early barrier, but anyway, it's in Sun House, so it doesn't really matter whether you have a vehicle or not. But it does matter if Monkey is being shot down. I can feel the animal rights getting unhappy. But let's calm ourselves that this is just an in-game name for one of these players.
Yep. Nothing is harm except for the players right now. Mentally speaking, as they're being pressured by the side of Bear so many times. It's like Thai's first team are not happy the fact Ventura is being knocked down. Bear is trying to have a bit of a redemption towards Myanmar. Now they have a bit of a tension between these two teams, but definitely Philippines can just backstab them whenever they want for the side of Myanmar, because they're just right behind them. While Bear having his eyes locked down, King, the circle commences, and it's gonna be right on the southern side of Paradise Resort, as we mentioned.
Wow, look at the amount of teams in the middle of the previous circle. Now they're playing by the edge of that circle. That means that teams like Brunei 2, teams like Vietnam 2, who took the boat, by the way, and they landed on the northern side of Langkawi, they may need to fight their way into the circle unless those teams, they move first. But if they move first, meaning that there will be World War 382 inside of the circle.
It's going to be really heavily saturated on the right side. Definitely, I agree with that. But on those coming out from northern, it's going to be a clear way. Same goes for Malaysia team coming up from southwest side. But Bruneians, the first team, never have a good run yet. Cambodians fighting against Laos now. 0. Trying to ring around a rosy, but I couldn't find anybody else. Beckham is actually on the back line. but couldn't spot him out just yet. Stalker being knocked down, but there's one more team approaching on the eastern side of a map. They have to be extra careful because nobody actually spotting out the Philippines there, and Cambodia will actually be backstabbed if they're not careful with a DBS. So many DBS.
I know, right? Like DBS is like the meta of the SEA game so far. Gizo will go down to Rapids, and that is one from Brunei, two. In fact, two from Brunei too have been eliminated. Talking about Brunei, Beruang has been knocked down as well. Now Cambodia, they have Raymond behind them. Raymond's behind them. Raymond prepping up the nade, going to toss it on the side of Cambodia. Raymond, he is all alone. He cannot expose himself. But if he can get a knockdown, that would be an opening for the rest of his teammates.
0 with M416 spotted out. Maybe one of the players, newbie there, running around on top of Corey. Now, Corey is one thing that you don't want to be caught yourself in because it's really just tough to get out from that. Newbie will have to pray that didn't make it on time for Cambodians because they will rush in to try to seal a deal, but they need time to recuperate for Philippines number 2 team. Malaysia fighting against Brunei's first team, but DZ already hopped off. They're trying to find out where they were at and being shot down, but remember, taking down the Cambodians from the back line. Didn't see this one coming.
Oh yeah, that's why they didn't know that Ryman was there, and Ryman took advantage of that misinformation. DZ now tossing a thing on the side of Ryman, uncooked, but it will not connect onto Ryman as well. That should buy Cambodia time for them to reset. But at the same time, they're playing on the outside of the circle, and the zone is starting to close in, and at the same time, Ozone being taken out by Ryzen.
I think Newbie traumatized the moment he picked himself just now being knocked down. So he's trying to play as safe as possible. While Ramon, I don't know. I feel like Philippines love Ramon instead of, I don't know, we can call it Raymond. But Ramon, it sounds sexier. But back to its Philippines, they're not actually inside of a circle. So they have to figure things out if they want to cut across. Philippines first team already inside of it, so they're not really that worried. But they will have a challenger next, which is going to be Indonesian second team, and maybe butting in the Myanmar second team as well.
Oh, Rankit all alone. Demigod comes in to back up the muscle. They're going up against Indonesia too, and Indonesia too. We have Luxy at the forefront. One of the world champions. Luxy now counted upon 50% of health left for Luxy as Rankit stays guarded at the house, at the rooftop.
Rankit, Force taking him down first. Well, we do have Luxy with 15 band-aids. I'm not sure how they're going to work out in the last few minutes. But hey, they tried. But Ryzen caught on Mumbai. Frankie on the other side of the mountain, so he wouldn't actually spot him out just yet. Ryzen on the other hand with a UMP, going on a zigzag manner. Luxy trying to cover on the left side. They go for the and on Luxy, Moonboy coming out of nowhere. Then it got spotted out by Ryzen. He's not happy about it, but Ryzen being shot down as well. Coming out of behind Moonboy, you sneaky cheeky guy. Well, Force trying to help the rest of the teammates while Philippines trying to rush into the compound. Force hoping to pop couple of smoke, make covers for the rest of the team to recuperate themselves.
Oh, Damaso, the lone man inside the house, going to go up against two from the side of Indonesia. And can he do a clutch? Can Damaso clutch this and put himself in history books? And now Jaden is going at the forefront together with Ryzen. Ryzen may move in. Now they're spraying to keep Moboy inside. And Moboy gets one more to go.
Ryzen is down. Damaso finally finished off by Jaden just now. And Luxy taking on Finn out of nowhere. The Myanmar just happened to want to take a bit of a part as well. While the Philippines still trying to get themselves regrouped by reviving their teammates. Same goes for Jaden, who just picked up Ryzen. But at the same time, do they have enough utilities? As Myanmar try to move forward against Vietnam first team, Frankie will have a bit of a problem. We do have one more Philippines on the other side, quite far off. But I have to say, Strokes have a bit of a problem. Now, Laos, the entire team is gone for a fourth match today. Two teams out for now.
Oh, look at the circle. It's going to be at the southern side of Paradise Resort. Vietnam is right smack in the middle of the circle, and just look at the spread. 2 on the high grounds, 2 on the low grounds in the compound. They have a good location at this moment. But on the southern side, just look how many teams are there. They're trying to find a way into the circle. Damroot playing by the edge of it. Finn is still trying to keep Philippines out.
Yep, denying their advancement towards the circle while they try to transition themselves inside of the circle and transfer in. Myanmar really playing it very good when it comes to being a gatekeepers, but Bear Straps taken down on Newbie. The ties are start to move. They want to get for more, and they're slowly trying to make sure the coast is clear for the rest of the team to move forward. They're going to go for the swing later on when they get into the center of the circle. Just have to make sure everybody is safe, but Ventoris will have to be the sacrificial lamb for the team as well. But Shrubs, Ramon is really not happy yet. They're still having the Amazon to tie. Oh, really close.
Oh my goodness, that was a good spray there coming in by Beer, but Ice in trouble. Ice, don't get melted. Ice will need to reset himself together with picking up his teammates. They are still on the outside of the circle. That means 24 seconds before the zone starts to close in. At the same time, Cambodia will be out at number 13. And look at the circle, it still favors Vietnam. And both Vietnam teams in the circle.
They conquered 50% out of it with just shy. It's going to be Jumper touching at the rim on the right side. But the rest of the teams is not quite in the circle will have a bit of a problem. This is an open circle. The center of it is quite a small hill. They got themselves a vintage point for the Vietnam second team. For the first team, they are guarding on the southern side. Those come out from Paradise Resort have to really think about where to go with the IGL goals. Malaysia taking the top.
Oh, here we go.
Bombarded every single angle there is. Heavy casualty on the side, up to the point of being obliterated entirely in 11th place.
Oh, and the top 3 teams have been eliminated. That could open up some space for the top 3, the podium spot to be taken by other teams. As Yuhai goes down, Lamborghini gets another one for himself. He takes out Sonics from Malaysia too, who is currently at the last place. But now they do not have the circle. They're playing just by the rim of it. Shouldn't be a problem for them to get in. As Vietnam 1 trying to play the gatekeeping role. Yuhai will be finished off by Frankie from Vietnam as well. Thailand playing by the rim of it, waiting for the next circle, the 6th circle, who will be blessed by it, and it will move up north.
For the Thais, they really need a hag of smoke to actually just cross over that open street. But for Vietnam, two or second team here, they might have a bit of a problem. It's not being actually favored by the circle gods here. Vietnam, both teams are not in the center of it. While we have one Malaysian team out of the second Malaysian teams. Vietnam, on the other hand, both teams still well and alive. Now, all they need to do is just strategically just making sure they get to touch a rim of the circle. While Myanmar, they might just take this away. They got themselves a huge warehouse on top of the circle to work with.
Oh, but Ferrari, he has Thailand at his crosshair as he takes out Flukev, and that's going to be another point in the back for Vietnam 2. 3 elimination points for them at this moment. Newsy will be taken down, and at the same time we can see that Ravis tries to get Myanmar. But then again, Myanmar, they have a compound. They are behind the warehouse. They're still okay just now. But McLaren will be invaded by their compatriot, another Vietnamese team.
The thing is, I didn't see Ravis shooting a gun blazing against the Indonesian team right across him just now. Back to his Lambo. He's trying to make sure every pressure, every angle is being held on to for the side of Vietnam team. Porsche opened himself up towards his fellow countryman to shut him down. But Lambo, on that, whoever that is not your teammate is your enemy right now. Who cares whichever country? I'm looking at Flex on the ground. Jumper holding on towards the stone, the only rock he has his covers with. But Vietnam lift the spread. They're conquering the circle while he shifts over to a different team. Malaysia Jumper right in the middle of it.
And they already got 15 elimination points from Vietnam 1. They could break Thailand's record of 21 eliminations in a single chicken dinner, but they still have a mission to do, which is to get that chicken dinner. Stone will be taken off on his own. At the same time, we can see that Myanmar will be pressured by Vietnam 1, but both of these teams, they are on the outside of the circle as the circle shifts towards the right.
1 second. Oh, the nade! It's just next
Oh!
a bit. Oh boy, look at the nade being tossed, but Rabies, Jumper taking him down, giving this leeway for 1 second to move forward. He's going in for the kill. He's giving so much pressure on the side of Rabies. This is an opportunity for Myanmar to take another chicken back to back with the help of Jumper knocking down just now. And Jumper still a bit too hard to fight the whole world against himself. V Choi spotted out of Myanmar, but he hit gunshot. But where exactly are they?
Oh, they don't know. They don't have the information just yet. But Loki gets one. That is one in the bag for Myanmar. 3 eliminations for them. Can he pick up Mada together with 1 sec? I doubt so, as the zone starts to get pressure onto Loki. Loki only has one first aid. He needs to save himself first. As Lamborghini takes him out. That's going to be 17 eliminations for Vietnam. Will not be enough bodies for them to break the record, but they'll definitely want to take home the chicken dinner.
Jumper jump and gone, but it won't work. There's too many to It's gonna be Vietnam taking the chicken dinner. This gotta be home country. Vietnam finally making their debut in Hanoi, in their country, in the 31st SEA Games. What a game just now. 18 eliminations. Yup. 3,000 damage.
I know, right? That's a lot. My goodness. Almost 3,000 damage. Vietnam won. They were number 13 the last we saw them. With this chicken dinner, with that amount of eliminations, top 5 spot is definitely there.
The faces are red right now for the players. They are having a really tough run just now. It was a full of adrenaline rush. I have to say it was everybody's game. But Vietnam shows they know how to actually play around Sanhok, and they can get themselves a chicken for their country as well. And so far they're proving us this World Cup is theirs to take, and they are coming strong. Maybe we're looking over for the last match, Miramar later. They got themselves this morale boost for Vietnam.
Wow, this is definitely a morale boost for Vietnam, no doubt about that. I mean, Vietnam, this team as well, this is basically the Xavier that we're talking about. They are like the champions in their own professional league. At the same time, when it comes to sea level, they are always contesting for those top spots as well. This is a team definitely to be feared. And Vietnam one, they are showing why they are one of those powerhouses around the region. On top of that as well, they even got the gold medal for the individual category. Everything just points towards Vietnam is one of those teams to be given attention to.
I have to say, Vietnam, they always surprises us in a very critical moment. The moment that we there never thought they actually go all out. That's where they hit us with a bang as well. And speaking of which, they lost Rabies, heavy casualty on their side. The resources have been utilized continuously. I'm not sure if they have enough to survive, even if it's down to healing it. I don't think they have that much, but they managed to just regroup. Even though there's so many ordeals have been falling upon them time by time, it's just they come back and they make sure they take themselves a good sweet regroup time to make sure that to have another go, they need to reassess the situation first. They're not going in all recklessly.
Yeah, they definitely know how to play Sanhok really well. Go right in the middle, find those really, really nice high grounds, those prime positions basically, and be the first one. As long as they're the first one there, anyone who wants to come into the circle, they know how to gatekeep them. So they are not the team that likes to play the healing game. So far as I can recall, I have yet to hear their, I have yet to see their healing game gameplay. So this is not much of a surprise that their gameplay is just regular gameplay, that they try to get as much eliminations as possible, and they try to secure that chicken dinner instead of going for the second place finish.
I mean, like, I got a friend, and which is going to be our caster, Tung TT, who's casting as well for the SEA Games in Vietnam. I don't think they are the type of, players that he will be angry if the player is playing healing game. I know him for sure because he's that type of person that go. Why are you so scared of? Is that type of person for 2TT? So definitely they got that morale boost from their surrounding as well, the adrenaline rush. But the MVP. It's not just a super car, but it's a super player. 7 elimination by fall. I think this is the highest handed to us today by one player, and his name is going to be Lamborghini from Vietnam first team.
Yeah, this guy has been around the scene for a while as well, so definitely a veteran in the scene. So with this amount of damage output as well, actually it's a lot for an individual to dish out this kind of damage, considering that he only got 7 elimination points. That means himself as an individual, he has been doing a lot of work. Actually, half of the team's eliminations was on this guy, and the rest of it was taken by his teammates. But I guess at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, right? At the end of the day, what matters is that you as a team, you're able to rack in a lot of eliminations, and that's 18 for Vietnam 1.
Yep, 18. Have we seen 20? I don't think so. Is this the highest? Maybe. Yes, I think so. This is the highest eliminations by today, right? Up to date.
Let's see. Yes,
19.
Yes,
never mind. We haven't seen 19. So 18, Vietnam showing us when it comes to gun blazing, they are the best when it comes to firepower. But Malaysia is starting to climb up as well, and Indonesian here. We saw them squeezing at second, fourth place. But Myanmar start to get themselves that consistency.
Yeah, you pointed that out right. Myanmar already 2 rounds in a row. They managed to finish up in the top 3. Chicken dinner in the previous round, and now number 3 in this round. So they're doing pretty good so far. And like what we always talk about, right? This is a marathon. You really need to be consistent every round. Yes. Maybe if you're really up there, you can afford to drop 1 round, but you need to come back in the following round. And we still have 1 more round to go. And I'm sure like teams like Philippines, their fans, they're quite concerned about, okay, it's 1 round down. But I would say it's okay for 1 round because we still have 11 more rounds to go. As long as they come back in the next round and they still have a good finish towards the end of the day, I think it's fine.
But for the head-to-head final, we're looking over a Malaysian player here. Flex OP coming out from first Malaysian team. And there's going to be a head-to-head between Lambert just now, who was the MVP for the team himself. 75 when it comes to elimination, just 2 points shy. But damage-wise, that is like almost 1,000 just by Lambert if you compare to Flex.
I know, right? Like Lambo and Flex being compared. I guess because of their eliminations are very, very close. But we do see this is a reflection of when I mentioned about how much work did Lamborghini do, right? 1,300 damage, getting 7 eliminations compared to Flex, 400 plus, getting 5 eliminations. So if we do the math, actually Lamborghini did a lot of work based on those stats. But let's check out the elimination and damage. This is the Tower of Vietnam. 18 eliminations, and everyone else are normal buildings.
It's not even normal buildings. It's just small shacks, literally. That's just small shacks.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is scary coming up from Vietnam. This is their landmark. What is the highest super tall skyscraper in Vietnam? We call is it Landmark 81? Was that it? It's something, the tallest building in Vietnam. I think it is the 81-story landmark in Ho Chi Minh, if I'm not mistaken. And this is it. You know what? The 18 and 81, you flip it over, and that is it for Vietnam.
Oh yeah, you made a good point. That is like what we call aluminium. You just flip it over, and there's that is what it means there. A lot of 1s and 2s. Actually, in Sana, we kind of think about it. Some teams do play the healing game, so that's where some of the eliminations went. They went nowhere, basically. But here are our top outstanding teams. For this round, we see 4 different flags. So we have Vietnam 1, Malaysia 1, Myanmar 1, as well as Indonesia 1. All of these are the first team for their respective countries. Interestingly, Indonesia 1 only managed to use one nade.
I have a feeling they couldn't find themselves any nade to use at that time, possibly speaking. If you compare it, like we do it on Sandhawk when it comes to a distribution of the resources, it's quite not as much as the bigger maps. That's one thing for sure. And the thing is, maybe they're just a bit too late to get themselves into the compound. They couldn't find themselves in a compound to have extra loot. That's the thing. That's a bummer sometimes if you're a bit too late into the party where everybody else has been looted over that places yet you are going to, and they only found themselves maybe one nade, or maybe it didn't have a chance to even use their nade. That's one of the reasons, possibly.
Yeah, it's possible as well. I mean, numbers are just numbers, right? But we need to review the actual scenario. But that doesn't matter. At the end of the day, what matters is that Myanmar won. Wait, what? Okay, because of the level of consistency. Now they are number one with 56 points, and Philippines one drops into number 2 with 55 points. Well, like I mentioned, it's only 1 point difference, so it's okay. Thailand won 3rd place so far with 50 points, and then we go on to Vietnam 44 points. Different nations for the top 4, and then we come back to Myanmar 2 with 43 points. In average, we can see that Myanmar 2, they are the best performing country.
I have to say, within a couple of games only, they knocked down on the first placement. Exactly what they want to be, 1 point shy. But those actually in the bottom 16, now this is a bit of a problem. That's going to be like 50 points to catch up for Malaysia second and Brunei second team. But for Brunei's first team, it's still a lot to catch up. But the ones that's not really in the danger zone yet, they still can have a lot of catch-up game to do. It's going to be Cambodians coming up from 11th to 10th place. It's like half of what they can actually do within one single game. Indonesia's second team is doable, saying it's full of, but coming up from 15, 16, they really need to fix so many things there.
Yeah, it's a very different result as if we do compare with the qualifiers. Some of the teams that were finished fairly well in the qualifiers, they are currently on the bottom. So we hope that all the best for these teams. But good job actually for Myanmar 1, currently at the number 1 spot. We didn't talk much about them throughout the day, but all of a sudden they are at the number 1 spot. So they are really showing that, you know, they can be one of the dark horses towards this tournament. But let's hear it from the players themselves. Let's go to interview.
Đã rất là xuất sắc có được winner chicken dinner về cho đội tuyển Việt Nam trong game thi đấu vừa rồi, và hãy cùng phỏng vấn anh ấy một chút nhé. Xin chào Lamborghini. Ngay lúc này thì bạn đang cảm thấy như thế nào khi đã giành về được chiến thắng đầu tiên cho Việt Nam?
Hi Lamborghini, how are you feeling right now when you have the chicken dinner for Vietnam today?
Em rất là vui tại vì đây là trước top 1 đầu tiên của Việt Nam.
Map thi đấu vừa rồi là map thi đấu Sandhawk, một map thi đấu thiên về giao tranh nhiều hơn. Vậy thì bạn đánh giá là đội tuyển nào hiện tại đang sở hữu bộ kỹ năng cá nhân tốt nhất tại SEA Games 31 này?
Lamborghini said that he is very happy for this first chicken he has because it's the first chicken dinner his team can get in this SEA Games 31st. And the next question our MC asked that Sandhawk is a very small map and it's more about combat. Which team does he think that has the best skill in this tournament?
Em sẽ nghĩ về người Indo tại vì họ có 2 cựu nhà vô địch thế giới.
Lamborghini said that he thinks that Indonesian they have the best personal skill because they have 2 former champions.
Và câu hỏi cuối cùng này, Lamborghini có muốn gửi một lời nào đó tới những bạn khán giả đã luôn ủng hộ cho bạn trong cái chặng đường đến với cái SEA Games 31 này hay không?
Do you have anything else to say to your fans and supporters?
Em rất cảm ơn mọi người đã ủng hộ team chúng mình và những khán giả đã theo dõi chúng mình từ trước đến giờ. Cảm ơn gia đình của em và em cũng tiện đây xin lỗi một người khá là đặc biệt của em. Anh xin lỗi.
Lamborghini said that he's really thankful for his family, his supporter, and his fan. And moreover, he has a special apologies to his someone that is very special. He said that I am very sorry.
Cảm ơn Lamborghini đã tham gia phần phỏng vấn này và chúc bạn may mắn ở những game thi đấu tiếp theo. Các bạn khán giả thân mến, như vậy là chúng ta đã khép lại game thi đấu thứ 4 của ngày hôm nay. Và ngay bây giờ, mời các bạn hãy cùng nghỉ giải lao trong ít phút. Chúng mình sẽ quay trở lại ngay thôi.
In PUBG Mobile, in order to take on the various battleground environments, it's crucial to have a vehicle capable of traversing any terrain. In the official version of Livik, we've added the brand new utility task vehicle, UTV. So, how does this vehicle perform in the game? Today, let's compare the UTV with Livik's other commonly used all-terrain vehicles, the buggy and monster truck. We're sure to help you decide which vehicle to use. Let's see the overall performance of these vehicles. The buggy is quite small and compact, which gives it exceptional handling. During intense chases, its agility provides a firm sense of security. The monster truck has a tall chassis with massive tires, enabling it to traverse rugged terrain with ease. The UTV has overall great performance and is very practical. Its spacious interior makes it convenient for large teams, whether it be paved roads or the wilderness. The UTV can smoothly carry your team to any desired destination. The all-new UTV has a fairly compact frame, plenty of passenger space, and excels in all terrain. Whether it's rugged mountainous terrain or narrow streets, or in the middle of an intense firefight, it's a reliable means of transportation. It might just be your ticket to the final circle. Dear PUBG Mobile players, hello! There are many changes in store for you in PUBG Mobile 2.0. In this video, we will introduce the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you'll like them. After 2 years of testing and improvements, the official version of Livik is finally ready for launch. We've kept the fast-paced battles of the test version, and we've taken another look at Midstein, Blomster, the Logistics Center, Iceborg, and other areas, substantially improving their look and fully optimizing their layouts. We believe these changes will enrich your battle experience with even more strategic depth. In the official release version of Livik, you'll be able to find a new all-terrain UTV. It's a small 4-seater vehicle that excels in all terrains. No matter how complex the environment is, the UTV will be able to quickly traverse the area. At the same time, XT weapon upgrade packs will be available in supply shops that appear in fixed locations. These packs can be used to upgrade weapons to their XT version, which increases their performance and control. These upgrades will be immensely helpful in battle in the official version of Livik. The official version of Livik has new ways to acquire supplies. When starting a match, an advanced supply zone will spawn randomly on the map. These areas have more supplies and shop tokens than any other place on the map. Naturally, the advanced supply zone will also attract more enemies. If you're confident in your shooting skills, come to the zone and fight for supplies. In the official release version of Livic, we've added random crates, treasure maps, wild berries, soccer challenge, vehicle ramp challenges, zip lines, airdrop markers, and other fun gameplay and mechanics. We hope these new mechanics will give you extra rewards, allow you to have even more fast-paced and exciting battles, and provide you with diverse sources of enjoyment. What's more, Livic's iconic volcano is getting ready to erupt again after many years of dormancy. When the volcano erupts, remember to be careful and take evasive action. The new PUBG Mobile Evangelion-themed mode is coming soon. This mode features a special blue zone mechanic to make battles faster and more exciting. The 6th Angel has invaded Erangel. Witness the might of the Angel up close, watch EVA Unit 01 battle the Angel, and pick up supplies from the defensive fortress. This epic battle is about to take place right before your eyes. Experience this map in ranked mode now. In Erangel and Myanmar, both for ranked and unranked mode, we've added a new item called the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. When deployed, the Emergency Pickup generates a hot air balloon. The balloon rises into the air, signaling a rescue plane to come pick you up. When you tap the plane, it'll pick you up and carry you towards the center of the play zone. You can choose to jump out at any time, if you see a safe area that you prefer to land in. It's also worth noting that when you're in the blue zone, even if you're in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully about using the Emergency Pickup. In the new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've adjusted how the recall feature is displayed to make it easier to read. At the same time, we've added new quick chat messages and defeat markers to facilitate communication between teammates. When a defeated player is recalled, their view from the plane has been improved to make it easier to observe the battlefield. To enrich the gaming experience even more, we've added a haptic feedback system to the new version. When haptic feedback is enabled, you'll feel haptic feedback for various actions taken in the game. Real-time haptic feedback can be enabled for weapons, vehicles, character statuses, sound visualizations, and other triggers, giving you a more immersive experience of the game. Keep in mind that you can adjust the quality of the haptics in settings, and also adjust the strength of the haptics and customize them for different combat scenarios. With this much control, there's no need to worry about strong haptic feedback affecting your performance. In version 2.0, we've implemented a series of improvements to the control experience. The decline feature for follow requests now stays in effect for the whole match, and the collapse feature has been added to the item bar of the backpack. The buttons for graffiti and emotes have been merged in matches, and you can now bring even more emotes into a match. We've also adjusted the transparency of mark messages and the size of the throwable and consumable wheels. The display effects of the elimination messages and tips have also been made more obvious and clear. At the same time, in-match notices now appear when certain actions take place. We hope all of this helps your team perform even better in battle. As for in-match communication, enemies behind obstacles can now be marked with quick voice messages. The chat area has been enlarged, and new marked messages are displayed at the top to make it more convenient to communicate with teammates. In terms of weapon-related improvements, we've increased the hit damage ratio and range damage of the shotgun, slightly increased the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun, and improved the overall balance of weapons. Improvements have also been made to the smoke grenade effects, weapons animations against walls, the marking feature, and sprint controls to give you a smoother gaming experience. The new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers, and no changes have been made for Gold tier and above. At the same time, we've added themed core circle missions, commemorative titles, exclusive rewards that can be unlocked by collecting crates. We've also prepared many great new season rewards. Best wishes for ranking up and winning more rewards in the new season. And don't worry, we haven't forgotten about Cheer Park. In the new version, we've added a mini soccer field and a 4-seat wingman to Cheer Park. Invite your friends to experience it together. If you'd like to know more about PUBG Mobile, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Hope you all have a great time in the new version. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. PUBG Mobile 2.0 Classic Mode Improvements. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.0 is now available. In this video, we'll introduce some updates to Classic Mode. We hope you like them. Emergency Pickup. In both the ranked and unranked mode, Erangel and Myanmar apps, we've added a new mobility item, the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. Deploying the Emergency Pickup takes a little bit of time. Once deployed, a hot air balloon beacon will be launched into the air, as a beacon to guide the aircraft. Once the beacon is launched, you'll need to tap attach before the plane arrives in order to be lifted into the air. It can carry up to 4 players at a time.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to our non-identity first SEA Games Vietnam, which is brought to you by Tencent Games, PUBG Corporation, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios. Also, thank you, VNG Games, and none other than us. I'm going to be Choo Choo and Sir Cloud for your casters, host, and also analyst for the day. And Sir Cloud, I think just now Lamborghini mentioned that he said sorry to you.
He said sorry to me?
Yeah, he
Was
said
it?
a special person.
Oh. Wow, I didn't know I was that special to Lamborghini. Okay. But thank you, Lamborghini. You are forgiven. But all of you will not be forgiven if you don't participate in this season's reunion, whereby you need to log in and you need to redeem all of this inside your game. So do it right now. If not, I'm not going to forgive you.
I don't think anybody asks for forgiveness now because they
Wow.
don't really mind. But hey, this is going to be exclusive during this time up to the 29th May. Now you have 9 more days, including today. It's going to be, 10 days? Very much or so. But this is the time that you can get exclusive item and on top of this prestige event as well. But at the same time, we're down to one last match of the day. Before we getting into our official match, let's take a look about how the players are feeling so far.
Yeah, we got Malaysia 1 on screen. Jumper got a second place finish earlier on. I mean, at the end of the day, it was a 1v2, so it's really, really tough. But I think they'll be happy with second place finish. On the other hand, I believe this is Philippines 2, if I'm not mistaken. So far, the Philippines, as an overall, they have been fairly consistent throughout today. I think if they can finish off this final round well, they could at least go home with one of the Filipino teams at number 1 spot.
We saw the Brunei just now. They were devastated the fact that they didn't perform that well today. But here comes our last match with the biggest map, 8 by 8 kilometers when it comes to the measurement. It's going to be back towards Myanmar we go. Is it going to be the same circle? That's the thing, because we're looking over a trend here today, Cloud. The first circles of Virangal, very similar when it comes to the second. It's just the ending is a bit different.
Ooh, okay, let's keep that in mind though. So the last time we saw the Myanmar
Los
circle, it
Leones.
was somewhere around Los Leones. Thanks for the reminder. Let's see if that becomes a trend for today as well. But of course, what will be very important in Myanmar is going to be the flight path, because this is a big map. If the flight path is too heavy towards either side, whether it's left, right, top, or bottom, then it will be difficult for some teams to go straight into that drop spot. That would also mean that we may see early clashes in Miramar. So keep that in mind as well as we head into our final game for today, which is Miramar, and the flight path definitely will tell part of the story, at least as a start.
It's gonna be like 80% of the story will be based on the flight path plus the circle. If it's the same for both, I'll be damned. But let's not waste any more time. Last match for our day number 1 in the final stage of the squad or the team mode. Who get themselves in the righteous way to get that gold medal up from Liberia down to Puerto Paraiso. Circle. Where will you fare us? This seems like a very fair flight path.
Yeah, it's a nice flight path for most of the teams, so we can expect a kind of a good start. Now, for Malaysia one, they have two different drop spots, Balademar or Ruins. So they would drop into the spot which they, depending on the flight path. So it looks like they chose Ruin for this kind of flight path. Fairly straightforward for them. As for other teams, let's see here. I think Campo Militar is going to be a bit far, but I don't think any team drops there. Maybe in Tierra or El Azahar might take a little bit of time. But for a lot of teams in the middle, we will have Brunei 2 dropping straight into water treatment. Expect Indonesia to be around San Martin and Cambodia to be around the areas of Hacienda.
I'm still waiting for the circle to pop. We ended up around Minas Generalis, just to remind you guys, for our first Miramar of the day. but it starts with Los Leones. Now, keep your eyes out. We do have Impala occupied, but hey, it's a totally different start here. We're looking over. Is it going to be Monte Nuevo or Power Grid? But definitely Cambodians are not happy with also. Easy. Goodbye.
I mean, you remember, Chuchu, what happened in the first Miramar? Cambodia had Brunei 2 surrounded, and Brunei 2, now this is their revenge. It's like, oh, so you surrounded us, you locked us in the first game. Nah, this is for you, first blood for us.
Oh boy, what a sweet revenge we're looking over in the same day. During the same day, they can get back the revenge. That's going to be at least a moral boost for them. But back towards the circle, if you guys haven't got a clue how a circle calculates and how much time you actually have to sort off, every single circle that starts to shift is going to be half of the previous circle, which means we got 8 by 8 kilometers at first. So the first circle is going to be 4 by 4 kilometers, plus or minus approximately there. But back to as a circle, we've seen this kind of circle many times before. Rarely these days it's going to drop itself in the last few in the Monte Nuevo, but high chances we're looking over Power Grid here.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of Power Grids for this kind of circle, and if that will be the case, guess who's in Power Grid? Philippines 2 is right smack in the middle of Power Grid. So far, it has been a good day for Philippines overall, I'm just saying. So if with any luck this time, Philippines might get that final circle again.
Yep, back to its Picado. And just another dropping info for you guys, if you haven't got a clue still. If you're a new player as well, you saw the grids on the map just now. Each big boxes are actually 1 kilometers by 1 kilometers for the measurement. For the small ones, actually, each boxes takes away like 100 meters for one small boxes in between it. So one big boxes have 10 small boxes. That's going to be 1 kilometers. Back to us on the side of Thai, they had a good run. So far, the Thais actually won. Both team, the first and second team, are one of the most consistent team. But we did actually witness their previous overall rankings. It's just 1 point shy away from Philippines and also when compared with Myanmar. But Thai is not falling off behind way too much.
I know, right? So Thailand 1 is only like 6 points away from Myanmar 1 for the number 1 spot. So anything can happen. The switch can happen even in this round. So all these teams, they need to be aware about that as well. Even let's say we talk about Vietnam 1 is 44 points, Myanmar 2 43 points. The difference is 12 points and 13 points. So one round can also switch them up as well. Malaysia 1 a little bit far. They may need another round tomorrow, but that also still indicates that the podium spot, especially we're talking about the podium spot, can still change. All of these players, they still need to be at their top performance, as there's still 11 games in total.
You know what? A lot of players away. The Philippines start to actually fight against Bear from Thai.
Oh.
And it happened to be they got finished. They finished him off entirely. So the distance between that is not going to be that far off. Or maybe it's an open area that Bear got caught off guard. So that's going to be a really heavy casualty on the side of the Thai first team, because Bear is one of the best fraggers that is from Thai as well. Basically, all Thais are best fraggers at this point. But back to us Malaysians, they're having all the peak or vintage view. They got themselves a high mountain to work with. Same goes for Myanmar. I'm loving how Myanmar has been playing, and also the Philippines so far. They have been showing us a great side of them just in day number 1.
Yeah, it's Myanmar 1, for example. They got 3 third place finishes in a row for now. They started their campaign today with number 7 with 3 elimination points, but after that it was just all number 3s, which is, at the end of the day, if you can remain consistent at the top 5 or at better even in top 3, you are pretty much guaranteed that number 1 spot. This is what we call the no chicken, no problem for Myanmar 1, being an example.
Yeah, that's true. That's definitely what we used to see the past couple of seasons as well in the Pro League. It's not because of the reduction when it comes to the position points. in last year's season, it caused all the players to actually be more proactive. Like, I don't know, they have to take 4 eliminations if they want to secure themselves in the first page. But for U-High, though, they're taking way too much. They're wasting too much magazines and resources just to give it a go against Myanmar. Same goes for them. It's the same state for these both teams. Yes, they got themselves the prime spot, but is it worth it to just, you know, toss away every single resources they have just to fight in this kind of distance?
Yeah, this is more of like just power play between these two teams, right? Like even if they get a knock, they can't finish it off, and the revive will definitely kick in. But I noticed that Myanmar, they lost a vehicle, so it's a disadvantage for them in this fight. Hopefully they'll be able to get down. I think they have another vehicle that's still active though, so they should be still okay. But it's still not a good news considering that in Miramar, vehicles are really, really crucial. Like in Sanhok, it doesn't matter if you have a vehicle or not, but in Miramar, it's the total opposite. You must have as many vehicles as possible. If you got 4 fully covered vehicles, that will be the best case scenario.
Yeah, but totally agree. It's compulsory because of how huge this map is. And running by foot, it's not going to solve anything because it's such an open map as well. So it's best to actually travel not just by one. It has to be multiple vehicles. We've seen that scenario so many times, Cloud. When you actually squeeze in all 4 members in one vehicle, that's going to be the end for the entire team. Like in an instant, you blink your eyes and they're gone. But back to it, 0. Cambodian's team's really loving their nade so far.
Yeah, Cambodia getting a lot of attention here. Considering that they are a 3-man squad, I don't think they want to draw attention towards Thailand. As Thailand now, they're opening. Just look at where Nuzi is going. He's flanking from the other side. Gotuni has already been in his position for quite a while now. So they're currently locking Cambodia in.
St. Martin a bit heated for now, for both teams are trying to have a go against each other. But Tony has been playing it very fun for now. Looking over him, trying to fake out his footsteps by jumping and punching in the air just to confuse the side of Cambodians. That's very strategic and genius as well. But look at how far Nuzi is actually from the back line, but he got shot down instead. If anything happened to Nuzi, that's going to be really a huge problem for Thai 2 teams because there's no way they can help him.
And this is why Thailand is really, really good, right? Like individually, they really know how to take care of themselves. So with that in mind, they can open up this kind of position and get the bigger piece of the pie. Now, that's why I always say like Thai players, especially players like Nuzi, they're like a one-man army. Going up against him is like going up against an entire squad. And it's not only about his firepower, it's also about how intelligent he is with the game. He knows how to take care of himself. He can play like a solo. He can open up space, and it's not easy to knock him down.
They are big boys. They can take care of themselves. What? Back about the circle we go. Right on top of Montenegro northern side. There's a lot of valleys, a lot of high mountain. Whoever kept the Alposia mountains will definitely get themselves a huge jackpot to get that elimination points to rack up their overall standing and rankings, which we have modded. The Myanmar versus simulation will never be over. I'm starting to question here. If they ran out of their magazines, they definitely don't have anything to loot from at this point.
If they ran out of magazines, you just need to go, I guess, look for an ebook instead. But we move back over to Brunei, and they are getting another revenge onto 0. But this is a different Brunei. This Brunei one, they didn't have anything to do with the game, whatever happened in game 1, but they'll be happy to help their compatriot to seek some revenge.
Very wrong. Definitely trying to actually loot and run and gun at the same time. While we do have Cambodian teams, Struts, really having a tough time. We saw wherever they go, it's just there's never a place to call home for the side of Cambodia right now. They just don't have any space to loot themselves. And this is going to be a big problem since they are not fully equipped when it comes to their gears yet.
Yeah, we can see that they could use a little bit more resources. I'm sure every team wouldn't mind a little bit more of that. But the good news is that they're not being sieged down, so they can still move from place to place to continue on some loot, to continue looting in maybe some of the smaller houses. So it's going to be okay for them. But for Myanmar too, on the other hand, they are currently, I think they're somewhere maybe in the middle of the circle. So for them to move at this moment, there's not as much space as those playing by the rim of it. But the good news is that they will have the circle, very, very likely to have the next circle.
That's kind of true. Whoever gets the circle, you don't have to move that much, since you don't want to jeopardize way too much when you're transitioning yourself into the circle. But on the side of some teams, we do know that they are obsessed to get themselves on the highest peak there is in this map right now. And speaking of which, it's right on the outskirts of Alpoz. If they get that quick enough, they might just camp themselves up there. But under one condition, they have to have fully equipped with what they have to need up there. The Molotov, the grenades, the smokes especially are really crucial if you want to hold on to one compound and defend it for the longest time there is. Back towards the Bruneians, they are desperate here, Cloud. They are at the bottom. They're trying to do everything, but nothing works for them for today.
Yeah, it's the opposite of what we saw yesterday. Brunei 1 got a best second place finish, and Brunei 2 got a chicken dinner. It's an unusual spot for them to be in at this moment. But yeah, we have to remind ourselves that it is a marathon. It is 11 more games to go, so anything can still happen at the bottom as well. But speaking at what's on the top, Newbie tries to get one over Mort, but fails to get that knockdown.
Hoo-hoo! We talked about Power Grid, we talked about Montenuevo. It definitely favors there right now. Greater Fields, very saturated, but he's still hovering around on that mountain. It's going to be the teams that's really having a big payoff day. But before we're talking about them staying up there, if the circle shift towards the southern side, now they have a big problem to climb down the high horses. Oh, flying cars and flipping it. There you go. It's okay. It's all right. Yep. Newbie seems to have a jolly good time.
Yeah,
there
he
you go.
survived the fall. Yeah, I mean, PUBG Mobile physics, ladies and gentlemen. That's all I can say.
They are wearing seatbelt. Hence, we should too in real life. You see how safe you are when you're wearing seatbelt.
Yeah, but don't try that at home though. Don't try, with your car and do whatever that just happened. But talking about cars, Brunei 2 managed to explode one of the vehicles from Cambodia, but we move over to Malaysia versus Myanmar.
It's not done and dusted yet, and Malaysia's really trying to go for 2v4. That's very daring coming up from Malaysia. It's going to be Snipes and also Sonics on the other end, but they have a third party behind. Snipes managed to dodge within the corners, didn't get himself exploded, but Sonics on the other hand really tried for help. Ozone managed to Molotov, burning Sonics alive, and he's gone. Snipes, he needs to get out now. His HP won't stand as long. But where to go? The moment he stand out from this compound, it's going to be the end of him. Because we have one more team behind them.
Oh, there's no way for Sonics to be picked up now. Snipes is probably the last man standing, and now he's super low with about 10% of health left, and I think he's only living on bandages. His teammates, on the other hand, not too sure where they are, but finally the nade will connect from Monkey, and Snipes will be down. But look at this. Frankie is looking from afar, trying to steal away a couple of elimination points, but not able to do so. Snipes will be finished off by King, and Malaysia 2 will be playing the rest of this round with the last two members.
They are parting ways from the main roster, which make me question why would they take a very, very low ground compound, which doesn't make any sense at this state. Because all the teams are trying to get themselves in the highest ground that is possible. It's really risky if you're staying in the valleys, unless it's a very steep cliff. Then it's kind of hard to angle out and see to pick out for the teams that are actually on the valley side, in the valley side. But back to us on the side of the circle. Well, we didn't mention Power Grid, and here we go. And Philippines taking out the compound across the street. I'm not sure if the circle ended up there. Malaysians on the other end taking the highest compound, but highest mountain, but it's not inside the circle. Now that's a bit of a problem to climb down from there. Come up from every angle. We have all the players and teams are up and ready. And there's no vacant except for northern side.
Wow, and you called Power Grid as well. Now, Power Grid, yeah, there you go. Do you know, just be happy with your call out. But for the other teams, not too happy now that the circle has shifted towards the right side. Potato goes down to 1 sec as Yuhai tries to collect his elimination point out of Indonesia.
Yeah. The other team that actually lost Snipes and Sonics, they have themselves a high ground, but not all 4 of them are agreeing to stay as high as possible. Now the problem is, how do they climb down? Yuhai is looking in every single way possible to find an exit out. He saw an Indonesian team passing by. It's going to be Micro Boy shooting over, didn't connect. Same goes for the side of Damroot. He tried to actually shoot them down, but nothing seems to hit. With this kind of angle, it's so hard for them to actually spot them out.
Okay, so now for Malaysia to get down, they might need to fight with Indonesia. It depends on which route they take. Just look at this, they're playing by the rim of the circle, but damn rude. So rude towards Sendo as he managed to get that one knockdown, but it's just too far for him to finish up that elimination as damn rude tries to spot Micro Boy this time. Micro Boy is in the shack. He's still okay for now, but it's not okay for Myanmar 1 as the vehicle got exploded. 2 of them went down.
Heavy casualty on both Malaysian side. We're talking about another Malaysian teams have been bombarded by the side of Philippines second team. Ramon trying to toss another nade. It's going to be really risky for Flax. He almost chipped down most of his health there. Ramon just exposed himself way too much. They are gatekeeping, but they will be gatekeeping instead for the side of Malaysian team. Lamborghini, he got himself the MVP last time and now shooting over a fellow countryman and Civil War here between Lambo and Mott. Quite far distance, but hey, nothing stopping them from Vietnam first team. While looking at Philippines, still managed to finish. A Malaysian team first one to be eliminated. Malaysia first team out.
Yeah, from second place to last place in this final round. We move on to the other teams. We have Philippines 2 moving on into the circle, but Vietnam 1, they're playing the gatekeeping role against Vietnam 2. So it's going to be Vietnam versus Vietnam as they try to defend this area.
Now Philippines butting in. The Civil War as well as the third party, but Range living up to his reputation here. Here's a range play with AUG. Definitely got himself that shot with what is such a long distance. Damn rude. Spotted out by Demigod. But here comes Yuhai with a smoke. Couldn't spot him out. Demigod with the Scar L trying to shoot across. That's going to be 150 meters apart. But Rabies, sneak peek and run and gun. And he's going to toss himself. Come on, but then, a nice Kobe from Ferrari.
Whoa, nice nade there coming in. And now we have Frankie starting to move in, trying to get more elimination points, but he will be up against his compatriot. Ferrari goes down. Midlander will be taken out as well. And that will be the end for Vietnam 1 as Vietnam 2 reign supreme. Now they need to move in with about 25 more seconds on the clock. Vietnam 2, 14th place.
Look at the circle, and it ended up in no man's land except for one stalker. Is a stalker circle here. Definitely got himself an upgrade of airdrop. Definitely a huge upgrade of loot there. But for the side of Philippines, Kejaya, we're looking over Philippine first team. Got themselves a visitor, 2 sides at that. Brunei second team and Laos is visiting them. But they are aiming towards Malaysian teams again. Demigod is not happy. He's not going to let them get off the hook easily. But in the meantime, they need to be extra careful. There might be a lot of eyes hanging out, but Myanmar is not stopping either.
Oh yeah, Myanmar, they are continuing on their consistency run for now, but we are still at 13 teams, so anything can still happen as Philippines 1 starts to move into the circle. They have a compound, but beside them is Laos, who will want to challenge them into the circle. Monkey with a long range of the red face definitely put him in his place, and now red face will be taken out.
Redface actually been taken out by the side of another team who got stealed away just now. I think that's going to be a bomber for that person. But back to his newbie, taking on Lambo with a Kobe. Frankie is actually running down King. That's total savage from Frankie. But Monkey is now taking on Frankie. All the kids are out here. But we're not done with the footballer. Beckham taken down. Indonesian team being actually got it alive. Newsy taking on 4 straight head on.
Oh, and that will be Newsy, but we're not done yet as Brunei starts to move in. They get one of the flu camp. So now Thailand is going up against Brunei. Brunei on the right. He sees Newsy. Beruang, the in-game leader, the captain. He knows where Newsy is at. And now Global tries to take on Newsy. Newsy jiggles away, and Newsy is still alive.
Global, Beruang, Brunei trying to spot out. There's nowhere to go! They don't have any comments to do before! Another one's down! Now Global is just insane! Now Brunei don't know what exactly happened. They are shook! They're not terrified, but at the same time retaliating from the side of the Thai second team. Tani making sure Sanko has to be stopped. But the Philippine second team got in! Rage on fire! Barbecue! He tossed out! Yeah, barbecue back! Take it! But it's not enough! Will it be enough?
Yes, it will be. He got it. He got it. And he got it. That will be another point in the bag. But now we move over to Brunei. Brunei, they are playing by the edge of the circle. This is Brunei 2, ladies and gentlemen, shooting on the other side where Brunei 1 is currently at. Brunei 1, they do not have the circle. And Brunei 2, they are in it. They are in a good position.
What a mess! And Newbie shot from afar. This is a golden moment. Perfect crosshair, straight line of sight for Newbie to take a couple of more eliminations for the team. But another Thai team's obliterated. All Thais are gone. Now 2 Philippines team. We have Indonesian team 1 and Myanmar just 1. And we have 2 Bruneians, 1 Malaysian team left. Down to 7. The Bruneians rise up to occasion, but can they hold on?
Oh, but check this out. Philippines, they are still in this. Philippines too, still with their full squad trying to stop Myanmar from moving. But they do not have the circle. They still need to move further forward. As Global goes down to right badly, it's going to be a Brunei fight at the right side of the map as Kao tries to find a way into the circle. And he needs to move further forward as Kizo keeping eyes on the Philippines. Both Philippine teams still in this, don't you, Chu?
That's kind of true. Balak Bagan, they say whatever they need to do, they're gonna do it right. Back towards the side of Brunei's Kizo. Spotted out the Philippines 1 team, but it's just him against the wall. How can he do so? It's just too hard. They only have few more seconds to go. The circle will shrinks. It's gonna be the 7th phase very, very soon. And the 6th circle will damage them 5% of HP per second. Now that's gonna burn quite a lot. But the Philippines, they are raining in here. Malaysians and the Bruneians have nowhere to squeeze in.
Oh, could this be another all-Philippines finale as what we saw earlier in today's Miramar? This will be insane if another all-Philippines finale, but let's hold on to that thought for a minute as there are other teams that they need to eliminate. Brunei, they still have a full squad though. Malaysia left with only 2 players left as the circle starts to close in. And now Newbie, he knows that Brunei is on the right side, but he needs to keep eye on the Philippines on the other side as well. Brunei, they do have the high ground advantage.
Newbie slowly trying to overpick himself. Don't want to get headshot there. But at the same time, he definitely wants to take a pick towards the Philippines first team. You got what you deserve, Newbie. They say from the Philippine first team. Shazam making a go. Coming up from the flank side towards Brunei second team. But they couldn't pick because the Philippine first team keep on shooting onto them. Right badly on the other end from Brunei second team. Try to make a space, small space, but they're being choked. This is the Philippine circle, but the Philippine first team has to cut across the street. It's an open field. The moment they jump out, there's gonna be showering by bullets by these teams.
Even Malaysia, they need to find a way into the circle. Kizo being gunned down by H2R from Philippines 1. This could be an opening for Philippines 1 to move in. But Brunei, it should be okay for them to pick up their teammate. As Philippines 1 is starting to cross the road. They're starting to go on to the other side. Philippines 2, they might want to stop their compatriot. But Brunei 2, they have this high ground advantage. Kao knows exactly where Philippines are. They still can rain the nades onto Philippines.
I'm worried about the micro Uzi rank. Take it on you, boy! They're spotted out of Malaysia. Malaysian team down to 1 for the sole survivor. Malaysia ranking finish off. Yuhai straight away. It's down to 4 teams still, but Malaysian only have 1 against what? 12 players left. How is that possible? He needs to stay low as much as possible, but he's not inside the circle. The Brunei and the Philippines taking over the majority of the circle, and now Galaxy have been spotted out by the side of Philippine first team. Ranked start to move mid, never mind. But Dami got climbed up slowly. Brunei will be cornered by both Philippines team. Found a space to rush in here.
Oh, it's going to be Philippines versus Brunei, and it's still a possibility that we might see an all-Philippine finale again. As Brunei, they're fighting for their position, they're fighting for their high ground, they're fighting for the glory of their country. Galaxy changes from a DBS to an M4, changes back to a DBS. Now it's going to be close quarters combat as they try to defend their area.
This is going to be the 7th phase now. They don't have much time.
Oh, Galaxy!
They're trading for 1-2-1. It's going to be 1-2-2. God! He tries to take covers, but Kizo's just going to zigzag. Playing Ring Around Rosie. Cow!
No!
What was he thinking?
Oh, that was a very far jump there, but Rival comes in for the high ground. Rival tries to finish on Brunei. Kizo is left. Kizo tries to make a run for it, but Brunei will be eliminated. And ladies and gentlemen, this will be again for the 2nd time today. An all-Filipino finale with Philippines 2 having the high ground. And this time, Philippines 2 will take home the chicken dinner. And it will be again the Philippines top 1-2 finish in Miramar.
Bagan with 20 eliminations. That's coming up from Philippines. 2nd team. You know what? They got back-to-back chicken in for the 1st team. But hey, the 2nd team breaking the record with the most eliminations. Breaking into the double digit starting with 2. That was a heck of a game by the Philippines.
Oh, insane, Juju. Philippines now are at this point the kings of Miramar. Their Filipino finale was in Miramar as well, and now again another Filipino finale. This time the chicken dinner given to Philippines 2. And the other day they share the same amount, they share a good amount. Just look at the joy here coming from Monboy. They are saluting their compatriot on the other side. This just shows that Philippines, they are united in this game, and they'll be happy to get a top 2 finish for Philippines. Can you imagine if Philippines get 2 of Philippines get a podium finish? That would be insane.
If they got themselves gold and silver, I'm not surprised based on their Thursday performance here. It's just sublime. They're ending with a double digit 20 eliminations. That's breaking every record we've seen, by far the highest so far in day number 1 only, Cloud. We have no clue what's going to happen tomorrow, but even in day number 1 of our 31st SEA Games, it's just accelerating. I have to say that.
Yeah, it is insane. What a day it has been, Choo. I am so honored to be here with you, casting the finale for, not the finale though, the grand finals for SEA Games. It is a lot of joy just watching all these teams and all these Cinderella stories coming through at the SEA Games. This SEA Games is, in one word, I would describe it as magical.
Oh, magical it is. And what's best, what's more, I mean, I don't even have word for it. Imagine they're that close. Yes, we do still have 2 more days to go, but the thing is, day number 1, setting such tempo and the tone for this couple of teams, Myanmar and also Philippines. I have to say it out loud. These two countries, they don't have that much pressure when it comes to following up to 2nd and 3rd day, as long as they keep the momentum going.
Yeah, as long as they can keep the momentum going, if they can have this kind of consistency tomorrow and the day after, don't be surprised. Okay, I'm not going to jinx it for now, but they are in a good position. We cannot deny that. For sure, Philippines 1 will be at the number 1 spot once the results come out. For Philippines 2, with a chicken dinner finish, it's possible that they might be in top 3. Top 5 for sure, but maybe even top 3.
I have a feeling they might snatch away second place as well. We're looking over possibly in the overall rankings, and first and second place is going to be from Philippines. You saw how Philippines second team just now got themselves 24 eliminations, plus that 15 points. That's going to be 35 points in one single game. And previously, they got themselves in the top 3 as well. So it's not impossible for them to cut across up to the second place there.
Yeah, and if you kind of think about it, right, just to add on to the Filipinos, right, Philippines won. They didn't have the circle, but they were confident enough. Again, they showed the same confidence as they had shown in the Iranga, the first game today. They had a lot of confidence to just push into the circle, and when they were in there, they were at the lower ground with Brunei, but they overcome that high ground win theory against Brunei, and they got themselves that second place finish, rightfully so. But let's check out the MVP. This time coming in from Philippines too, it will be a range.
Even though it's not the best we've seen today, but I have to say the team play coming up from Philippines second team here. We saw Range just now living up to his name. This is the longest elimination done by him that we saw in Myanmar earlier. That distance, 316 meters. That range coming out from him with the ARs is just insane. He can see the dot of everything that moves. We barely can see the player in our screen.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it was an AUG that he used at that time, and you don't always see that. You know, it's almost like I want to see him do this. You know, if he does a micro Uzi with the 300 elimination distance, he will be the king of range elimination.
Next, we're waiting for DBS for a long range as well. But look at
that one
this!
as well. It's a new record.
Standings. I told you so. This is like
my God,
insane. I told you this is a new elimination points that we have the highest from Philippines second team, 20 eliminations. But if you look over to the second place here, they even didn't get themselves that chicken, but they still secure 8 elimination points. Now this is the only 2 teams with the highest elimination aside from nobody. That's the average is going to be below 5 or maybe even, below 5. And maybe Myanmar's second team got themselves 6. And the Vietnam first team got them 6. More than that, nothing else. And that's definitely going to secure them in the top 2.
For sure. 20 eliminations. They set a record in the final so far. Yeah, okay. I just had to say it again. Because it's okay. Who got the 18 earlier on? Let me just recall again. The 18 was by Vietnam just in the previous round. Now it's 20. It just took them one round to overtake.
That's kind of true, but definitely for the head-to-head, it's going to be both from Philippines. Lakat Matatag, we call it all the way with Ramon and Rankit, both starting with R's and both having 1 in their names, but it's going to be Philippine 1 and 2 for the eliminations. Definitely on Ramon on 7 elimination. Damage output was, if you actually calculate the ratio of it, it's definitely more towards Rankit, but it's more towards the damage output when it comes to the numbers here. When it comes to longest elimination, I think the highest just now was actually Range coming up from Philippines second team. But the second longest possibly is going to be Ranked with 303. Very close.
Wow, normalin indeed for the Philippines. This is definitely a day for Philippines, right? How often have we seen them coming up at the head-to-head on the MVP? It's almost everywhere, almost every round for the Philippines. It's crazy right here. So we can see that Raymond, he does a lot of work trying to get those elimination points, but we cannot discount Rankit as well. Damage only 200 difference than Raymond, but he only managed to get 3 elimination points, meaning that he does a lot of the dirty work for his team too. And now we'll move over to the overall eliminations and damage, and it's definitely going to be the Tower of Philippines.
I can't even deny that at this point. You do have double cute towers coming up from Myanmar Myanmar second team and also Vietnam. But maybe Brunei trying to push up when it comes to the output damage. Definitely, Brunei second team have it a lot. But if you compare with Philippines second team now, they're hitting the 3,000s almost there. It's less than 100 damage more.
You know what, Choo Choo? After watching Philippines' outstanding performance today, I think I'll need help. I need you to revive me, Choo Choo. Revive me. Revive me, Choo Choo. Because the Philippines are just killing everyone.
And this is, you know what? Since it's the tallest building, might as well this might be the highest, tallest structure for Philippines. What is the tallest building in Philippines? I think it's. Was it gonna be the Grand Hyatt Hotel Manila? I'm not sure, but it's gonna be one of those towers, definitely. But if you look at the outstanding teams again, they rested themselves in the fourth game just now, but only for one match they are resting, and maybe on the third match as well. But when it comes to them taking the start and the ending for day number 1, they're taking the outstanding teams of first and second. It's going to be both Philippine teams. Bruneians finally making a debut in the outstanding teams as well. And Malaysians, they're not as stellar as Philippines for now, but they start to get themselves a couple of momentum. Hopefully it didn't drop when it comes to the next day.
Yeah, they definitely needed that. So because Malaysia too, they were at the bottom as well. So you can see in this chart, right? Brunei 2 was number 16, Malaysia 2 was number 15 before we hit onto this game, and both of them showing the strength, the mental strength, despite it being the last game for today. So we can see that there's a little bit of an uplift here for these teams. But Philippines 1, Philippines 2, this has been their day. It is the day of the Filipinos as well. And like I mentioned earlier, not only for this game, but earlier today there was the 5v5 game that they also won a gold medal as well against Indonesia. Ooh. So they are just showing that this is the moment. Oh, it's very, very close. Wow.
It's just 2 points shy when it comes to Philippines' second team to overtake a second place. And Myanmar's first team cannot sit this quietly, but definitely reigning at number 1 spot. That's going to be a huge stretch still, but within one match can overturn everything. 75 points. They're hitting the 75 in our first day, but nobody hitting the triple-digit hundreds yet, but very close on the side of Philippine first team. Myanmar first team on second. Philippines second team on third, Myanmar second team on fourth. There's going to be Philippines and Myanmar on the top 5 here. Vietnam first team on fifth, Thais at 6 for the first team, Malaysia first team at 7, Vietnam second team at 8, Indonesian first team at 9. Those are actually not in the top 8. Really have to work everything off for tomorrow.
Yeah, and with 10 more games still in place, anything can still happen. So if you're fans of Laos, if you're fans of Malaysia, if you're fans of Brunei, Indonesia, and so on and so forth, don't worry about it. There's 10 more games to go. Anything can happen. Of course, all these teams, they're going to go back to the drawing board. They're going to discuss with their coaches. They're going to discuss with their analysts on what to do better. And I think we can expect to see the best out of these teams that did perform well in day number 1 to perform better in day number 2. But what is most important for everyone out there, do continue on your support to your favorite team, because they will be watching this live stream and they'll be seeing how much support they get. And you are like their extra player, and as the saying always goes, tick by energy.
You're not just the extra player, you are the player as well, because this is your country. The gold medal will be contributed towards the country. It's a real gold medal, by the way. Like, you know, our dreams, whoever wants to go to SEA Games, Olympics, or whatever that is, this is it. This is it. They're representing your own respective country. But the thing is, we have to actually listen to the winner interview. But before that, thank you so much, Clap, for today. Tomorrow it's going to be same time, same place, right?
Yes, we'll be watching the interview and we'll see you in day number 2. Tada, host.
Như vậy là chúng ta đã trải qua 1/3 chặng đường của thể thức thi đấu đồng đội rồi. Bạn đã cảm thấy hài lòng với phần thể hiện của team mình ngày hôm nay chưa?
Hi Raymond, congratulations on your victory. We've done the first day of the finals already. Are you satisfied with your performance?
Yes. Satisfied ka ba sa performance natin ngayon?
Opo, super satisfying.
Yes, we're very satisfied on our performance today.
Họ rất là hài lòng về cái phần trình diễn của mình ngày hôm nay.
Wow, rất là tự tin. Một câu hỏi nữa mà Thảo Trang muốn dành cho bạn này. Liệu bạn đã cảm thấy là hài lòng với tất cả chưa? Có một tình huống nào mà các bạn cảm thấy nuối tiếc và muốn có thể xử lý tốt hơn hay không?
Is there anything that you wish you have done better today and anything else you want to improve for tomorrow?
Anong gusto mong mga improve para bukas? We want to be consistent for 3 days grand finals.
And last day.
Raymond nói là họ muốn có một cái màn trình diễn, họ muốn giữ vững phong độ cho những cái ngày tiếp theo sau đây.
Chúc Raymond cùng với đội tuyển của mình may mắn và cảm ơn bạn đã tham gia phần phỏng vấn này. Các bạn khán giả thân mến, như vậy là ngày thi đấu đầu tiên của thể thức thi đấu đồng đội đã khép lại tại đây rồi. Cảm ơn các bạn khán giả đã quan tâm theo dõi. Xin chào tạm biệt và hẹn gặp lại các bạn ở ngày thi đấu tiếp theo.